라디언트님 안녕하세요.
영혼의 강을 헤매는구나 이방인이야. 지금이라도 돌아가라.
차단.
번개의 낙인을 받아라.
차단.
팽 죽어갖고 이렇게 됐구나. 엠비님 안녕하세요. 바리님 안녕하세요.
한때 여긴 평화로운 안식처였건만
실체 강을 이루는 망자들이여, 일어나라. 어둠의 이름으로, 그리고 넬줄님의 이름으로.
그냥 땡겼네.
나를 존재한다.
서운하게.
번개의 낙인을 받아라.
낯선 자, 목숨을 잃기 싫으면 이곳을 떠나라.
제가 드디어 소컨징이 한 캐릭 생겼거든요. 술사가 먹었어요, 술사.
차단. 짤.
네. 드디어 주간 상자에서 하나 먹었어.
번개의 낙인을 받아라.
진짜 거짓말 안 하고 복술 딜이 한 5K 이상 오름. 10% 이상 올랐어요. 전체 딜. 이제 그 외국 애들의 딜의 비밀을 알았다. 그냥 공짜 스탯이 엄청 높아요.
어두운 달의 선조들이여, 내게 힘을.
광역 데미지 들어옵니다. 쫄 잡으세요.
올령 복종하라. 정기가 내 부름에 응한다.
하얀색 룬으로 가세요. 광역 데미지 들어옵니다. 쫄 잡으세요.
그러니까 2차 스탯이 비정상적으로 높은 장신구라고 해야 되나? 저도 이게 이렇게 영향을 많이 줄지 몰랐는데.
광역 데미지 들어옵니다.
아, 희축이 짧아갖고 자주 주는구나.
하얀색 룬으로 가세요.
전기가 내 부름에 응한다.
쫄 잡으세요.
그래, 완벽한 재물이야.
네, 글로벌이에요.
광역 데미지 들어옵니다.
얼방까지? 힐 너무 짜게 줬네.
하얀색 룬으로 가세요. 쫄 잡으세요.
내밀어도 될 것 같은데.
완벽한 재물이야. 전기가 내 부름에 응한다.
광역 데미지 들어옵니다.
얼방치기 한 건 조금 미안해갖고 지금.
냉수가 우리를 버렸다. 이제 놈은 어둠을 숭배하지.
사실 누굴 그건 아니었거든요. 이거 그거 썼네.
짤! 짤!
MDI에서 복수를 보셨죠? 아, 흉물이었구나. 천종인 줄 알았더니.
번개의 낙인을 받아라.
씨! 야! 나를 아무도 안 봤네.
짤!
그쵸. 그치. 글로벌에서 제일 많이 눕는 곳이지. 여기.
짤!
가까이 와.
강하고 자신감 넘치는 영혼. 네 공포의 맛이 궁금하고.
정기가 내 부름에 응한다.
피하세요.
공포를 피할 수는 없다.
영혼 피.
주인에게서 도망쳐라.
안에서 포그톡 깔아놓고 폭수 땡겨놓고 그 다음에 나가.
광역 데미지 들어옵니다.
도망칠 수는 없다.
키스님 안녕하세요.
정기가 내 부름에 응한다.
잠 가야죠.
피하세요.
공포를 피할 수는 없다.
영혼 피.
주인에게서 도망쳐라.
셋이요. 내 어둠달이 먼저 끝날래나. 12분 남았어요. 12분. 개인불 쓰지.
짤.
정기가 내 부름에 응한다.
아니, 몽카가 할 수도 있다니까 진짜. 이번 시즌에야말로 몽카가 할 수도 있지 않나. 뭐 이번 주에 나오는 애들은 아닌데. 몽카가 모아드 있는데. 힐러 마부는 쐐기 기준으로 광피가 제일 좋아요. 무조건 광피. 아니요, 다음 주에 나와요. 이번 주엔 퍼플렉스드랑 도넛? 그러니까 3, 4위 팀이 나오는데, 예, 3, 4위 팀하고 2, 3위, 1, 2위 팀하고 격차가 좀 커가지고 걔는 안 나오더라고요. 너프네는. 예전에는 나왔던 걸로 알거든요. 근데 어느 시점 이후로 그레이트 푸시만 나오는? 그레이트 푸시 나올 거예요, 걔네 아마.
정기가 내 부름에 응한다.
뭐 결과론적인 얘기지만 너프네는 그러고 보면은 저단을 빨리 도는 거보다는 고단을 효율적으로 도는데 특화가 된 그런 팀이 아닌가. 되지 헬로 메이비? 안 땡기나 저거?
번개의 낙인을 받아라.
오케이, 나 빼고 다 풀었다.
짤.
제 복술 세졌죠. 원래 이런 식으로 여유있게 막 40K가 넘진 않았었는데 이게 속현징의 힘이 아닌가.
정기가 내 부름에 응한다.
바닥 조심하세요. 흡입. 바닥 위로 올라가세요.
복술 7사이클 치비. 1사이클이야 1사이클 치비 쓰고 있잖아. 그러니까 이번 시즌
조심하세요.
핑계 대기가 좋죠. 왜 딜만 하냐고 뭐라고 치비 깔았다고
바닥 조심하세요.
왜 바닥 안 올라왔냐고.
조심하세요. 바닥 조심하세요. 바닥 조심하세요. 바닥 위로 올라가세요.
번개의 낙인을 받아라.
바닥 조심하세요.
뭘 이렇게 받는 거야? 저기요.
바닥 조심하세요.
정보. 미안.
흡입. 바닥 위로 올라가세요.
이거 내가 깔아둔 거라서 없어질 수도 있는데 저거.
바닥 조심하세요. 바닥 조심하세요.
나 빼고 다 없어졌어. 미안하네.
바닥 조심하세요.
모르겠네요. 리셋되는지는.
흡입. 바닥 위로 올라가세요.
내 부름에 응한다.
네, 글로벌 일러.
바닥 조심하세요. 바닥 조심하세요.
대상부터 정해야
바닥 조심하세요. 바닥 조심하세요. 흡입. 바닥 위로 올라가세요. 바닥 조심하세요.
탱커딜 역전했거든요.
바닥 조심하세요.
탱 윗딜은 되게 오랜만이긴 하겠는데 하면. 마니님 안녕하세요. 탱커를 이겨라. 이길 수 있다. 이제 타겟 많은 풀 별로 안 남아가지고 고기가 타겟 적어지면은 딜이 많이 떨어지니까.
전기가 내 부름에 응한다.
아씨 이거 그 다음 풀에 그거라서 내가 좀 아꼈어. 아 저기요? 저기요? 아 이거는 내가 짤을 봤어야 된다. 두 개가 다 될 줄은 몰랐다.
짤.
내 거만 자르자.
짤.
탱커한테 딜 밀렸잖아. 탱커한테 딜 밀렸다고. 야, 지금 고인이 빠져가지고. 고인 빠지고 영혼이동은 있고 영혼이동도 없고. 그러니까 대정을 이렇게 미리 꺼내놓고.
전기가 내 부름에 응한다.
아이고. 대정은 생존기예요. 1분짜리 생존기라고 보면 돼요. 야, 최저 같은 생존기? 대집을 1분 동안 들고 있는. 그래서 저런 거 잡을 때 영혼이동이나 대정이나 순서 바꿔서 쭉 이어주면 좋아요.
그 자체를 지배한다.
충격파.
근데 어차피 단수 올라가면은 뭘 살려 다 숨어야 돼요. 그거 저거 26단부터 원빵이에요.
전기가 내 부름에 응한다.
조각과 어둠 그리고 망자들이 일어나라.
충격파. 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 곧 특수 능력.
조각과 어둠 그리고 망자들이 일어나라.
충격파.
번개의 낙인을 받아라.
충격파. 충격파. 충격파.
잠깐만 이거 힐 줘야 돼. 힐 줘야 돼. 전멸 삑사리 났나 보다.
충격파. 곧 특수능력.
여조각과
충격파.
그리고 망자들이 일어나라.
충격파.
잘 가고. 아씨 이것도 살려줘야 되나? 그냥 죽을 것 같은데. 와 살았네.
번개 낙인을 받아라.
야 내 딜 떨어지잖아. 정보가 저럴 때는 참 좋은 생존기긴 해요.
충격파.
아 사실 이건 죽어야 되는데. 저 선 밟는 거는 죽어야 되는데.
곧 특수능력.
잠깐만 저기 님들. 아 몰라. 다 죽어 그냥 씨. 다 죽어 어차피 잡았어.
충격파.
영원토록
이거 살려놨더니 씨. 시간 됐으니까 보러 가자. 아씨 탱커한테 딜 졌잖아. 힐레어요? 힐레어 뭐 거의 다 칩일 것 같은데? 칩이 되고 뭐 성난엔 이 정도 아닐래나? 이게 힐을 많이 하는 판은 치파가 높은데 아 그래도 치파가 높네. 이렇게? 사실 쓰면서도 태고의 파도는 왜 찍었는지 모를 정도로 되게 안 쓰긴 하는데 진짜 힐이 모르겠어요 진짜 힐은 아직 모르겠다. 힐이 좀 힘들어지면 이제 이것저것 쓰긴 시작하는데 천둥이 코어라 디코에 있을 거예요. 목소리 제일 센 거 같아요.
I can
Curious.
also leak that they're probably not going to play one of those team comps that we saw a lot of in the last weekend. So I think we're a little bit in for some surprises in terms of classes.
All right, the secret tech possibly coming out
Well,
from
sometimes-
Cement. Do you think we might see the meta shift at all here in week 2, Tettles, now that we've seen a whole weekend of dungeons being run? Do you feel like comps are going to be adjusted?
인벤은 뭐라 그래야 되지?
I think I don't want to say that comps are like super.
제가 원래 인벤에다가 글 좀 그러니까 신기 한창 할 때 공략글 같은 거 올리고 그랬었는데 사사계 한번 조리돌림 당한 사사계였나? 뇌 게시판이었나? 제가 방송 중에
I do think that there is some opportunities for things such as Rogue and Priest, especially at the very high end.
한번 그 디스플레이 캡처 잘못 올라갖고 그 화면이 조리돌림 당해가지고 약간 감정이 안 좋아요. 그래서 그 다음부터는 인벤은 뭐라고 하건 말건 별로 신경도 안 쓰고 글도 아예 안 올려요.
I can't hear Doa. Is he talking?
Neither can I.
Oh, there we go. I muted the cough and then I forgot to unmute. I'm sorry.
That is
sorry.
God, that's so awkward. That's one. Chat type one. That is one mute from Doa this week.
I made it almost 5 minutes in. Almost 5 minutes into the broadcast this week. It's a new record.
그러니까 뭔가
It's a new record.
그런 거 있죠.
I'm not on
차라리
for a second, but I'm gonna need you
DC처럼
guys to count every single time, okay? It's not just Do, it's for
애초에
everybody.
분위기가 발작인되면 상관이 없는데
Got that
Well,
one
there you
out
go.
of the
인벤
way
같은 데는
for
어떨
today, you
때는
know, like, it's done for today.
되게 정중한 척하다가
You're very
물어 뜯을
optimistic,
때는
Vince, and I
또
appreciate
개방난이
that
같고
about you.
이러니까
That's one of my favorite qualities that you have. But let's take a look at
일방적이지 않은 그런
here.
분위기가 싫어요. 이랬다
Levels
저랬다
are a
하는 거.
little bit different. I'm kind of curious about that 20 ruby life pools. That was already a pretty quick dungeon anyway, but we might see some blazingly fast times this week.
Yeah, we could see some pretty fast dungeons. I think the big thing to keep an eye on is which keys are swapped around at the high end. So, of course, last week we had
그리고
Azure Vault at 23. That's been dropped to a 22. And taking
뭐라
that
그래야
spot,
되지?
other
그
than
공략글에 대한 그런 문화가 있잖아요. 인벤은 되게 짜요. 그러니까 저 같은 경우는 좀 덜해요. 차라리 그러니까 저는 좀 그래도 인지도가 어느 정도 있다고 해야 되나? 아무튼간에 글을 올리면은 그래도 호의적인데 처음 막 공략글 올리시는 분들 있잖아요. 그런 분들한테 너무 막 그게 심해요. 잣대가. 좀 호의적으로 받아주지. 힘들게 글 쓰셨을 텐데 다들. 그니까요. 맞아요. 맞아요.
Yeah, we were
그-
talking
그님티.
to, so like we sent out like a survey beforehand, and Donuts were talking specifically about the Algathar Academy 23 being something that they're, you know, a little bit scared of, because typically these MDI teams are more scared of Sanguine just as a general affix, because we see this in a lot of situations. Sanguine can cause a fairly large time loss, but in addition to that, like on that 23 level, that just opens you up for
어둠달이 23이네.
a world where you can have a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And so looking through these, you know, what dungeon does look the scariest now coming into to Group B, in your opinion? I'll throw that to you, Mix.
뭔가 재밌는
I
어픽스는
would
없네요.
have to agree with the Algathar Academy. I think the 23
대학에서
there's
그냥
just not
피웅
that
사고
many
정도?
that have been
많이
run
붙이긴 할
online
테니까.
either. So
대학에서
with
피웅
that
사고는 한번
being
크게
23,
났으면
a lot
좋겠다.
can happen in there, and like Tel's just said, Sanguine is always a problem. But I'm also looking forward to some of the tyrannical keys, like speaking about that Court of Stars, that could be very fun, or even the Temple.
Yeah, some of the bosses in Temple get extremely scary when you have to fight them for that longer amount of time because of tyrannicals. So might see some teams struggle, but you know, then again, Wise Mari, I feel like Zyronic never really causes issues. Like she's not, you know, she's not really a boss you're too concerned about. No one really has any complaints.
Really?
You know? Yeah. So I think it'll be fine. I think everyone will be jumping right into that temple. Yeah, they won't be, especially the first boss. It's fine.
Wise Mari is the hardest boss in the game. Prove me wrong.
Bro,
Dude, I don't think there's ever a time where like I tune into a team doing a key and everybody's alive on that boss. It's not possible.
I got a theory. Whenever you get that circle on you on that boss, you just become a nervous bird and your brain stops working for a second, and then you immediately jump into the puddle because you're trying to get away with the circle on you, and then you just die. And it happens to literally everybody. And or thundering comes out while the washaway is happening. And you're like, either I'm getting stunned by thundering or I'm jumping into the washaway, and then you accidentally jump into the puddle and die as well. I swear that dungeon makes people's brains do
저는
unexplained things
그러니까
sometimes.
이번에 MDI가 트위치랑 유튜브 둘 다라서
Actually, one of the hidden mechanics is that
저도 첫날 했을 때 금발을 받았거든요. 근데 그거예요. 그러니까 약간 이번 시즌 같은 경우는 중계하는 거 좋은데 나한테 뭔가 너에 대한 정보를 달라 이런 식으로 그 귓말이 왔더라고요. 그래갖고 서식 보내줬더니 별말 안 하더라고요. 이번 주 새로운 거 보여줄지 잘 모르겠네요.
With every of the little water bubbles. And then I forgot everything else that I'm doing because my brain is busy.
사실 별로 기대 안 해요 이번 주.
I got a weak or for you guys if you want.
오늘 보고 별로면은
on your screen with the timer.
내일은 안 보고 마지막 날만 살짝 보고 그러려고.
I got the hookup. Hold on. Keep talking and I'll find it.
He's gonna post right now. Wow, what a guy.
Because here's the secret thing actually about that.
오늘 3, 4위 팀이 그렇게 막 제가 기대감이 없어요.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're dying to that at home, there you go. Little tip.
But it's not like, is it like the same amount of time after the third pulse? Because it feels like it comes a little bit quicker after.
그래도 퍼플렉스드는 조금 기대하는데 도넛이라는 4위 팀이 있거든요. 4위 팀이 지난 시즌에도 약간 순위에 비해서 뭔가 4등이다 뭔가 보여주겠지 했는데 그게 잘 없더라고요.
Talk about our either the bracket or the first matchup. Let's check it out. There we go. Our first matchup here. The ban from Boar's Money Crew on Core to Stars.
저는 어둠당 MDI 때 막 이제 투물 패스하고 막 이러는 거, 교만 나올 때 투물로 싹 패스하고 이러는 거. 순서는 기억 안 나는데 그게 라이브 서비 먼저였는지 MDI가 먼저였는지 막 기억은 안 나는데.
I think that Temple of the Jade Serpent is actually very fun to watch from an MDI perspective. It's so fast, and then whenever you see like,
도끼 맞는 것
teams,
같아요. 도끼.
the strategies that they'll implement inside of this dungeon is actually very dangerous.
도넛하고 퍼플렉스도 보면은 아는 애들이 되게 많을 거예요.
I don't want to say easier than last week to kill, but like last week they had bolstering in this dungeon, which is
맞아,
an added
오구숨
element of, like,
그것도 있고.
danger.
선종화
I
픽스는
think that like we should see some pretty large courtyard pulls.
그래도
Just because it is a 20 so the trash should be able to die, especially
쉽죠.
whenever you're running this unholy.
그래도
death
나쁘진
knight
않다고 봐요.
composition. For Ruby life pools, I wonder how much has changed between time trials.
선종화 픽스 그래도 그거보단 낫잖아요. 저가 1시즌 그 뭐였지? 감염보단 낫잖아요.
They're more experienced dungeons.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's going to be something where, you know, I mean, I would imagine all these teams have run a lot of these dungeons quite a bit, but Ruby life pools, I like that it's going to feel like
저는 그 최고였던 어픽스로 꼽는 거는 물론 그거긴 해요.
Excuse me. But we will see.
그 저가 4시즌
map number 1.
당첨탑. 당첨탑이 진짜 최고의 어픽스 아니었나? 진짜 재밌었는데 방천. 네.
I've been getting the debuffs all year, dude. It's a season for debuffs.
당첨탑이 제일 재밌었어요.
Eat your vitamin C. That's actually a myth, but it's still healthy.
Okay, question.
그때 루트가 진짜 창의적인 게 많았고 당첨 막 동시에 열어갖고 안에서 싹 다 막.
Fortified Raging. I mean,
야, 무리는 그 시즌 어픽스가 아니잖아요. 시즌 어픽스 중에서 무리는 되게 짜증났지. 쫄이 막.
I don't see that being too much of an issue. It's just the fortified that I think is the problem, and I think the comp that we think they're going to run has a lot of great tools for just living through the fortified damage, right? It's still a level 20.
아, 무리는 시즌 어픽스 아니에요.
I don't think that
주간 어픽스였어요. 주간 어픽스.
dungeon affixes are too inhibiting to the double destroyer pull. I think if this was like a 20.
그래갖고 무리 주간에 예, 그거는 수학일 거예요, 맞아.
But I'd be very surprised if Perplex
무리가
for a double destroyer pull here.
이게 무리 주간에는 쫄 그 퍼센트가 달랐잖아요. 그래서 MDT가 달랐었어요. 그 기억하시는 분들은 기억하실 듯. 쫄 개 많이 잡아야 되고. 20%마다 잡은 쫄 다 쫓아오는 건 수학. 그 전탱 미쳤던 시즌. 그 시즌에 저도 전탱 되게 재밌게 했거든요. 교만 다 뽑아갖고 내가 딜 1등하고. 타겟제한 없을 때. 아, 그때는 진짜 전탱이 너무 재밌었어요.
He is like a fire mage main all the way, so I
히스님은 그때도 수두를 했었겠지.
fire mage in this dungeon. I'm not sure how good it'll be on like our lowest key level that we possibly have, but this is a pretty good dungeon for fire mage. A lot of priority targets, so let's see how it goes here.
Oh,
Yeah, you
there
can
we
see he's on
go.
the fire mage.
Excitement. I talked to Moat going into Group A, and I was like, "Hey, what do you think are the chances on
디바인
seeing
필드밖에
this
모르겠다.
map?" And he was
다른
like,
애들은
"If we see a fire mage, then maybe we're going to see Disc as well because they work really well together." But yeah, there we go. Big polls on both sides.
라이신? 힐러가 라이신이라는 애인가
Yeah, here we
보네요.
go. Big pull from both
Really big
teams.
here. Yeah, Bloodlust on both sides is going to be popped here, and I'm
아,
just
이게
looking at the fire mage damage. I know you play mage.
방어의
damage, so
분노긴
I was
한데
about that damage. We're close.
어픽스는
to
재밌는
1
어픽스인데
million
단수가
reach it. I'm not
20단밖에 안
sure,
된다.
But it's so close. 960k in peak for hopeful here on the side of Boar's Money Crew, but
아,
Perplex
100만 못 넘었다 뭐 이런 얘기 하네.
at least activated the boss event while bringing the Defiler towards that boss.
아, 그렇네요.
area,
사제네요.
finishing up that trash really
사제?
quickly.
마주받은
Boar's
화법?
Money Crew is
이겠지, 그럼?
still fighting with some of it. Oh, they're already
Yeah,
on
well,
boss as
Boar's
well.
Money
I'm
Crew
sorry.
already pulled the boss. They had already started the RP. This is
Yeah.
great. This is like, I mean, I would almost say Boar's Money Crew might be a tiny bit ahead here with that extra damage from the Fire Mage over the Rogue from Perplexed. pretty impressive right away. Fire Mage is something that is like
어?
extremely strong when you have a priority.
여기가
And you just want to do passive AoE cleave damage around it. 'Cause the
훨씬
way Fire
낫지만
Mage does damage
빠르네요.
right now
이게
is
확실히
first
발화의
you do
힘인가?
damage, and then it just spreads its ignites through Fire Blast. And I mean, it's like the best single target in the game in a lot of situations, and then it just gets free cleave from it.
용이라고 딜 차이가 나는데
AoE damage, keeping up
대신
with
이제
DK.
법사한테 마주를 주잖아요.
Powerful.
확실히 바라 끝나니까
Already
냄새들이 확
falling a little
밀리네.
bit behind Perplex, though. It looks like Perplex is getting a little bit more funnel onto the boss.
바라가 진짜 바라 타이밍에 단일이 좀
I mean, they do have a feral druid, and even though there's been some speculation on that, they do have some funnel going on. But also something we should.
아, 수사 뭔가 좀 안쓰럽다.
Looking at the time trials, there were a lot of rogues played. But going into Group A, we did.
이게 60K 차이면은
Now coming back here for Perplex, how are you feeling about that pickup in comparison to Shadow Priest, which is what we saw last week a lot?
네, MDI는 참가 자체는 제한이 없어요.
It seems like in almost all scenarios, Rogue is something that's just a little bit worse for damage overall than the Shadow Priest. But of course, Rogue still does, have a lot of its strengths that it's had in previous expansions, right? It's still a relatively solid overall DPS spec. It can just, when he's playing subtlety as he is right now, you can pretty much just choose between doing pure single target damage from eviscerating or black powdering on AoE. And then of course, typical Rogue utility, right? Shroud, lots of single target CC, just really good overall dungeon control. And you can see based off the damage meters right here, he's obviously just spamming pure single target damage and letting his Unholy and Feral go crazy. So you can see the difference from, having someone that's literally just funneling into single target is just, it's already put Perplexed, a solid 15 seconds ahead, even though they actually pulled the boss later than Boris Moneycur.
Yeah,
MDI 예선 통과는
on the side of Perplexed, we have of course the two.
이번 시즌에 루비하고 운영사였나? 그거 타임 트라이얼 해갖고 20몇 등 안에 들면 되는 거였어요.
But we have the priest and the mage that can also purge, so that's going to be really, really helpful in this dungeon here. Now, Perplexed is on the move, and even though Risen is looking like he's walking sideways here, I'm sure they're setting something up. I want to see if they're
13분?
going for
13분
those
아닐걸요? 한 15분 정도 되는 걸로 알고 있는데.
go a little bit more
예선
conservative,
통과
but
컷
it seems
볼까
like
한번?
they're on the run. The first destroyer has been pulled, and they're moving towards the next one. This pull is massive. We've seen it last week, but it was tyrannical. We're now on a fortified week, and those destroyers are going to hurt a lot. Keep your eyes peeled. They don't have bloodlust. They only have cooldowns available to them, and that's exactly what they're going to do. An army has been popped into this. Full damage from Swag. You can see it come out here, and those destroyers are dropping really, really quickly. Same thing happening
꼴찌
on Boris
컷이
Money Crew, though.
그 옥룡사 18분
Same thing
21초,
for Boris
루비
Moneycur. I think the important
18분
thing to mention
16초.
specifically for Perplexed is that this is a lot more dangerous for them than it is for other teams that we saw last weekend. One of the things that made this pull so simple for a lot
그렇게
of teams
높지
is
않아요.
that they had the Vampiric Embrace plus
네.
the Nature's Vigil combo that kind of just fully did all of its healing for like the first 15 to 20 seconds of the pull. And then their Evoker could just heal the group after that. Perplexed only has the Nature's Vigil, and they still had made.
본섭에서 적당한 단수면은 써먹을 수 있어. 히스님 막 이거 하고 싶어 하고 지금.
I think the only thing he has left is the Emerald Communion, but
탱이 죽을 것 같은데
that
탱이?
goes to show you missing one of those defensive cooldowns for the group definitely
그
causes a lot of extra stress on
사실
the
없다고 그냥
healers.
터지는 거 아니야?
Moneycur, however, also able to deal with that pull, albeit a little bit slower than Perplexed.
I mean, they also started just a little bit after, but Cousin actually
아이,
going down
하려면 할
here
수 있죠.
in
얘네가
that
하는데
area, not
당연히
sure
안-
if he got stuck on the floor as one occasionally does.
연습하면 다 할 수
Looked like he was
있음.
walking
이거
with
단수도
it for a
20단밖에 안
second,
되고.
But I'm sure they will bring him back just now as soon as they can. Definitely not the best position, but
약간 풀링의 핵심은 지난번에도 지난주에 설명드렸는데 이 살아있는 폭탄으로 짤을 도와주는 거예요. 광역 짤을.
Oh, Sky also died, and he's
그래서 짤은 오히려 두 마리 붙였을 때가
Thunderhead too.
오씨
Oh,
꼈다.
man.
That's a
This is
shadow
worst case
melt.
scenario
Okay,
for them.
shadow melt. We're out of fight again.
Is he good? Okay, all right. But this is a huge
Yeah,
time
safe.
loss.
네, 의외로 차단 얼마 안
Already
필요해요.
lost like 30 to
그러니까 광역짤 한두 번 주고
And one of the other things I wanted to mention
살아있는
too,
폭탄으로 짤
that
보고
we should definitely take a look at is the healer damage difference. I noticed one of the reasons Perplexed was actually so far ahead of Boris Moneycur after that first.
팔폭으로 짤 보는 게
the
핵심일 듯.
overall damage meters when the boss went down, so this includes the
그리고
trap.
달래기.
Just changed it into the
달래기
boss.
달래기.
I think Bryson was doing nearly
달래기가 지금 하나 둘 셋
like overall,
분노니까.
but Cousin for Boris Moneycur was actually doing like 30k. And yeah, you know, power infusion.
그래도 분노 따당 되면서 지금 달래기 바로 됐죠? 달달래기.
The big, as far as I understand it, the big difference between Evoker and this priest notably is AoE burst, which Evoker is just really great in, and that first boss has so many like small AoE targets that you can like pull your damage into. I would love to see a boss damage breakdown between the two healers. I'm not
보스에다가
sure how that's going to look, but in the
그렇게
overall,
많이는
definitely
아니구나.
that Evoker topping the disc. There is
근데
no
20단
question
경화
about that. Let's see how
이렘은
they
진짜
move
그렇게
on.
아프진 않아서.
Have pulled the boss into all of these ads here, and we need to look out. We saw some boulder action on the curbs of these pathways in Group A, and they also seem to play the strat without having done any of the dragons, so they started at the very far side of one
모르겠어.
of the
약간
dragons.
집중해서 안
They're
봤어.
now moving in
용은 안 잡은 것
towards
같은데
the middle
잡았나?
while the dragon is flying, making the most out of the reduced space that they actually have.
퍼플렉스드는 그래도 3위 팀이라 용 안 잡았을 것 같은데요? 경화 때 용 잡는 거 무조건 손해지. 그쵸? 안 잡았죠? 용을 잡았으면 조금 놀라면서 봤을 듯? 이걸 왜 잡지? 약간 이런 느낌. 확실히 기량 차이가 나네요. 여기 네임드 풀링 아직 하지도 못했는데 퍼플렉스드 그래도 역시 디바인 필드.
Yeah, and of course a little bit of a, you know, routing differences from this.
그리고 20단 경화 그 네임 그 뭐야 쪼리 뽑는 쪼리 쓰는 이게 뭐지? 하여맥인가 지옥핵인가? 이거는 시간 변칙하고 배감기로 힐업이 되거든요. 20단 갔다 하는데 힐업이 그렇게 안 빡시더라고요. 지옥불.
While they start off the boss. Health bar is very low here, but Ryson not really wanting to expend many of his cooldowns because he knows he's going to need pretty much everything to deal with the next trash pack. There you go, good execution from Perplex.
확실히 지난주보다 공간이 여유가 있죠.
As we, you know, approach what should be the last trash pool in the dungeon. And do they have the shroud here? I believe they do. Yeah.
이번 주 루비 24는 달래기, 진짜 달래기가 핵심이고 2층 구간 잘 살아야죠. 2층 구간에 지옥불마다 풀기를 하나씩 주는 게 맞아요. 그러니까 뭐라도 하나씩 쓰는 느낌? 아무것도 없을 땐 내 생존기라도 하나 써야 돼요. Flashfire, I think it is. And then on top of that, you have the high Chandler revival. 그러니까 내 생존기를 포함한 So you need to really make sure that everything is under control. We have one more 뭔가 로테를 지옥불마다 계속 돌려줘야 돼. 2층 구간에서. 안 그러면은 그냥 지옥불 하나에 전멸할 수 있어요.
But they're doing so much damage. They nearly finished all of this pull already. And
그러면서 이제 딜러들 그 살아있는 폭탄 때마다 생존기 잘 돌려줘야 되고 말랐을 때 이제 시간 팽창까지 잘 써주면서. 근데 정작 나도 루비 22단 루비 경화 최고 기록이 22단이었던 걸로 기억하는데.
Like unless you immune it off. So
구글이 몰아서 블러드요?
Great execution from Perplexed. Look at the speed of the dungeon here. Last week we were talking about
지옥핵 2마리 붙여서 블러드 쓴다는 얘기인가?
Going into that pull. No, of course it's a fortified tyrannical.
불정령?
But the bloodlust still hasn't.
저는 살짝 반대할 것 같은데 만약 그렇게 간다고 하면. 아 로버 3마리.
We also dropped it 2 levels, so maybe that also plays into it.
Tiny details, you know, tiny details.
그거는 뭐. 근데 경화라서 거기 블러드 주면은 막내 블러드 올래? 아 뭐 막내 블러드 없어도 되는데 막내 앞줄에 블러드가 있어야 될 수도 있거든요. 막내 앞줄. 막내 앞줄이 빡셀 거예요. 거기 블러드를 맞춰야 될 가능성이 되게 높아요. 이번 주 루비를 한다면 거기가 제일 어려운 줄일 때.
Now this phase is usually the scary, but once again we are in a fortified key, so they shouldn't have any problems with it whatsoever. Even if somebody dies here,
거기를 블러드 없이 넘길 수 있으면은
available to them. And Perplexed are showing up, I want to say. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them. Just, you know, really speedy, perfect execution, echo level type of gameplay, and they're giving it to us. I'm so happy. 1-0 for Perplexed.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast. by Perplex, and we knew the 20 was
기록을
gonna be
못 봤네.
quick, but I don't
아 근데
know if
이번
it's gonna
주는
be that
기록이
quick,
그렇게
but,
크게 의미가
you know, we were
없긴
watching
하지.
that during the game, and,
이번 주
and,
빡센
we were all
던전은
talking about
옥룡사예요,
just the
옥룡사.
damage difference between the preservation evoker
옥룡사가
and
진짜
the
어려워요.
other
그게 왜
side.
어렵냐면은
I don't
그
know, was it mostly
샤
that?
있잖아요,
I felt like
샤.
Boar's
새끼
Money was
샤들.
going okay,
걔네가
but
강화되면서
Perplex just got
터지면은
everything done so
강화래 분노되면서 터지는데 그거를 달래기 해줄 수 있는 게 용일밖에 없어요. 그래서 이번 주에 옥룡사를 가신다 그러면 무조건 용을 한 마리 데리고 가세요. 그러니까 딜이던 힐이던 그게 확률이 높을 거예요.
To perch and to fly away before they were able to pull into this, and then they had basically perfect timing to where they were able to skip Thunderhead, pull trash into this boss, and I thought that the
24부터 내 분노로 터져요. 그러니까 그 큰 샤가 소환하는 새끼 샤들은 분노가 안 뭐야 분노를 안 먹는데 애초에 소환되어 있는 새끼 샤들이 있어. 걔네는 분노를 먹거든요. 그게 그냥 경화 때 24단부터 만피에 다 터지면 원빵이거든요. 그래서 만피에 터질 때 중간에 무슨 힐이라도 한 틱이 들어가거나 생존기가 들어가야 돼요. 새끼샷 터질 때. 근데 이번 주는 분노된 상태로 터지니까 그게 엄청 어렵지. 달래기를 다 하거나 사이사이에 힐이 빡빡 들어가거나 생존기를 하나씩 주거나 약간 이래야 돼요. 샤마다. 새끼 샤마다. 근데 그게 쉽지 않지.
No, I mean, and the thing we got to keep in mind.
조절해서 터트리기 좀 빡세요.
One of the weekend cups over Echo back in Shadowlands too.
조절해서 터트리는 게 제일 좋긴 하죠.
This is par for the course for Perplexed. I
네.
gotta say, like as an evoker healer, it's so nice.
샷돌 대처가 굉장히 빡세. 확실히 경화라 딜이 높아요. 지난주 루비가 아마 분노 어픽스였을 거거든요.
You could add another DPS that adds a little bit more overall damage to the dungeon. But at the end of the day, there's like a critical mass for the amount of overall that there is to be had in like this level of a key, especially in a 20. And so a Shine is going to be really focusing on priority damage on that sub rogue, just making sure that he's, instead of pressing Black Powder, he's pressing Eviscerate on like a lot of the high priority mobs, which Ruby Life Pools really does set itself up well for.
Well, also the other thing I wanted to highlight there too was the healer damage.
이런 그래프도 있었나?
Was doing 60k DPS.
Yeah.
You can see that. Cousin was doing 25k. That's just a class diff right there. I mean, Evoker is so strong and just putting out all of its AoE and like 2 GCDs, and then it can just heal for the rest of the time and do that much damage. It's so disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, this is
그쵸, 경화의 분노니까 모르고 넘어갔던 쫄 스킬들 다 알게 되죠.
You can see that very first pull on both
노코드 같은 경우는 어려운 게 그거예요. 전쟁창 달래기 안에서 어려웠을 거예요. 일단 1렘에서.
There was the spike that just completely moved aside. That is that big pull on Rivali, where it goes really high, I think. And that's just where Bo's Money Crew was so much behind Perplex. They were very close before, but
보관소는 의외로 클릿 요구량이 높지 않아요, 진짜. 그러니까 보관소 같은 경우는 1렘?
Actually, I think it's cool that you're seeing similar spikes from Boar's Money Crew as you are Perplex. It means that they're doing, you know, similar pulls. And while Boar's Money Crew is the lower seeded team coming into this, they are like the 8th seed on the weekend. They're 23rd seed overall.
딱정벌레 그거 몰랐어요?
I thought that they were actually having a fairly
딱정벌레 맞아. 딱정벌레도 분노로 터지면 거의 전멸급이지. 딱정벌레 방역 데미지 플러스 호랑이 뛰는 출혈 데미지 이거에 많이 죽을 거예요.
Oh yeah, totally. It makes me look forward to the rest of
그래서 저는 기원사 할 때는 딱정 데미지 그 호랑이 무리에서 항상 정지자하고 소작을 맞추거든요. 정지장하고 소작을 맞춰서 원딜한테 소작 미리 돌려놓고 소작을 2번 쓰는. 방벽은 만피면 살아요. 근데 호랑이 출혈 데미지 때문에 만피 유지가 힘들어요. 팬더 2마리는 요새 뭐 후물이나 도비터 하는 게 대세니까. 네, 던전 벤이 있어요.
Yeah, I think the big point here has to be that there's a lot of melee comps right now. Like, you're often playing 3 melees in many of these MDI teams that we are seeing. And as somebody who is a self-announced Zuk melee brain, I can tell you that's not going to be fun with the Spitefuls. Like, there's not a lot of room to walk in many areas of the dungeon.
정지장 소작을 그러니까 호랑이 출혈이 원딜한테만 뛰거든요. 아니면은 그 멀어진 사람한테 뛰거나. 그래서 원딜한테만 소작 돌려놓으면 돼요.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff you can do to kind of mitigate that.
일단 출혈이면은 소작 써야지를 머릿속에 넣어놓고 너무 빡센데면은 정지장까지 써봐야지 이런 생각을 항상 있는 스킬이니까.
Spiteful shade for like 1 second, you're gonna lose like 50% HP. So it'll be something to watch as we get into our second dungeon and see if Boar's Moniker can tie it up.
Here we go. Giant first pull coming out for both teams. Nothing being held back here as everything across the board has popped. Both Bloodlust being put to use, and we can see the Fire Mage is back for Boar's Moniker here, so they seem to really like that class for a lot of the stuff.
확실히 조금 치는 팀들은 옥룡사는 복술이 좋다고 생각을 하는 거야.
Everything going down very, very quickly for Boar's Moniker. Oh, but so many deaths are coming out here. What is happening? Did the droplets stay alive for too long in the back? That must have been the case here.
사제 죽기 죽었다.
Quickly run back. Looks like Hopeful's
근데 어픽스가 별거 없긴 해요.
A lot of spiteful shades. They might have just barely been able to keep the pull.
빠르게 녹여줄 수만 있으면은. 흑마가 있네. 암사 대신 흑마네요 여기는.
Yeah, the way Perplexed handled that and was able to kind of pull Wise Mari get away from these Spitefuls was really, really beautiful. Once again, I was a little bit scared for Wolf Disco just for a second, but then I remembered he plays Warlock and then basically tank and cloth. So he, of course, lived without needing any external assistance there. But yeah, Boar's Moniker
그쵸, 옥룡사 파악은 힐러한테는 진짜 사랑받을 수밖에 없는 그런 존재랄까.
But Perplexed, 69% boss HP. Very nice. A tyrannical 22 is what we're on, so we're going to spend a little bit more time on
뭐 다들 아시겠지만 전율이 1렙 때 되게 빡세요.
We talked about it going into this tournament. That even with Thundering, there's so much going on where you always kind of want to find your friends and then get away from them, and then you also need to walk in a circle and dodge away. And they're doing a really fantastic job spreading out from the get-go, making sure that
저도 옥룡사 1렙에서 전율 때문에 터져본 적이 있거든요.
Still be in range for your friends to actually get that Thundering debuff cleared when it comes. And Wise Mari is dropping consistently, but Boar's Moniker is on the rise. They're trying to catch up here.
They definitely are. They're keeping it close. They're doing roughly the same amount of single target damage, right? They pulled the boss roughly 20% behind Perplexed, and they're keeping it pretty close to that mark. So I don't think the single target damage is too different between the groups.
예, 전율이 끼면 좀 어려워요.
But I want to talk about something that we learned about these two teams from our player interviews. Every single week we send out a little, spreadsheet to the players, ask them to fill it out, and ask them some questions about how they feel about the weekend. We had two differing answers about this dungeon. We asked the teams what they think will be the hardest and easiest dungeons this weekend. Perplex said they thought Temple would be one of the harder dungeons.
아, 병력 차이 말씀하신 건가?
Easier dungeons. And well, when you think the dungeon's easy and you wipe.
전율 패치된 거 되게 많아요. 약간 억가 패턴을 전율 때 억가 패턴 야 뭐야 다 죽어요 이거.
He's just taking a shortcut to the other side. DKs don't have much mobility. Is going to be much quicker to release and be back here. No, I don't think it was on purpose, but still, it's not terrible to actually die there towards the end. Also, notably, Perplexed switching to that Resto Shaman is something we've seen a lot. It helps with the curse dispel, it helps with the interrupts, and it also has a little bit of a different damage profile to Evoker.
소용돌이 한 명한테만 쓰는 거는 버그가 아니고
I would say to the one of
그 대상자가 운이 나쁜 거죠.
See the overall damage after this key here, but Perplexed is on the move, pulling the next big pack here. And this is another one where you really have to pay attention to those Spitefuls and make sure you're keeping those under control. I like the decision of going.
전투 내내 한 명한테만 계속 쏘면은 그거는 이제 약간 힐러가 집중해줘야 되는 부분이죠. 이게 맞자마자 한 티킬 들어가면은 살거든요.
Yeah, you can see him rising right now.
and the gateway already set up to let the team skip past that 3.
그래서 예측 캐스팅을 해주거나
choice. So yeah, going pretty well for them already. You can see they just had great execution there.
사실 그런 게 기원사가 힐하기 되게 좋긴 해. 그냥 메아리반 미리 발라놓고 맞자마자 대감기 주면 돼가지고.
Yeah, the skip.
Small Shaw went off. So yeah, and they do skip past, but just for movement because they are going to be pulling this 3-pack on top of the book here.
한 무리를 최대한 크게 잡고 나머지를 최대한 붙여서
Pretty good execution.
바닥 바닷가는
It also gets them
그쪽?
away from those spiteful. So it's a
그쪽이
really,
조금
really
시간이 오래
nice,
걸리니까 이제
niche technique
MDI
to
같은
make sure
경우는
that
쫄의
they're
난이도보다는
making use out of the space that
시간이
they
오래
have.
걸리는 쫄을
As soon as
패스하는 게
they saw, you
이득이니까
saw them gate over and everything was far,
바닷가는 쫄을
far
패스한
away
거죠.
from them. Now here they have enough room to dodge once again. On the right side, Boar's Money Crew is on that same pole that we just saw Perplex on. Of course, they're going to be a little bit behind, but they're deciding to run here through that corridor, and that also works, of course. A little bit scared for Nate as he's dropping just a tiny bit.
Oh,
but
nice.
he's going to be okay as they move towards that book at the bottom of the
네,
floor.
사활이 진짜
Perplex has
좋아요.
already started the boss fight.
Yeah, Perplex is already on the boss fight, and Boar's Money Crew is going to need to do a lot of work here to catch up. Fortunately for them, Hopeful has described himself as a Picasso on this second boss in Temple of the Jade Serpent. So we'll have to see what Fire Mage can do. I actually think Fire Mage is insanely good on this boss because it can cleave its ignite between the two bosses, so it can do really good overall damage. They're going to have to do a ton of overall damage to catch up on this boss, though, because
지금 칩이 모든 범위에 맞게 깐 거 보이시죠? 칩이는 이렇게 양쪽에 맞아도 한쪽 중첩이 그렇게 많이 안 올라가더라고요.
Yeah, the team is pretty low here, but
아, 테라스네.
hopefully they can recover. Cousin has his hands spread out over the teams, making sure that they're well protected, even with those spitefuls walking around. There's one more tiger in the melee area.
글쎄요, 3렘 탱커 스킬 그렇게 막 아프다고 생각해 본 적이 없어서 그러니까 아픈 스킬이긴 한데 전탱은 방울만 올려도
nice little fear coming out there for Cousin. And yeah, PI coming up in 5
맞아요. 원한 그냥 딜러가 다 한 대 맞고 죽어야 돼.
Maybe, I guess, hopeful once that combustion comes up.
그래야지 안 맞고 하지.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think
He's just gonna get it
time.
instantly. Yeah. He just got it instantly. Makes sense.
Makes perfect sense to
Good,
me. They are
Perplex.
catching up a little bit.
이게 맞아도 안 죽으니까 딜러들이 막 한두 대씩 맞으면서 하잖아요, 지금은. 섬세하게 안 한다고.
And then you can top up the group after the fact. You know, if the group doesn't die, you're doing your job perfectly as a healer.
They have really, really nice patrol.
한 대 맞고 죽으면 피해요. 안 피할 거라고 생각하죠.
In Group A, just a lot where they had to stand and wait, make sure that
딜러들이 자기 딜 떨어지는 거 얼마나 싫어하는지 아세요? 한 대 맞고 죽으면 대처 다 해요.
To the next big area, they're not satisfied with only pulling 2 of those mobs. That's not going to be something they're looking forward to.
이거 한 방에?
To go all in.
이거 여기 다 한 방에 했었나? 지난주가 기억이 안 나거든요.
But they're in it to win.
이게 저주해제는 있고
They have some AOE CCs coming out here, making sure nobody is going to.
이게 진짜 정보 승천. 근데 정보 안에 쫄이 다 안 녹으면 이때부터 좀 위험하긴 한데. 야 저주해제 죽었나?
And I mean, it's not done yet, right? Because once those shots start to die, they explode for massive damage on the group, and then they have to run away from the spiteful shades after the
딜러는
fact.
출동.
And you know what, Ryson's like, you know what, my team doesn't need any healing. I'm gonna go pull those 2 mobs over here that we need us on top of all this, and then they're gonna pull the boss on top of that. So we're hyping them up for how dangerous the pull is, but it's nothing to them. That was easy. That was like a walk in the park. Perfect execution. You can see essentially every cooldown expelled across the board. Actually, not even every cooldown. AG is still available.
그러니까
Ryson as he pops it at the start.
1번 풀링, 그러니까 롱롱사 같은 경우는 1번 풀링하고 이 샷 터지는 풀링하고 술사 생존기 있을 때 살리기가 되게 좋아요. 그러니까 용일보다.
Seems to be thinking the same thing. They're now also pulling most of this area. There's one more trash pack in the background. I'm not sure. I don't think they want to add this one, but the CCs are coming out, making sure that
딸 때문에 야드 쓰는 게 아닐까요? 그러니까 그리고 풀링 호흡이 너무 짧아가지고 그런 거 같기도 하고 모르겠어요. 왜 조드를 안 쓰고 야드를 쓰는지는. 원딜 포지션에 2명 이상 들어가면은 손해라고 생각하는 것 같아요. MDI에서는.
But it is going to be so hard for them. There is no coming back. That's another full team wipe for Boar's Money Crew, and so much time lost.
They just didn't have the healing preps for when those minions exploded. That's what happened. They're hopeful.
이거는 진짜 힐러 차이라고 봐야겠죠?
And then after he died, cousin got that curse on him, and the mage was the curse dispel. I suppose the feral druid could also dispel it, but I mean maybe the feral druid wasn't aware that he had to get the curse dispel there, and then cousin went down, and then at that point onwards, it was just too hard to come back from. Really unfortunate to see. I think Boar's Money Crew is definitely a better team than
야드 사용 이유는 일단 짤.
seeding would describe, because you know they kind of remind me a little bit of like Levels last weekend.
짤의
Where a team
생본에.
that actually plays really well, goes for all the most difficult strats, but it just doesn't quite work out for them. So while they might not be able to compete with, you know,
깔때기에 풀리고 저게 정답일 듯? 그러니까 저도 야드 유저가 아니거든 뭐 아예 메커니즘 자체를 잘 몰라서
Absolutely agree. I think that's a fair assessment.
태원빈님이 야드 유저니까.
If you're trying these big volatile polls and you're not just there yet in the consistency department,
아니면은
that's something that can happen and that's going to throw you back
그
so
머니크루 팀 같은 경우는 이제 힐러가 나는 사제밖에 못해 이럴 수도 있어요. 야 나는 사제밖에 못하니까 나 데리고 대회 가든지 아니면은 야 다른 힐러 구해 뭐 이랬을 수도 있죠.
They're back into that room. They're not going to let that stop them. They're throwing up a fight, even though it seems a little bit lost at this point. Giving up is not an option.
야드가 쓰이다니 게임 망했네요.
And they're trying to make back that time.
야, 야드도 언젠가는 빛을 한번 봐야지.
But of course, Perplexed already finished.
야드가 대회에 나온다는 게 놀랍기는 해요.
Curious to see what we're going to do here. It seems like another just pull everything pull coming out of Perplexed. SLT has been popped instantly. Wolf Disco
퍼플렉스 지금
low. That curse is
쫄 한 방에 먹은 건가? 입구부터?
Dark Pact now also being used after the fact, after he dropped
수력파 4개?
low just to make sure he's a little bit more
한 방에
stable
뭔가
here.
맞네. 수력파 4개인
And
건
the rest of the
보니까.
team is
빡센데
doing
이거?
damage. They're blasting this entire pole. They even have Bloodlust, but they don't want to use it. They want to save it for that boss here as the pack is dropping lower and lower. Really beautiful to see these kind of polls from Perplexed. That's my favorite thing about the MDI when we're just going, oh yeah, how many
그러니까 진기가 빛을 본 지가 좀 오래됐죠?
Let's go.
오래된 게 아니고 진기가 빛을 본 적이 있었나?
Great execution there. I'm actually a little surprised. You know, I feel like there's room for them to do a little bit more here. They could actually pull that into the boss and make that work too. They would just
자경이 힐량이
I
상당하네요.
think there's a really bad overlap with when the trash would die versus when you go into the intermission phase.
네, 퍼플렉스도 3위 팀이에요. 3위 팀.
Chasing you down when you're also trying to kill off the intermission ads really wouldn't work out so well. So there's definitely like some timing where they could pull trash with the boss, but I imagine that they probably knew they were pretty far ahead.
퍼플렉스도 약간 골목 대장 같은 느낌이
We'll see.
있긴 해요.
You know, that's just one tiny potential thing that they could do a little faster. But that's like only if they really have to go for it, because this is a very difficult boss in its own.
비조에 있으니까 상당히 강해 보이는.
Now, of course, they do have the Warlock, which is going to be swapped to that Imp pet here for an extra dispel on the group, so they don't have to worry about the damage from these
근데
debuffs.
지난주에 경기했던 이제
So, I mean, they should be pretty safe.
에코하고
This boss is just gonna be
슬로스를 그러니까 그 퍼플렉스가 에코와 슬로스 사이에 있는 팀이잖아요. 굳이 어디에 더 가깝냐라고 물어보면은 저는 그래도 슬로스에 더 가깝다고 보거든요. 퍼플렉스들은.
Otherwise, I can't explain why they're waiting on that for now. But we're gonna see one more time how that damage comes out of this team here. I'm pretty sure with that Bloodlust now available, hopefully they're not forgetting to press it, as some teams have prior in MDI situation.
퍼플렉스도 이제 흑마 있어갖고 힐러 개꿀빠는.
We'll see. I mean, I imagine it has to have been popped, right? I mean,
인프가 어디 있나요? 인프가 어디 있겠지? 그래도?
Can miss the bloodlust sometimes. So
양심적으로 인프는 뽑아줬겠지?
after this intermission,
인프 어디
if it
있냐?
hasn't been popped yet, we'll see. The DK pretty much has all of his buttons available, right? So
Yeah,
now would be the time to
that's
pop
the
it.
part that's confusing me.
그쵸? 차단했을 때 성격 들어가면은 신기 버블을 주겠죠?
Perplex is just giga chatting. They're like, nah, we don't need it. But shot
There it is.
down
픽스
to
폭군이에요.
55%. There we go. Army is going to get sent here. I'm not sure they were maybe waiting on another cooldown there with a Bloodlust. They had one death earlier, but two battle rests available.
호자기님
to them as they didn't
안녕하세요.
use it on that death.
네,
You
파악은
can
인프
see
뽑아도
that
상관없어.
melt. Shaft out is down to 30% and dropping even further.
어딘가 있겠죠? 설마 이걸 인프를 안 뽑아주진 않았을 거예요.
Just make it a little bit easier on your healer if you're a DK on this fight. But of course, with all of the classes that they brought, not an issue for them. Bloodlust still on 2 seconds at 2 HP, and the boss goes down, and at 2.
아니 수력파를 아까 보니까 광역 CC로 좀 자르더라고요. 그게 한 번에 다 세면은 조금 위험하긴 해요.
Yeah, something like 1 death between the 2 dungeons, so that was about as clean as it can be, huh, Tuttles?
퍼플렉스도 그래도 체급이 있다. 뭐 이런 거. 아 그네. 파악이 있어서 폭군이긴 하지만 수력파 4마리 가는 건 조금 부담이 있거든요.
They were holding it for army and unholy damage.
Fernie Sands, man.
No,
right.
no.
Maybe you're
All right.
both right. Okay.
I think overall though, the dungeon, you know, it could have gone a little bit better.
정보의 약간 극한의 활용?
I think that overall this was mostly the perplexed show though. I think that their
단수가 더 올라갔을 때는 어떻게 할지 모르겠네. 아 이거 그 바닷가는 좀 여기서 잡았구나.
was quite impressive. They also
맞아요. 신성 모독스터도 엄청 달달해요.
some value out of like that gate that they had set up to the side. That probably only ends up saving them 10 seconds, but that's 10 seconds in
약간 풀링 한 번 네임드, 풀링 한 번 네임드. 네, 신성 모독 광역 스턴이에요. 그 범위가 크진 않은데 광역 스턴.
tech that you could see. In addition to that, I think that this pull, by the way that they have this set up was insane. They went like infernal stun into blasphemy, into triple into like shockwave into cap totem. I thought it was so sick. And then like they dropped the shadow fury on top of it, had everything stunned up for like a large majority of like the beginning of this pull, and then once those lesser shaws ended up dying, they just kind of kited it out for a couple of seconds. They kited out the spitefuls, and they were able to maintain full.
신성 모독 그 광역 스턴은 정감이 따로 돌아요.
I am surprised.
그러니까 지불정 스턴은 정감이 있거든요. 그러니까 광역 스턴 유로 들어가는데 신성 모독 광역 스턴은 그 정감이 따로 도는 걸로 알고 있어요.
You gotta get away, you know. Well, then you know, we did see some of these bigger pulls at the end here, but again, on a tyrannical week, these mobs they're scary, but they're still not as scary as they were last week. And here's some numbers to kind of
복술 다시
break
못해.
down.
복술딜은 방송 전에 저도 보여드렸죠. 내 복술도 풀파밍이 아니지만 거의 40K 가까이 나와요.
You know, the priest just is not pumping out as much as some of the other specs we've seen in MDI so far.
Yeah, that was something I was specifically interested in.
그래도
My understanding is that
저런 식으로 플링을 하면 용이 더 딜이 세긴 하거든요. 근데 확실히 정보의 활용이나 정보 때문에 쓰는 것 같네. 확실히 정보랑 저주 해제. 뭐 야드가 저주 해제가 되긴 하지만은 그래도 힐러 쪽에서 저주 해제를 하는 게 네, 정보랑 저주 해제. 그리고 막내 맙돌 같은 경우는 그 안개 마술사를 2마리 이상 붙이긴 하니까 그럴 땐 저주 해제가 2개 있으면 확실히 좋죠.
But then there was so much damage going out onto Boris Money Crew that unfortunately killed them there.
야드는 지난주에 막 토론을 해봤는데 결국은 딜이 세서 쓴다 약간 요거예요. 뭐 유틸이나 그런 거 뭐 깔때기들 이런 거 다 집어치우고 그냥 부족 다음으로 광역 딜이 제일 센 딜러로서 쓰는 거다. 훌리님 안녕하세요.
My tank's an elemental trinket, the spiteful storm or whatever. Not spiteful storm. Boon. He was running that boon trinket, which does a little bit more AOE damage, but Divine was instead playing that manic grief torch.
템채팅 듀오, 특성 듀오.
It's a little bit more boss damage, and it doesn't.
몇 가지가 다른데 저는 전탱을 제대로 안 해서 뭐가 다른지 모르겠네요.
Dies, you can run that weak aura that pings them and says, "Thank you for resetting my manic grief torch."
This is a very infrequent occurrence for Perplex. This is not something that happens very often for them, though.
Maybe that's why Swag died at the end of the first boss. You know, food for thought.
It could be.
Reset the grief torch.
Yeah. It's an efficiency thing. Yeah, thinking about the items. That's always nice. You know what else is nice? having our MDI companion thing. If you're watching on Twitch, there's a little app off to the left side of your screen. You can check out the builds, you can check out the items, you can check out the talent trees. And thanks to Wowhead for helping us out with the tooltips. It's pretty cool. I use it quite a bit.
I think it's so interesting that they force feral druids to play decurse. So generally on live, like if you can get away without playing decurse as feral, you want to avoid it at all costs because you actually
두 번째
lose
경기도
mass
아마
of,
이렇게 원사이드 하지
like
않을까.
survivability value because you end up losing like 3 survivability points or something like that to take decurse. But they're effectively forced to take it with how big they're going on like those mist color pulls. Those mist color pulls putting out
지난주엔 이렇게 특성은 안 보여줬던 것
karma
같은데.
style curses at a time. Basically, you have to have them plus the shaman to be.
근데
able to
이 특성을 보고 아 이렇게 찍는구나라고 할 사람이 몇 명이나 있을까? 이게 무슨 그림인지 아시는 분? 이 그림을 애초에 처음 보는 사람도 되게 많을 거려. 심지어 드루를 하는 유저들도 이 그림을 본 적이 별로 없을 거려.
In particular, I'm not sure.
이 오른쪽 특성 본 적 있는 사람. 내 방송 보시는 분 중에 최원빈님밖에 없다 저거. 저 특성 라인.
We get a cauterize check on hopeful.
이거 봐. 예상이랑 좀 다른데 저러고 있잖아.
Let's go.
He procced it. That's how I know.
He did proc it. Yeah.
Speaking of a hopeful, you can also
지금 시청자 81분 계신데 태원빈님 빼고 나머지 80분은 저 그림 뭔지 모른다.
But they'll be back tomorrow in the lower bracket. So if you want to check out a POV, that's one to keep an eye on. So you can jump over to his Twitch and maybe bookmark that for tomorrow or something like that. We do have some players here and there streaming their POVs, which, if you're trying to learn, is a great way to kind of to do that.
좋은 그림이었다.
Yeah, players are allowed to co-stream this MDI, right? That's one of the changes that we have this season.
Yeah.
Cool.
There is
역시
another player that
혼자만 진지한 야드 유저.
I have to shout him out because he's a German demon hunter, and you know how I feel about demon hunters. So you're gonna see him later in game 3. Ponky is streaming as well. Ponky is the Twitch, and I think he's been chatting here as well. So if you are interested in Demon Hunter Mythic Plus, then that's a place to check that out. You were all chatters. What do you mean?
야드가 복술보다 전체 일량이 높았었나요? 그거는 못 봤네.
I'm a streamer, not a chatter.
전체 일량이 높지는 않지 않았을까요? 힐을 좀 하긴 해야 되는데 저런 플레이 하면은.
But for now we're gonna take a quick break, and then when we come back, it's gonna be Dire Wolves taking on Ducks Can Fly. We'll see in just a few on MDI.
파티가 생각해 야드가 생각. 야드 세요 그래도 이번 시즌 야드 확실히 쌤. 야드 그래도 간만에 빛 보고 있는데 그래 대우 좀 해줘야지. 생량 봐봐요. 귀신같이 2시즌 딱 해먹고 아예 사라졌잖아. 또 없는 클래스 됐잖아 생량. 야드도 다음 시즌에 저렇게 될지도 모른다고. 야드는 진짜 이번 시즌 말고는 글로벌 파티 할 때도 막 손 벌벌 떨면서 했을 거라고요. 아, 이 파티에 신청하면 내가 저기 들어갈 수 있을까 막 이런 거. 저분은 날 받아줄 것인가. 생량 진짜 불태우고 사라졌잖아요 아예. 고술도 이게 레이드에서는 계속 써왔었는데 쐐기에서 이번 시즌에 약간 불타고 있죠. 네, 생량 시즌은 진짜 앞으로 와우 클라이언트가 종료되는 그날까지 안 올 수도 있어요. 생량은. 네, 생량은 안 올 것 같아 진짜. 다신 안 올 수도. 진짜 그 어둠땅 3, 4시즌에는 사람들이 생량 못 구해서 유니포리아 헬로. 그러니까 요런 플링이 야드가 좀 좋다라는 얘기를 하더라고요. 야드 하시는 유저분들이. 뭐 근데 파악이 센데 뭐 자경이 있으니까. 힐 잘하네. 힐 야드 힐 잘하네. 힐 진짜 세다. 52K. 야드 힐 잘하네. 오, 죽을 뻔했네. 바닥 맞았나? 바닥 안 맞은 것 같은데. 아, 수력파 샜겠구나. 야드가 기본 이속이 빠른지는 모르겠는데 발이 좀 그래도 빠른 딜러에 속하죠. 뭐 세포도 있고 뭐 야돌도 있고. 아 맞아, 캡폼이 130이었나? 그랬던 것 같네. 캡폼 기본 이속이 좀 있어요. 맞아. 아, 특성 찍으면 기본 145%래요. 다 저런 거예요. 비주류 딜러들. 이때다 싶어서 어필하잖아요, 지금. 야드 많이 사랑해주세요. 야, 이때다 싶어서 어필하는 거 봐. 아무도 모르는데. 내 방에 있는 그 시청자 그 누구도 모르는데. 저분은 알고 계시잖아.
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International, everybody. Your host Dowie here.
두 분 나왔어요, 지금.
And special guest
기본
this
이속
week, we've got,
145%. 두 분
Mr. X
나왔어.
joining us as well, rating extraordinaire, M+ enthusiast. How you doing over there?
Rating extraordinaire. We just
Yeah.
killed the Mythic Krog yesterday, like basically with half the people dead. But yes, rating extraordinaire. Great.
잠깐만, 두 번째 판
Yeah, Dragonflight's been awesome.
도넛 나올 줄
To
알았는데
be back here, watching some of the best players play.
쩌리팀인지 아닌지
All
봐야겠다.
right. Well, Dratnos, first time we're seeing you today as well. What do you think of our first match?
I think much as we expected, right? I was impressed by
12, 15위
the
팀이거든요.
Boar's money
이번
crew as
판.
well, though, so should be fun to see them down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they will go down to face, I believe, whoever loses our next one here, which is going to be Direwolves versus Ducks Can Fly. As you can see later in the
다이얼브즈가 10이고
the whole wide world apparently cement gaming.
덕 캔 플라이가 15위.
Let them cook. And yeah, so a lot to look forward to yet today.
10, 15.
But let's talk about our next series. Let's talk about Direwolves versus Ducks Can Fly. Now, Direwolves, that they just announced today, actually.
약간 이 두 팀 경기할 때 23단 대학 이런 거 걸리면 약간 처절한 경기가 나올 수도 있어요. 야, 지난주에 요 정도 순위 팀이 붙었는데 용맹 걸려가지고 진짜 이긴 팀 클리어 타임이 33분인가 막 그랬거든요. 용맹.
Well, I mean, out of us here, you're the one who's like the farthest away from the time zone. Yeah. So you're saying it's totally fine.
So in my experience, you know, wolves usually win against ducks, but then ducks can fly, as the team is telling us. So really, this should be a very close game, I think.
Okay, based purely on the animals that they represent.
Well, also like it's what, the 10 versus 16, so like two of the closer teams we have, I think, in terms of like first round matchup, right? There should
아
be
진짜
pretty-
지난주 MDI는 그 용맹 팀 이름은 기억 안 나는데 그 용맹 그 30분 넘게 한 그 경기 본 사람이 약간 승자거든요. 그게 너무 늦게 해서 본 사람 많이 없을 텐데 되게 재밌었어요. 끝났다 싶으면 한쪽이 전멸하고 끝났다 싶으면 한쪽이 또 전멸하고 한치 앞을 알 수 없는 경기였는데 진짜.
Not easy sometimes, even if you're a gamer that never sleeps and is on 24/7. It's still rough. But Dratnos, can you tell us a little bit about Ducks Can Fly? The animal or the
so-
team, your choice.
In time trials, this is a team that busted out a couple of cool specs that we didn't see too much of in the competition. So we've seen a devastation
Ducks
evoker
Can Fly.
out of them. We've seen druids, but not the feral kind, the balance kind actually has been being used by them a little bit as well. And we've seen some
과연
a couple of the other
날아오를
less
것인가?
common picks that we have already seen. such as
지능오리가 될
the
것인가?
shaman,
네, 방금 나온 사람들이
as well.
해설들이야.
So who knows what they're gonna land on
이게
for the
그
weekend here.
진행
They
시간이
have different plans in
기니까
different dungeons,
아 뭐
but
유명한
I
사람인가
think that's
보네요.
a team to look at as having some
루카?
exciting
루카?
off-meta potential.
본 적 있는 것 같기도 하고.
I feel like because of who we've got on the desk right now, we can have an objective discussion about balanced druids and M+. So
다이얼부즈는 팀 이름을 본 적이 있는 것 같은데.
like they do a pretty substantial amount of damage. They're not terrible or anything like that. But
다이얼부즈 혹시 다른 게임의 프로팀이 있나요?
We
저거?
haven't seen them over Feral so far in MDI, in your opinion.
I mean, well, Feral's just really strong right now, but I also think, at least for me, balance, like to be able to kind of keep
다이얼부즈?
all the
팀 이름이
stats up
되게
in this type of thing, like Stellar Flare applying.
팀
to all
이름이
these
되게
targets,
익숙한데?
like, I feel like if you were to bring a druid, like you're probably looking at
EPL
like
무슨?
Besto or Feral is the way to go. Where balance isn't bad, I think it just falls behind a little bit.
Right on.
Oh,
Here's our dungeons
interesting.
for this match.
용맹 강화?
Yeah, so the double ban on Ruby life pools. Huh. Now, I mean, arguably that's the easiest quote-unquote dungeon we've got in the pool this weekend.
아 플래시 울부즈.
Can you explain that, Drat?
맞아 플래시 울부즈.
Well, so it's the easiest in terms of like, okay, which of these keys is easiest to time, right? Like you get these 5 keys.
플래시 울부즈랑 왠지 헷갈린 것 같은데.
Sure. You're trying to make one of them go up. The Ruby Life Pools is the easiest
네,
one,
롤팀.
for sure, but
플래시 울부즈랑
you're
헷갈린데.
playing against another team, and the fact that it's such a low key means that you're
아, 다이얼부즈?
just going so fast, and a 5-second mistake is a much higher
롤팀이에요?
percentage of the dungeon than it is
호주 롤팀?
in one of the longer dungeons. So I think that probably explains why the teams might be a little bit more hesitant to go into Ruby in particular. That does mean we start off in Halls of Valor.
아 용맹 단수가 살짝 아까운데. 이거 강화하면은
as well. So one of the longer dungeons we have, of course, since it's the first map in our best of 5, the teams couldn't ban it even if they wanted to. But yeah, I think this combination of affixes it's kind of nasty in Halls of Valor at MDI level in particular. My feeling about Halls of Valor, right, is like bolstering. Usually it's not too bad in here because usually you're kind of only pulling 5.
아, 그냥 순서대로 해 순서대로.
Maybe that first
벤 겹치면은 그 앞에 3개
at MDI level, like you have a lot of 10 enemy pulls, 12 enemy pulls here that have some targets that can take bolstering stacks and really murder your tank in particular.
군보 스킵은 잘 모르겠어요.
So I'll see. I'm curious to see how well these teams manage that affix in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah,
immediately you think of like the first big pull where everyone seems to pull.
군보 스킵 생각은 안 해봤는데 한 명이
You can recreate on a week like this.
원딜이
I mean, I think the teams are going to try, maybe.
풀링해서 스킵할 수 있을 것 같기도 한데 그 거리만 벌어지면은 데미지 안 들어가거든요.
Spicy, and back then we had a 22 Halls of Valor
마지막 정보 정도는 원딜 풀링하고 탱커가 nem드 풀링해서 nem드 그냥 4명이서 잡고 이런 식으로 될 것 같기도 한데 이게 뭐 이득일지는 모르겠지만 거리만 벌어지면 버프가 안 들어가잖아요.
Problem, I think so, because there is always, or in most polls, there's one higher HP target, and you can kind of like put your wounds on that, cleave down from it, and just pandemic or epidemic.
예전에 있었나요 그런 택틱이?
I don't know about the others, but I'm very much looking forward to what classes we're seeing. Like you said, Dratnos, there could be some surprises.
혹시 그 택틱이 안 되더라도 그냥 원딜 한 명이 돌아다니면 되잖아요. 그냥 영원히 드리블을 하면 되거든요.
We've got the adventure guide open from our observer on the Direwolves side. Look at the very top left there. New Okay, well, let's see what quest.
MDI 루트 내가 짜도 되는 건가? 뭔가 생각을 해냈다 나도.
And this is that pull that both teams are actually going to attempt. Stormdrake damage is vital here, right? That's the mob you need to make sure is dying first in this pull. And I'm actually a little bit worried about
고술
Direwolf's side
나왔네.
here. That mob is dying a lot slower than the others. That is a large dragon. That is going to be potentially killing Jack here soon. Okay, so Jack has spell block running. The next breath shouldn't be too bad, but the one after that spell block is going to have expired for. Actually, spell block is gonna
분노라서
expire even for
뭐
this one.
강하긴
Here
하지만
comes that
그래도
breath.
분노라서
Yeah, spell block is
커플링은
down.
너무 쉽다
Oh,
이번 주는.
wow. Very, very sketchy.
Yeah. Both teams still have that Storm Drake up, and we can see that Direwolves in terms
야드를
of
알아보는 야드 요즘.
have already progressed
이게
quite
누군데요?
far, but they
이게
really need to
누군데?
finish off that dragon.
톰피가
That's
누구야?
exactly what they were doing. Both teams have killed it. Now it's only about happy feet and dodging these swirlies and dodging a breath, making
아,
sure
라닥에서
you're not
퍼큐
taking
주저예요?
any unnecessary damage here, as that could potentially cost you your life, and these teams move further on. Now we are seeing
이걸 알아?
enhancements.
아는 게
We're seeing
신기해.
Shadow Priest, and we're seeing Rogue. And then my question is, who are you actually putting that PI on? Because we saw PI on Mage.
다들
we saw,
신기해하고
of
있어.
course,
나만 그런
PI
게
on
아니지.
Unholy DK. But are you giving PI to the enhancement
톰피가
channel or to
누구냐고.
the Rogue?
I think you're supposed to PI.
그러니까
the
모르는 세계가
shaman,
있어.
But I actually am not sure on that between the two of them.
고술 세네요, 세기는.
Which is better? Yeah, I will
아 근데
look
뭐
for it
부주기에
next
못
time.
비빈다
Yeah,
확실히.
see who it
이
lands
미턱이
on.
약간 친숙해요
Supposed to be
지금.
the shaman,
미턱이
but actually,
친숙하죠
yeah,
님들도.
I've always had a better target than either of those specs.
우리도 글로벌에서 볼 수 있는 미턱이.
Give it to the tank. I'm sure that's going to
Yeah,
be
give it to the
very
healer.
worthy. Tanks do a lot
Luke
of
is
damage.
pumping.
But yeah,
아,
Direwolves
미턱이
finishing
왠지-
off Himdall, and they're moving on. Gonna do another big
이거는
pull.
흔히
Let's
볼
see
수
how big
없는
it goes. They're
미턱이.
pulling the stairs. It seems like both
흔히
sides
볼
of
수
the
있는
stairs
미턱이.
together with the pack that's standing
아, 도적도
at the
있어,
top
여기는.
here. Now you need to make sure
도적님
there's a lot
소멸
of
삑살이 안 낼
chronicles
거죠?
in
막
here
이런.
that could cost you your life, but the Mystics
도적님
are the ones that
팬리를
you
소멸
need to
가능하시죠?
keep under control. Rune cover, of course, also needs to be interrupted, and you want to kill everything at the same time. Those interrupts are working beautifully for Direwolves, and Ducks Can Fly are on their way as well.
Ducks Can
They
Fly.
seem to want to be stopped.
에코플링이에요,
This pull is
에코플링.
going
덕스 캠
and
플라이
going.
에코플링이에요
They
이거.
just pull everything. Chattel going down for Direwolves, but I think they can finish the pull here. They have a battle rest.
에코플링하고 정확하게 동일해요 이거.
Yeah, no,
그리고
looks like that
덕스 캠
PI
플라이가
is
술사가 두 명이잖아요. 난이도가 쉬워요 이 플링이.
Although the rogue is still just
난이도가
destroying
쉬워.
these damage meters for Ducks Can Fly.
선폭 두 개, 짤도 두 개고.
Sides from the bottom of the stairs, but they have an extra pull or two relative to actually. No, they must have skipped some of these, right? This can't be.
다이얼부즈
They
플링은
even came into
pull
this
one
pull.
side,
미터기는
Okay.
and
친숙하지 않은데 플링은 친숙하네요. 이거는
As well for
제
the
보기가
bottom
용맹
stairs,
20단
right?
할 때 썼던
maybe.
플링이거든요.
We'll have to ask our analyst
네,
what
보기
exactly was
풀링.
going on there. I was a little bit
여기는
distracted by
에코 풀링.
Direwolves. I just saw a big pull in motion, but Ducks Can Fly finished it off. They're now on to 21%.
look at
Yeah, they
percent,
definitely
right?
skipped something. They definitely skipped something. But Direwolves now neck and neck. Can see
두 마리를 왜 같이 안 가지?
smooth action
어.
as they move on
Okay.
to the. Do they know they still have to get percent?
와,
Let's just skip
덕스 캠 플라이 에코
The
플링에다가
nice thing about this for Ducks, I don't think they plan to skip those.
슬로스
buffs forever.
플링을
I think they're
섞었어요.
just doing this out of order.
이게
They
슬로스가
want
아마
to
이렇게
join
했던 걸로
these two
기억하거든요.
bosses now,
여기에
and then
여기
either
앞에 있는
towards the end of the
쫄들을
boss, they'll
냄새다
pull
붙일
those
거예요.
two,
얼마큼
or they'll
붙일지는
pull those
모르겠는데.
three and maybe some of the other mobs into boss, because you know it's a tyrannical bolstering boss. But bosses
약간
don't actually
난이도를
affect by
낮췄네요.
bolstering,
원래는
so one of the most efficient
솔스텐에다가
ways
앞에
to
그
mitigate the bolstering affix is
저
to pull
브레스
traps on
쏘는 데까지
bosses.
붙여서 했었는데 이건 난이도를 좀
Ducks
낮췄어.
Can Fly's skip here is
솔스텐 죽은 다음에
designed
붙이려고
to
그러나?
set that up.
솔스텐 죽었으니까
They have got the
붙이겠죠?
first mid boss
맞네.
down, and they're going to be pulling the second mob here into the
덕스 캠 플라이
fleet.
응용.
Meanwhile, Direwolves are
응용
going
그
for
자체.
huge pull into both of the mini bosses. Now the mini bosses, I believe, do get bolstered.
근데
so,
조합이 좀 아쉽다.
Olmir is going to get quite
플링은
large
되게
here. The good
좋거든요.
thing about Olmir though is that he doesn't do any unavoidable damage, right? You can kick and dodge all of his abilities. So as long as Solstein doesn't get bolstered, you're not too sad here.
Oh, The Eye of the Storm is
Wow.
definitely doing some damage. SLT already being deployed.
덕스캔 플라이는 이제 나머지 쫄들을 전부 다 램드에다 붙일 가능성이 높아요. 근데 조합이 그냥 부족한 명 데리고 오지 이렇게 할 거면은 가져 탱커. 이제 램드가 팝업 되는 동안 나머지 아래 있는 쫄까지 싹 다 몰아서 램드에 붙이는 거예요.
And I really like this technique where they're pulling stuff onto the boss. I just think that's exactly what you want.
그러니까 순위에 비해서 잘한다기보다는 이제 에코가 일주일 전에 보여줬잖아요. 연습할 시간이 많았던 거예요. 보여준 건 카피할 실력은 된다 이런 느낌? 이런 플링들이 뭐 하루 이틀 뭐 잠깐 보고 연습한다고 되는 건 아니니까 일주일이면은 그러니까 기본적인 기량들은 다 있다는 얘기죠. 12, 15이면은.
On the side of Ducks Can Fly, you know, Enhancement Shaman is actually phenomenal at that as well. Dealing damage to that main target that they're
물론 이것도 22단에서 21단?
Of course, it's not the same as it was before patch 8.1.
뭐 그 어느 정도 실력자가 아니면은 이렇게 카피도 쉽진 않지만 그래도 뭐 이렇게 정면 맞고 이거 방패전사고 맞은 거죠, 도저.
Is that a cheat death proc, perhaps?
We'll see in a second. Doesn't seem like it. It should show on the.
그래서 역버프 써도 돼요. 에코는 나오는 역버프 했어요, 나오는.
Which is very good and very important. You don't want to proc that now if you can avoid it. One more time, Eye of the Storm is going to come in. Shield Maidens need to be a little bit careful with these here, but Thundering is up. That's going to give you that nice little damage amp. So they're definitely going to use that. Also helps with healing. And Direwolves and Ducks Can Fly are kind of neck and neck. I mean, of course, there is a 10%
제가 봤을 때 하나 정점 유저? 하나 진짜 한화에서 제일 잘하는 사람 5명을 모아서 나간다고 하면은 제가 봤을 때는 한 퍼플렉스드나 도넛? 그 정도일 것 같아요. 진짜 시간을 많이 준다고 하면 그러니까 진짜 시간이 많은 최상위권 하나 유저 5명이 나간다고 하면은 제가 봤을 때는 한 3, 4위 정도라고 예상은 해요. 시간이
One downside of the Ducks and Fly comp is they don't have a good way to cast.
시간이 문제, 시간.
They have to use the engineering res if somebody does go down. So that's the flip side. Although, you know, 40%.
만약에 후원까지 받으면서 그렇게 한다 그러면 전 한 2, 3위 정도 봅니다.
We do have a double unk in case, so that should also be very helpful. But let's
네,
see.
만약에 후원 주고 월급 받고 그렇게 하면은 2, 3위?
They're instantly pulling the same pack, and that's going to be pulled.
저는 못 껴요. 저는 게임을 잘 못해요. 이제 잘 못함.
And get that Thunder Caller in. Hopefully needs some more interrupts, but the team has got it under control. The pull is now together, and they can actually do the damage. We can see the boom.
그때는 손이 조금 싱싱했어요.
Lots and lots of damage left and
그때는
right.
조금 손이 싱싱했어.
Happening on the side of
아 근데 맞아요. 그거 템빨이에요. 템빨. 도적 미세린이에요. 네.
You can just see the tank is running away, and the DK has basically the entire pull in his hands as they.
이게 덕스캔 플라이가 빠른 것처럼 보이는데 지금 퍼센트가 다이얼부즈가 조금 높아요.
Currently happening. The Direwolves also skipping, and let's see if we're going to skip the dragon or not. Seems like both teams are opting for a dragon skip.
뭐 템빨이건 뭐가 중요해. 어쨌든 박제 시켰잖아. 1위 박제 시켰으면 됐지.
Inefficient, right? That's the problem with fighting it. It's kind of hard to do a lot else with it or bring it forward, particularly on a bolstering week, right? Like.
네, 방송 보시는 분들 혹시 저를 잘 모르신다면은 제가 어둠땅 1위 월드 1위 그 레이더 IO 박제 시켰던 신기 출신이에요.
Into the wolf. Now this is a scary pack. Those bear traps are going to be awfully lethal. So everybody
지금도 레이더 사이트 검색하시면은 SL 시즌 1
Not only are they doing a lot of damage to your tank with those snapshots.
월드 순위 검색하시면은
they're going to start doing a frontal that will kill anybody.
5명이 나오는데 그 중에 1명이
겁니다.
네, 그때 생읍 광피가 봤거든요. 12% 8%인데요. 광피 12% 생읍 8%.
Yoink those marksmen back in whenever they jump out like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially with Death's Echo, which is something most DKs are running, 40 actually dropping on the floor here. I think that was one of
다이얼부드는 그냥 풀링 에코랑 아예 똑같네요. 그러니까 붙이는 쫄까지 똑같아.
which is just so valuable. Also gives you 2 stacks of
근데 이 에코 풀링 팬릴에 붙이는 거 이 풀링 할 때 저도 얘기를 많이 했었는데 이게 덧도 있고 막 그래갖고 좀 어려워요. 황소 붙이는 게 훨씬 쉬워. 5%의 풀링 이 정도면은 이거는 살짝 비슷하다고 볼 수도 있겠는데요. 제가 봤을 때 루트는 여기가 더 좋아요. 덕스캔 플라이가 루트는 더 좋아.
It does look like it. Now we saw Now doing this with I think 1 less pack of wolves, but 1 higher key level and fortified instead of tyrannical. Bolstering is potentially going to be bolstering is not even that bad on this pull because the wargs get
글로벌의
bigger
나쁜
from
신기들.
the alive wargs that are near them. So when when
그
the first,
신기분들도
3
마음이
die, it's
나쁘진
probably
않았을
when you're gonna
거야.
be at your highest level of danger here. But if you can kill them all around the
그분들도
same time, it should be
딜을
pretty
하면서
safe
파티에
here.
도움을 주고
There's
싶었겠지.
big AoE
아 진짜 이거
damage
지난주
coming
저기
in.
올라간 화산
Mechanics are griefing their range.
그 화산 이거
Yeah.
점핑하는 거 보이세요?
You
여기
can't dodge the volcanics, you just gotta
저거.
take it, but obviously you lose your cast whenever that happens unless you're in Spirit Walker's grace.
아 저 화산 진짜
They're getting knocked up back there. It
아
looks
저
so
크레용파
funny. Just every time Koro and Mazat go up, or look at some Mazat.
저 진짜 개 짜증나요.
It's comical to me. Yeah.
할 수 있는 게 발톱밖에 없어. 그리고 화산이 저게 계속 맞으면 되게 아프거든요.
And Hollow here is just on a mission. Hollow and so they're both of their range players right now are playing at kind of max range from the
잠깐만
boss,
이거
and
냄새에
they're just
붙인 건가?
moving.
여기?
And the way this works is if you are moving, you see
잠깐 이거 팬릴에 붙인 거예요? 팬릴에 늑대 몇 마리 붙인 거? 이거 암사 옆에서 점프하고 있고 원딜 몇 명이지? 원딜 2명. 아 복수라고 암사만 유도하면 되는 건데.
By the time it lands on where you were, you're not there anymore and it can't hit you. So
와.
direwolves are actually making a very dangerous pull possible through. You can see on the damage meters that
늑대 몇 마리 붙인 거죠? 다이얼부즈?
your range DPS from actually being able to do any damage on the pull. But you know what? It's worth, right? We got to do all this
다이얼부즈.
damage and with this strategy here.
아니 이건 에코플링 아니에요.
to accelerate ahead of Duxconfly.
에코플링 플러스 알파. 아니 거의 다 붙인 것 같은데? 잘못 봤나?
Yeah, he dropped there for a second, which is just too much damage going out. But of course, oncoming in clutch is going to allow him to come back here without using any battle reses.
이게 뭐 폭군 21단이라 단수가 낮기는 한데 그래도 어려워요. 일단 원딜은 딜 못해. 봐봐 원딜 탱미딜이잖아. 원딜 탱미딜. 이거는 그냥 암사가 희생하고 시간을 번 그런 느낌인데 뭐 이게 이득이겠죠? 이게 이득이겠지?
If they want to skip everything and only do kings next, I'm curious if they're going to pull some sentinels up like we saw from
80%면은
theory last time, or if they're actually going to do some more bulls.
아 근데 이 플링이 조금
It
아쉽다.
does look like bulls. It looks like bulls maybe are going to get snapped up with them.
잠깐 황소를 데리고 잠깐만요. 황소를 플링만 하고 정리는 안 하고 갔어요. 이거 지금 80%가 남았는데 또 어떻게 하는 거지?
And that I guess they're probably just going to take these bulls all the way with them. I think because the bulls are animals as well. You know, they're not
잠깐만요. 여기
actually gonna
다이얼부즈 황소를 일단 땡겼어요.
pull the other
아 리셋되나?
Oh no, we saw
리셋되나?
okay, so they're not going to be snapping the bulls. They're going to be doing the 2 sentinels. Yeah, all right. Jack got the bulls, melted them off.
지금 다이얼부즈가 4%를 더 채워야 되는데 이 4%를 뭘로 채우려고 하는지 지금 되게 궁금하거든요. 또 그 이거 힐러 낚여갖고 그거 하나? 음식 로드 플링? 밥상 로드 있거든요. 지난주에 나왔던 거. 복술 따라왔나? 모르겠어요. 지금 4%를 더 채워야 되는데.
On the mobs here, doing that's going to make it so that they can do all 4 of the kings at once. Not actually too bad with bolstering to do it this way as well. It's almost safer to do it this way too because the kings only have 1 ability each instead of the later ones having
아니
multiple abilities.
용을 왜 빼주는데 도적이 지금 용 빼줬거든요. 용 안 빼줘도 지나갈 수 있다고.
They're going to be doing the same thing, but a little bit slower than direwolves. But they don't have to deal with those 2
저걸 왜
sentinels, so they're
빼주냐고.
actually still
에이.
not far behind, and they have 5 seconds of
뭐
damage.
나일이긴 한데
I think direwolves
안 빼줘도 지나갈 수 있거든요.
ahead here.
지나갈 수 있어.
Yeah, we're going to see how this one plays out, how quickly they'll be able to group up those kings. Of course, these balls
여기 복술 없는 거 맞죠 지금?
the way that you're activating them
복술 없지.
is very hard
복술
to
있는데?
deny
뭐지
that
이거?
bolster. You're gonna have to have
아 이거를 그냥
specific
붙인다고? 이거 짜릿해서
damage,
죽었거든요.
profiles, but
폭군이라
Sentinels
된다는
coming
건가?
in here for
짜릿해도?
direwolves.
So this is scary because the Sentinels mean that unruly yell is not going to be kickable, which means people are going to be, but I see, because it's a 21 tyrannical and not a 22 fortified, it's actually not that much more lethal to have that happen. You only have one mob with the unruly yell ability,
짤이 안 돼요.
and it's going to be casting for free, but it's only doing about half of everybody's health. It is going to kick them if they're not careful of it, but they're watching and making sure that they're not going to be interrupted by it.
광역들이 들어오죠. 짤이 안 돼서 외침 짤이 안 되고 광역들이 들어오는데 21단이라 이렇게 부담 없다.
to handle.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see them finish off this pull. There is only the Sentinels now remaining that they're kiting out, dealing with the crackles. The Kings have died.
특정 단수까지만 할 수 있는
You're
풀링.
waiting for God King Scovold anyway to actually run up and do his thing. And even though the RP got reduced significantly, there was still like some of it. So that was nice to kind of skip that time there. They have a thundering right from the get-go. I believe it's going to run out a couple seconds into when they're pulling. Yeah, exactly like that. Jack holding onto it, but ducks can fly are finishing off the Kings as well.
그러네요.
Like we said, they
다이얼부드는
do
야드의
Sentinels
암사.
on top of that. And of course, I'm not sure if all of the Kings are as low as the one that's in
방패를
front
복술이
here,
들었네.
but it seems like they're doing a really, really good job of dealing with the bolstering here and killing everything simultaneously.
방패를 왜 복술이 들었지?
Yeah, now they're going to have to wait for that Scovold RP, so we'll get a little bit of an idea of how much of a boss's percent health is the lead for Direwolves, but I suspect that, 30% of the boss's health, that's going to be really tough.
전사가 그거 쓰나? 장신구?
They're going to need to do
장신구 때문에
a lot more
복술을
single
들었을 수도
target
있긴 해요.
than Direwolves. One saving grace here for Ducks Can Fly, their Bloodlust is going to be up sooner. So maybe they will get a Lust and maybe Direwolves won't. And maybe their comp does more single target as well. And maybe with all of that coming together, they can close this gap, but it is going to be a
아닌데 복술이 계속 뜨네 방패.
large undertaking.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy.
아니요, 미세리는 안 끊겨요. 횃불은 끊겨, 횃불.
Like, oh, if you hold on to that bloodlust and you're using it with the runes, then you're gonna have so much damage. But in the meantime, the other team had already killed. But then there's those 5 seconds on top of it. So really, it is going to come down who has the
아니요, 저 방패 들어도 즉시 시전 스킬 다 쓸 수 있어요.
And I mean, I really like.
야, 귀찮아, 네가 들어?
The rogue and the enhancement shaman is looking here. Of course, there's going to be a little bit.
방패
of
들기 귀찮아,
melee
네가 들어
with
이런
the
느낌인가?
But just comparing the two teams, this could be neck and neck. The rook might actually be the
페널리만 끊겨요,
tail on the
맞아요.
scale. Is that how you say it?
Tail on the scale.
Surely not a saying. Sorry.
I think like finger on the scale is what we've got. Yeah, is tail on the scale. Is that a German idiom? Okay.
I tried to translate it, but it didn't work.
There's tip the scales as well. That's a evoker ability as well. So
it's okay. It's okay. We're just gonna ignore.
저는 뭔가 양 팀이 1분 이상의 기량 차가 날 거라고 생각했는데 양 팀 체급은 비슷한데 체급 차는 거의 없어 보이고
Army is ready. With Army being on a pretty high cooldown, I think it definitely makes sense, and you're probably gonna see it being held until the rune buff comes in. That would be crazy min-maxing, but I think it's actually worth. Hello.
Okay,
뭐야?
so what happened there?
야 이거 역정각 나왔다. 다이얼부드 역정각 나왔어요 지금.
But the Ragnarok
아니 딜컷 안 했구나 이거. 딜컷 안 했죠 이거.
So you need to not kill Skovald.
딜컷을 해야지 이거.
Like that, you need to stop damage and make sure you don't kill the boss like that. Luckily they had Ankh and they had mass res, but this means the game is going to be so close right now because Direwolves just are now 25 seconds of death timer behind.
베스트 페널티 때문에 25초 차인데
there to avoid exactly that, but they last couple of dot ticks ended up causing that to happen. Anybody who's done some Halls of Valors this season will have had that happen to them and know.
이거 가능성 있어요. 적스캠플라이.
Maybe they were trying to beat that
가능성
Ragnarok and
있어.
ended up just not quite being able to
이거
do it.
진짜
So
비상인데.
Odin's getting pulled here for Direwolves. We will see how much slower Ducks Can Fly are on that pull. I suspect also Ducks Can Fly are going to
와, 이렇게 대회에서 딜컷 안 하면은 진짜
whereas Direwolves are not. So
저거는 책임 소재를 그 로그 까봐야 돼
You're going to
저거는.
see Direwolves almost certainly finish the dungeon first, and then it's going to be a question of can Ducks Can Fly catch up in those 25 seconds or not. 55 seconds until their Bloodlust is available. That's actually going to line up
버스트 딜을 봐야
with
되는데
the first runic brand for Ducks Can Fly, whereas Direwolves are just going to get to use it to send Odin home on the second runic brand, probably.
조합이 다이얼부즈보다 덕스캔플라이가 버스트 딜이 좀 더 좋지
I
않나요?
don't think Mirage's blades are going to be ready for that rune buff, but everything else should be available. We can see the PI being held as well, making sure that they have everything once that comes around.
블러드를 봐야 돼. 아, 다이얼부즈 블러드 없어. 덕스캔플라이 블러드 있어요. 이거 역전 가능해. 블러드에 블러드. 다이얼부즈 블러드가 없어. 덕스캔플라이 이제 룸 밟으면서 블러드 지릴 거거든요. 25초 룬 밟아 블러드 켰어. 잠깐만 10초 네임트픽 94% 10초 블러드 오 3, 2 아 까비.
Wow.
네.
Wow, indeed. That was closest dungeon yet by a lot this weekend. And man, you know,
아깝다.
both teams looking very clean aside from that little unfortunate incident at the end of Skullvault for Direwolves, but it nearly cost them. But in the end, they got the dungeon anyway. But through most of that, Ducks were looking really good. I mean, they had one death.
이런 경기가 3경기씩 가고 그래야 해설자들이 좋아한다고. 지난주에 용맹 30분 했을 때 해설자들 얼마나 좋아했는지 모르시죠? 그놈의 30미니츠를 얼마나 강조하는지. 30미니츠 어게인 막 요런 멘트가 있었거든요.
It looks like they just go right on through. They do the AoE Mind Soothe. They pull all these to the right side, left side here coming in, and they skip that first Sentinel there. This is a massive pull where watching this when you guys were talking about it.
덕스캔플라이가 혹시 대만 팀인가요? 아까 누가 얘기했던 것 같은데. 이 암사 아이디가 약간 중국틱한데?
And it seemed like this was where like one of the biggest differences occurred, right? Ducks choosing to fight the wolves separately from the
아닌가?
boss, whereas Direwolves fought the wolves with
진짜 이거
going on.
크레용팝 진짜 돌아버림 이거. 힐 되게 많이 해야 돼요.
The wolves on bolstering, like having them out there like that. I mean, that is tough.
Yeah, well, we didn't see it, but yeah, there was on the Direwolf side, they pulled a Fenrir and all the wolves at the same time, which was again,
I think that was
scary,
what won them the game. That was the only thing that was really a big difference between the two teams in terms of time at the end of it, I think. And of course,
here's the end. This is the Ragnarok.
야 이거 봐, 야드 손짓한, 야드 이거 야드 딜컷 안 했지. 야드 손가락, 야드 이거 야드가 잘못했네. 야 쇼피 막 얘기하자 얘도. 쇼피.
I mean, once you're in the Feral groove, it's hard to get out.
I mean, look at the DPS comparison. Of course, I mean. Ducks Can Fly were actually
퍼킬 멤버라며.
as well, so I feel like
딜컷 안 하는 퍼킬 멤버.
somewhat something we can look at and actually deduct something from it. 40 going in with 161k. Don't nerf Unholy DK. And on the other side, we have Enhancement Shaman.
이거는 야드가 잘못했다. 톰피.
It's just such a massive
딜컷 안
gap between the
진짜.
DPS.
I think that the Enhancement Shaman is
JPC 오늘 안 나와요.
doing a little bit more to that primary target on a few of those pulls, so maybe it gets a little bit of extra value.
JPC가 나와요? 대회?
You can't argue with the
너프네 대회 참가 안 하는 걸로 알고 있는데.
The top 2 damage dealers even of Direwolves. You can look at that graph of damage done, but I mean, really, a lot of it was just finding a way to make that
저거를 실드를 치시네.
spike happen, right? The one with the wolves on Fenrir, right? That was where they cut a pull out of the dungeon.
JPC가 따로 나오나?
Way more DPS because they were just pumping into a boss with all the wolves there. Of course, you know, the Shadow Priest and the healer not too happy there.
일단 너프된 건 안 나와요. 걔네 팀 이름이 앰비션인데 앰비션은 이번 대회 참가 안 해요. 걔네는 아마 그레이트 푸시에 나올 가능성이 높아요.
Every couple seconds anyways, so really good innovation from Direwolves, and I think particularly good given the volcanic affix.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but that's a really good point too. If you're doing the regular post-up strategy, you're gonna get a lot more of those volcanic hits too. So it's gonna result in a lot less DPS. Interesting. But really, when it comes down to it, I mean, there were such minor differences between these two teams in that first dungeon. That makes
저는 개인적으로는 용일이 탑이라고 생각해요 지금.
our first court of stars of the
던전별로 복술이 좋은 던전이 있기는 해요.
We've got sanguine explosive.
그러니까 라이브 섭 기준으로 복술이 좋은 던전이 있기는 한데 전체적으로 봤을 땐 용일이 탑이에요.
Yeah, without a doubt. I do wonder what you know, Ducks Can Fly is going to do in terms of like composition, especially after how good the Unholy DK and Feral Druid I know end up working out for Direwolves. Like, are you going to run the Rogue again? I think Court of Stars.
별궁이요.
Like, you can do
일단
some
별궁
massive pulls. Like, I think that's where
별궁이
stuff really
좋고
shines, like in those massive pulls, like the uncapped ones, like where you can just go crazy.
별궁
But
어둠달
that's also, like, where
정도는 저는
Unholy,
복술이
even
좋다고
Feral are
생각하거든요.
great at now. So for me, it'll be interesting what they decide to run comp-wise.
별궁 어둠달 용맹까지
Yeah, last week we saw both Sloth and Echo really focus on the
단수 상관없이
DK, Feral Druid, Shadow Priest, Trinity for their DPS, and they didn't really deviate from that all weekend. And that, you know, they were the two fastest teams as well. So it seems like there is some room for variety, but I feel like there are three very clear front runners. Would you agree, Mix?
I just wanted to say that we know that Ducks Can Fly can whip out at least the Unholy DK, because Moza played Unholy DK in some of the time trial keys. So that is an option for them to switch that over if they so choose to do that. I think they're going to stick to the Rogue. And I'm really curious what we're going to see from Core. I think it might just stay on the Shadow Priest. But yeah, Court of Stars should be really fun. I'm looking forward to this dungeon. We barely saw it in Group A. There is a lot of stuff you can do in terms of pathing and how you want to pull around your CDs when you want to do the big pulls and that kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to that. I think it's always one of the keys that I look most forward to, like most of the Legion keys. And both of these teams are getting ready to get in there.
Yeah, Direwolves off to a good start, representing their new organization well. Of course, this was the team that was known as Ethical.
별궁 어둠달 용맹 같은 경우는 짤이 복술이 되게 유리한 짤들이 많아요.
Actually, so doing their new team proud, and we'll see if they can close it out with a 2-0. But Ducks Can Fly certainly looking like a threat here. I mean, that last engine was extremely close.
옹룡사는 용일이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요. 제 생각에.
What they pulled, when they pulled. And this Court of Stars, I could easily see being an opportunity for them to tie it up.
And they both
옹룡사는 이제 MDI에서는 복술이 괜찮은데 이게 라이브 서브에서는 복술이 살리기 약간 감당이 안 되는 부분들이 있어요.
Alright, I was wrong. No Rogue. We're seeing Feral come out.
그리고 복술이 리셋하러 가잖아요. 1렘 자꾸 리셋하러 가잖아. 거기서 그냥 윤회를 빼버리면은 오브젝트를 클릭해주고 올 수가 있거든요.
A lot of good stuff you can do with that spec.
얘는 왜 클릭 안 해?
In this dungeon
뭐야?
as well as we've got the boat ride going. Looks like maybe a little
이거 뭐지?
displayed a little bit differently for our observers.
얘네 왜 안 가요?
For the players, but I'm sure once they get off the boats on the side of Direwolves, it's gonna all work out.
그래?
How it's supposed to look is how it is over on the side of Ducks Can Fly.
네?
But yeah, so Avengers Demon Hunter, you've got this sigil of silence that
뭔가요?
I think is gonna be kind of the all-star
순간 이동하나요?
out of them. Obviously, the warriors have AoE interrupt as well, but the thing about the warrior AoE interrupt is it only actually silences the mobs if it kicks them, whereas the Avengers Demon Hunter one, it will silence them even if they weren't currently casting, which can be really powerful.
재경기요.
In particular.
재경기요. LG 인정. LG네 LG.
An observer issue perhaps
재경기요.
of Direwolves, so we'll get that checked out and potentially start it back up again if we need to here.
지금 디아블로 3 새 시즌이 열렸다고 하더라고요. 디아 2도 레더 열린 지가 얼마 안 됐거든요. 네, 서버를 잘 정박지 못하는데.
situations
Server issue?
happening here as these teams reload that key. It's going to take a few seconds. Usually that's about a minute or two.
서버에
because,
LG까지.
they have to go out, reset, all of that. Sometimes even get the key again. So we'll see. We're gonna start in just a second, I'm sure.
그래 다행이네요. 이게 던전 초반에 이렇게 돼가지고.
Yeah, sounds like
할 것 하면 기아 포를 준다고요?
successfully blockaded the boats on the side of Direwolves, so they weren't actually able to show up for them in that run, which we're just going to do a quick little restart here for both teams. Of course, nothing had happened in that run yet anyways, so absolutely no problem there. And yeah, Court of Stars, we'll get to see the boat ride once again, my favorite part of the dungeon.
Yep, the
Yeah.
word has come down from on high that we'll remake that one. We're going to have a talk with the boat drivers, make sure they arrive, and
gondoliers.
that happens sometimes, right?
Boat
I mean,
drivers.
sometimes your rideshare they cancel on you, right? You know, you can see them coming towards you, and then last minute canceled, right? I hate it when that happens.
Must be a you thing. It never happened to me.
Yeah, I was
be-
kind of thinking the
must
same thing. I never really have that happen to me either. I was like, this sounds like something that is DOA exclusive.
Well, you guys have to min-max it, right? You have
I don't
to...
know.
예, 외국 해설들은 여러 명에서 이렇게 해설을 하고 있으니까 이런 상황이 발생해도 뭐 이것저것 할 말이 많은데
I'm talking about rideshare.
전 이런 상황이 발생하면 전 별로 할 말이 없어요.
Food delivery, I see.
Oh,
Oh, wait, I'm curious on that, Drat. No, so you purposely ordering not good food in the hope
Yeah.
that...
보트 스킵은 지금 안 되는 걸로 알고 있거든요.
Yeah.
So you get a pizza, but then you make sure that one of the ingredients is like something that most people wouldn't.
혹시
really
그런 게
want,
있다면
you know?
모든 팀이 아마 다 쓸
They're
거예요.
gonna steal it if
Like,
it smells
this
too
should be
good,
safe.
right? Like, you gotta make sure that it's not
Wow.
over the threshold of like, you know, better than the
Where are you guys
the
ordering
delivery
stuff
It's a very
job.
from?
grim
Where-
worldview.
It's like the food's being stolen. Doa's just ordering
gonna
multiple
say.
cars that aren't coming.
just
Like,
playing around
what's
it.
going on with y'all? That's not happening here.
Okay, the thing I learned
Wow.
from this conversation is
Oh.
do not go outside. Okay, that's all I'm learning.
LCK도 보면은 이런 상황 나오면은
in the oven and you're safe.
힘들어
Nobody's
하잖아요.
leaving-
전용준
nobody's leaving you on the
테스터님이나 필템님이나.
That's right. Like Dratnos is going to step outside and end up in the Thunderdome after the broadcast if he's not careful.
See the Thunderdome, Court of Stars 22. We haven't talked about the affixes yet that are.
뭐 요런 텀을 이용해서 혹시 제 방송 처음 보셨으면은 구독, 좋아요, 팔로우 한 번씩 부탁드릴게요.
Are both gonna serve to, I think, limit how big the pulls can be, or particularly how long they can safely be doing a big pull. And at the end of the pull, it's gonna really reward the team that can manage that Sanguine affix as best as possible.
It's kind of scary because obviously movement becomes an issue with, I think of like the first boss and the last boss. Obviously, you have to watch where you stand. Adding explosives to that really, well, I mean, never mind. That doesn't really change it. But they're going to be too difficult affixes to deal with. That point totally failed. I'm just going to put that out there. I had an idea in my head, and then it just kind of left halfway through. But
No
I'm still
problem.
thinking about.
Sometimes
I'm
my
still thinking
thoughts
about,
also
my PC
leave me
console.
halfway through. It do be happening.
아무튼 별궁 얘기를 좀 더 하면은 복술 같은 경우는 1렘 잡고 나서 그 팝업을 할 때 윤회를 일부러 빼요. 제가 아까 했던 그 우연치 않게 했던 건데 1렘 팝업을 할 때 일부러 죽어서 윤회를 빼고 넘어가자마자 툼을 쓰면은 술사가 클릭할 수 있는 오브젝트는 클릭을 해주고 올 수 있거든요. 뭐 약초라든지.
Yeah, exactly.
뭐 약초 요리 이소옥은 사실 크게 의미는 없으니까 뭐 전문 기술이 있으면은 뭐 전문 기술까지 클릭을 해주고 올 수가 있어서
That was your special. That was your calling. I feel like Doa. I feel like Beast Mastery Hunter was.
술사가 조금
your
유리해요,
coming to
결국은.
terms with the fact that you're a BM player.
It's
Okay, I have
you know,
a
you just
question.
okay.
Because
Go
we're
ahead.
seeing so many off-meta classes, like particularly this week, and we haven't even seen all of them yet.
마법
I
표룡이
just got a preview of something as well that's going to be a treat later. I want to know what class
제 서브 물품은 고정인 그러니까 양 팀이 동일한데 이게 매 판 바뀌는 건지 아니면은 대회 전체적으로 고정인지는 모르겠어요.
That's something I'm very curious.
글쎄요, 다음 시즌 신기는 나와봐야지 알겠죠. 이번 시즌도 신기 엄청 좋을 거라 그러더니 뚜껑 열어보니까 막 용일한테 너무 밀려가지고.
But what is Mr. X playing on live right now?
좀 아쉬워요. 그래서 07 패치 때 어떻게 되는지 봐야죠. 그러니까 신기 S급이라더니.
Been super easy to get into groups because Rogue is never something where you're like, oh, we definitely don't want to have one of
어둠
those.
땅 1, 2시즌 반짝 해먹고 지금.
I don't know what to play as a second character. I'm kind of like going through the.
그러니까 겨가 3시즌부터
I might wait
겨가
to see
3,
what goes on with
4,
Ret Paladin. I don't
어둠 땅
know.
1, 2, 4시즌.
Wow, I
See
mean,
once
big
all those
rework
changes
coming,
come
right?
through.
But
At least it'll be new.
아, 초롱이 법사 나일 브렐이에요?
Give that a try.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been
That's not a
playing a little
bad
bit of
idea.
Rat, even just on live right now. But the talent reworks coming. to
응보라가
that
좀
second
커야 될 텐데
class
그러면
is
신기를 쓰겠죠.
really exciting for.
Look crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Rat's going to be
still-
a really good. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing it in competitions like this one even after.
아,
after 10.0.
법사 나일 브렐 마부예요?
That spec is getting a lot of neat toys and.
그러면은
Especially when
술사는
you, dude, when you look at a
마부를
dungeon
할
first,
필요가
you play
조금
Red Paladin in
있겠는데?
here, you've got either Radiant Decree or Wake of Ashes that just stuns those imps on like a very short cooldown as well and does a bunch of damage too. So just completely trivializing that section of the dungeon. Really nice.
버프가 또
little
뭐가
bonus
있나요?
in this dungeon in particular.
True. A little season 2 preview, perhaps.
용일을 마부를 배워놔야겠네. 아, 근데 용일은 클릭하기 좀 빡세긴 해.
I think Beast Mastery is probably pretty good for you, though. It's got a nice, the best of both worlds of melee and ranged, right? You can move
Well, as we
while
used to call it.
casting.
아니, 나일은 안 되고 마부.
We used to refer to it as long melee.
술사는
You know,
나일
it's
안 돼요.
basically a melee spec. You don't have to
얼라에서는
sacrifice
드워프랑
anything for your
드레나이만
range. You don't have to stand in
범부드하고.
place for any amount of time. So, you just keep those
Get the
friends
Raz
stacks
against
going.
bow. You
and-
can just auto attack, and you're pretty much good to go. You barb shots in there, maybe a kill command. I think you're doing it.
You just complain about your pets once in a while, and you're good. That's Beast Mastery. You're like, oh, my pet
Probably a
got
bit
stuck
more to it
somewhere,
than that,
respawn.
but okay.
정리가 됐나 보네요.
Otherwise, enhancement is always an option. I've been leveling a Shadow Priest too. Trying it out. We'll see. Well, don't worry. You won't have to hear about this much longer, because we're only moments away from getting our second map started between Direwolves and Ducks Can Fly. And we will see if Ducks Can Fly can tie it up. I think it's totally possible. Ooh, don't step in that. That looks dangerous. Why is that guy hitting those vases? There's a lot of strange things going on in Suramar.
Those were the
Yeah,
bizarre
I mean-
goods.
Yeah.
Yeah, breaking
remember
those,
that
summon
world
a
quest?
Enforcer.
Where you would stomp
I
on
do.
the berries to make wine.
Yeah,
Every time I
yeah,
see
that
this
was a good
intro,
one.
I'm
Yeah,
thinking
that's
of
right.
that quest, just standing there, jumping around in that bottle, not a bottle, like
Wine press.
I don't know what you call this. Yeah,
Tub.
Wine
Bucket.
press, right?
Is it a big bucket? What is it?
bucket, like a big. It's a
Vat.
very
It's called a
big
wine
bucket.
press.
It's a wine
You
press,
press the
really?
wine. Yeah,
Okay.
you're pressing it with your feet. You're pressing your grapes. Isn't it called a wine press?
Okay,
I don't know.
뭐야?
We'll
something
figure
else.
it
I
out.
got
The boats are
pressed.
rolling.
The boats.
Let's go.
They're here.
보트 한 대인데? 뭐 잘 되는 거 맞겠죠, 이거?
To those team comps, we talked a little bit about that Vengeance Demon Hunter, and now the Feral coming in for Ducks Can Fly as
왜
a
혼자
deviation
가냐?
to what we saw in the previous key. I'm really excited every time I see 40 on DK. I think the first time I watched MDI, I saw 40 on DK pull like massive amounts of DPS, which was one of the things why DK looked really fun to me. So yeah, shout out for giving me that class, definitely. Now that I'm here, I can finally say it, but Goatface is already running here with that
클릭.
little
Okay.
클릭이
garden
늦었나?
at the door, seeing some moves.
이게 다이얼부즈는 앞에를 감금하고
Direwolves actually don't. They
Dusk
can
Can Fly는
imprison it
스쳐갔는데
and imprison and sap are the two CCs that won't get you in combat with the mob when you walk past it. So Direwolves don't have to fight that. What that actually means is the Thundering timer is going to be a little bit better for Direwolves as they actually hop around this little fountain here, and this is actually something you used to be able to accomplish this by skipping over on the right-hand side of that bridge in Legion, but they increased the constructs guards, like detection
여기까지?
radius, so that it would see you from a little bit further.
다이얼브조
away, so you
플링
can't do that anymore,
크네요.
but direwolves have found a way to
다이얼브조
do it
플링
even
큰데?
now, and this is going to be a huge pull with only one construct in it. Constructs are
이거는
you on
처음
how
나온
much you can
플링?
pull at once in this dungeon because they have
다이얼브조가
you
그래도
really need,
플링이
like,
되게
3
흥미로워요,
picks
계속
or 2
전
picks of
경기부터.
shaman, which that's part of the reason you're seeing Resto Shaman in this dungeon, I suspect. Oh no! An arcane
Things are
manifestation
going
is in
wrong
combat for
for
Ducks Can
Ducks
Fly.
Can
That
Fly.
is
덕스 캔 플라이 이제 다이얼브조만 보면
that thing is
되겠네요.
almost never supposed to get pulled. Those big arcane manifestations are really nasty enemies that it's very hard to safely fight them with anything.
이게
else.
문제는
So,
그거예요.
something you'll see almost
지금
never
봉화를
in
하나도 못 껐을 거거든요, 다이얼브즈.
Meanwhile, direwolves are just doing this rolling chain pull here. Through all these
악팽이네요,
mobs, and
거기다가.
they're doing actually a pretty good job of managing sanguine.
봉화를
healing as
이때
well.
끈다.
If any of the mobs start getting sanguine healed, it's not a big deal. They just want to avoid the boss taking any ticks of sanguine healing.
악탱 이유가 뭘까요? 악탱을 뭔가 픽한 이유가 있을 거거든요. 이 다이얼브즈 1번 플레이 너무 좋아요.
Patrol Captain Gyardo, he casts a lot, and you do not want to spawn these sanguine patches under him. That's going to be a very bad time if it happens. We're seeing substantial amount of sanguine ichor healing in the details.
봉화 클릭하기 전에 나왔어요, 지금. 와, X 찍었네, X. 그냥 매즈를 해버린다는 판단. 그치. 술사가 요새 깨구리를 잘 못 찍는데 찍을 수 있거든요, 깨구리. 깨구리 하나, 감금 하나 꺾고 뒤에서 2마리 올 텐데. 하나 껐나? 플링하면서? 지금 별 1마리 오죠? 봉화를 하나 끄고 2마리 매즈했으니까 사실 2마리는 와도 돼요. 2마리 와도 돼.
The sanguine healing is definitely you're gonna see that on top of the healing meters for both teams on a lot of.
근데 왜 귀여워오지?
I suspect.
이 자리에서 하면은 제가 애드가 안 되나 보네.
These Duskwatch are spawned
애드
by
됐다.
Gyardo. One of them was from the very start of the dungeon. It's gonna be interrupted and just brought in and cleaved down with the boss.
오면서
The other
하나를
two were
껐나
held
보네요.
in
그러면은
prison to keep them out of the fight. And
똘이 3마리가 오니까 3마리 중에 2마리는 매즈를 하고.
5% here, and they will win and be able to
다이얼브즈 플링 신박하네요.
poison and die. Ducks Can Fly, on the other hand, have started the boss as well.
이제 플링의 규모를 봤을 때 되냐 안 되냐를 판단해야 되는데 되는 규모였다는 거죠. 전 설마 다이얼브즈 그 첫 플링할 때 무빙 보고 이거 설마 한구 번져가나 그 생각을 했는데 근데 리셋을 누가 갔지? 술사가 리셋을 안 하고 야드가 갔어요. 야드가 갔다는 거는 구슴을 통해서 패스를 하고 은신으로 최대한 오브젝트를 클릭하겠다는 얘기거든요.
Are setting up for a dock pull, it looks like, or maybe not even dock pull. Maybe it's just going to be a little bit of a pull.
왜 한구를 안 하지?
Maybe they're not even pulling anything.
야드가 이속이 빠르니까 이걸 최대한 빨리 클릭을 해버리고
Just open the door.
한국 플링마저 스킵을 하겠다. 그리고 이 온 맵에 있는 걸 다 모으겠다는 얘기거든요, 지금.
We have the duty to remind everybody that both of these teams are going to have the same events here in this area that they can trigger, so there's not going to be any unfair buff on one side that the other team doesn't get. They have the same buffs and they know what buffs they're getting, so all is equal between them. But a big pull to start us off here for Direwolves.
다이얼브즈는 지금 잡을 줄이 되게 많아요. 그러니까 한국 플링을 스킵했기 때문에 퍼센트가 많이 부족한 상황이거든요.
This construct now just needs to be interrupted, and besides that, they've just got to make sure that Jack lives those shadow slashes, or that they stop those. And this actually is going really well for Direwolves. They've done a great job here of managing these mobs, and Jack still hasn't even procced Last Resort, which you got to be really delighted about being a Vengeance Demon Hunter at this point in this dungeon with Last Resort still available. That I would have
22단 폭군인데 다 숨네.
expected it to have procced already on some of those earlier pulls, and the fact that Jack has kept it alive means that he's going to be so safe now for the rest of this dungeon.
Yeah, and they already pulled the first Enforcer, killed that. Now Imakacha is with
덕스캔 플라이는 흔히 알고 있는 술사가 팝업하는 턴 쓰고 지금 오브젝트 클릭하러 가죠, 술사. 마법 조롱 마부.
as you don't necessarily want to do single
아,
target.
저렇게
DPS.
축전으로
There's a little bit of
저렇게.
an oopsie going on for Ducks Can Fly. They're currently doing the harbor, but I believe it was Luca who fell there.
지금
for a
덕스캔
second.
플라이가 보여주고 있는 게 이제
Yeah, maybe dying after doing these
대부분의
skips and then
술사가
rejoining the group
패스했던
there for Ducks Can
방식이죠.
Fly.
술사가
Meanwhile,
저렇게
Direwolves are pulling into the next
문을
set of
열어주고
games. That's going to be again
마법
Sigil of
소룡이나 뭐
Silence,
그 외 요리나
entirely one button, handling that entire pull basically for them.
술사가
Unfortunately, we
반대쪽에
have a jump coming out
나오는
here. This is gonna
그
have to be
딜
balanced
관련
because
오브젝트를
you can't
클릭을
actually
해주고
release when you're in combat with one of the 3 mini bosses, and they're still in combat with Imakutya here. They also have a mistress, an inquisitor, and an enforcer. It looks like in this pull with them, they're setting up to line of sight this enforcer.
뭔가
making sure
다이얼부즈
they
풀링이
respect that
신박하긴
mob's
했는데
damage. And they don't have Nature's Vigil or Vampiric Embrace
퍼센트
available to be
차이는
able to
사실 그렇게
force through it, nor do
크진
they
않은
have
것
Skirling for
같거든요.
them, so
진행 속도
really
차이는
heads up decision here.
뭐
Just
진짜 크게
just make
잡으면은
sure they
한
don't take too
40%?
much extra damage.
A little bit of niche DK knowledge, maybe. Obviously, other classes can do this as well, but with the DK, you're just gonna have a grip or stun, depending on what you're skilled in, for the Eye of the Storm of the Inquisitor every single time, making that mob super,
뭔가
super
플링이
safe.
신박한
So
거에
you're not
비해서
gonna
크게
take
차이는 안
storm
나는
damage. As long as there's a grip available, you can just grip it, interrupt it with that. That should be maybe
전멸
when it
아니었으면은
falls just a little bit safer for
살짝
Direwolves here, and you can see that Balgar is running up.
뭔가
here
루트의
as the team
차이보다는
seems to go into
전멸만큼
fighting.
Yeah, it looks like while
now
that
we're
mob
pulling
was
the
running at
harbor.
them. Yeah, look at this sequencing from Direwolves. This is so
MDI는 뭔가
creative.
라이브
They're
서버하고는
deciding to
살짝
go around the
다르거든요.
dungeon in a completely
와,
different
중보
order.
잡을 때 지금
Jack
한구
is
뚫을
going
다
to be the
데리고 온
last
거죠.
resort here for Jack at the start of this pull, so that is a big safety net that they are losing here. Sigil of Silence once again helping grip these mobs, keep these mobs all grouped up nicely.
중보에 항구를 붙여
A lot of damage
잡는다.
is coming out, even though it's tyrannical and not fortified. That cast from the mini boss here, the impending doom, just does so much damage. You can see Nature's Vigil and Vampiric Embrace both being used here to help keep the group topped through this damage. And Hollow, it looks like setting up now to
술사는
go
또
and
힐러
use the
오브젝트 클릭하러 가고.
Ironborn here. This mob has quite a bit of arm time. It takes quite a while before it summons the thing. So gotta make sure you go and start that early so you're not just sitting around and waiting for the third.
근데 이게 이
mini boss to
리스크가
come
있는
join.
게
And then rejoining the group is Hollow. 90% trash count here. is
술사가
not
파고파러
quite
가는
enough
거리가
for the
있어서
Direwolves. They're probably gonna be looking
디버프가
for a
들어왔
feedback here into
술사가
the
파고파러 간
mini
사이에
boss.
디버프가 들어와 있으면 조금 위험할 수 있거든요.
1% after the there's
마지막
you get
중보.
like 6% from the mini boss at the
퍼센트는 지금 한
So, here comes
3.7%?
that probably
욕하고.
final pull of the dungeon before
다음
boss
퍼센트 채우려고
boss
지금 그
for
여군주
Direwolves. Ducks Can Fly, on the
여군주하고
other hand,
저
they
똥개
are
있는 물이
looping
붙여줬는데
around
저거
because
두 개로
they didn't do
퍼센트가
that quick pull
됐었다.
that Direwolves did. They have a much harder time navigating around this area.
여군주가
They
제가
can
알기로
get that bridge in the middle and go around the
2.3%인가
back where
그렇거든요.
the boss is. They are still doing
퍼센트
good work
부족해
here, though,
보이는데? 아닌가?
getting their next imp pull going.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see these teams aren't that far away from each other. A little bit, of course, is going to be the penalty that they got.
이거 봐요. 퍼센트 부족하거든요. 다이얼부즈. 한 마리를 더 잡아야 되는데
Both of these teams are on their way or dealing with the third of
한
these
마리 때문에
mini
뭐 두세 마리를 더 잡게 될 수 있어요. 다이얼부즈 입구 감금 패스하지 않았나? 그걸 왜 감금 패스했지? 지금 입구에서 감금 지금 퍼센트 0.6% 때문에 저 세 마리를 붙여잡는 거예요 지금.
Maybe these two are coming
저걸
into
램드의
boss.
자원으로?
Seems like it would be awfully slow to do anything else.
이 세 마리를 램드의 자원으로.
Exactly that. Both of the death grips have come in, and now the rest of the way they need to walk as they pull the boss up. It seems like everybody is going to stack up. Now it is going to be tyrannical sanguine on this boss here as well, so you need to really make sure that the Inquisitor and the Mistress die in a place where they
점심시간이
don't cause
30분인데
too much harm, as there's a lot of ads on this boss, and you need
도시락
to watch
까는데
your
지금
feet.
10분을
You
썼어요.
see
도시락
they're
먹으려고.
stepping pretty close to each other without triggering the thundering right away, making sure they can make the most out of the buff uptime. Now there needs to be an interrupt, and in comes the infernal
아 그렇다고 하기엔 이거 지금 붙이는데 시간이 너무 오래 걸렸어요. 붙이지도 못했네 결국. 잡으면서 왔는데 저 한 풀링을 그냥 공짜로 해가지고 여기서 날린 시간이 지금 40초예요. 40초.
They will have blood loss. I don't think they'll use it here though.
Jack ends up not using the Sigil of Silence on this first set. That's actually really
다이얼부즈 뭔가 엄청나 보였지만 효율이 그렇게 좋지는 않아요. 약간 빛 좋은 개살구. 모르는 사람이 보면 와 화려하다 화려하다 쫄을 계속 붙여잡네? 뭐 이렇다고 생각을 할 수가 있는데 섬세하지가 않아요. 멋있긴 한데 섬세하진 않아.
Yeah, but you can see the damage coming out on both teams. Those HP bars don't seem to be
이게 판마다 제가 봤을 때는
pumping right now. Healing Rain being
오브젝트나 집행자 위치나 그런 게 좀 랜덤인 것 같은데요. 지금 다이얼부즈 경기를 한 거 봐서는.
Passive healing from that on top of everything else. Both teams holding on to their bloodlust. Ducks can fly, need more percent and more boss damage to catch up here. And direwolves have that vengeance.
그 다이얼부즈는 이넴에 블러드를 안 썼거든요.
Able to use their spectral sight and actually see the spy in the next
덕스캠플라이도 이넴에 블러드를 안 썼네요.
The clues first, so you need to be really quick with the clues and collect all of them. But then the demon hunter, similar to the paladins.
아 범인 찾기 악탱 맞네요. 범인 찾기 악탱. 제가 지난주 MDI 경기를 할 때 그 얘기를 했었어요. 범인 찾는 게 그냥 범인 찾는 걸로 날리는 시간이 40초라서 기사 한 명을 기용을 하는 게 시간적으로 이득일 수도 있다 뭐 그런 얘기를 했었는데 그걸 악탱으로 확실히 빠르죠? 길 찾는 게. 이제 덕스캠플라이 길 찾는 거 보면은 아 덕스캠플라이는 퍼센트를 일부러 조금 남겨놓고 나머지 퍼센트는 3명이서 채우고 지금 암사하고 복술이죠? 암사하고 복술이 지금 범인을 찾으러 왔어요. 근데 저는 이 97.37이라는 퍼센트가 거슬려요. 덕스캠플라인이 입구를 잡았잖아요. 그래서 퍼센트가 조금 이쁘죠? 여군주 잡으면서 딱 퍼센트? 덕스캠플라인은 100%예요. 왜냐면 입구를 잡았거든. 이거는 덕스캠플라이가 전멸을 안 했으면 시간이 비슷했을 거예요.
Can be tricky, but Luca found it, was in here. You know, he familiarized himself with the environment, making sure that he was
덕스캠플라이 범인 찾았죠? 이거는 진짜 전멸 시간만큼 벌어져 있는데 전멸을 안 했으면 덕스캠플라이가 좀 더 빨랐을 것 같거든요.
They were able to actually get quite a good bit of time save on that, and I think now they're probably going to end up being about a
저는 이 대회인데 이 오버되는 3.8% 이 퍼센트가 너무 마음에 안 들어요 지금. 섬세하지 않아.
Still quite a scary encounter, and one that does require a lot of precision from the group, right? You got to make sure that you are baiting correctly, baiting in a nice spot. Especially in MDI.
그래 2%는 이해해.
Efficient and like dodging and having images all over the room. So I expect we're going to see the teams doing a pretty good job there. Yeah, you can actually see there was a world marker already down as they plan where they're going to have all of these mechanics happen on this fight.
덕스캠플라이 퍼센트는 딱 그거예요.
And bloodlust is available for dire wolves. I'm just looking at the cooldowns.
입구 잡은 만큼.
Just a little bit. It's probably gonna line up with that abomination limb. We can see the PI should be ready then as well, and everything else just coming up nicely for the dire wolves. Now they need to make sure that they bait here really, really well. We have Chaz on the outside. Actually not that far on the outside here.
It looks like
그냥 볼 것만 많았다.
But they're keeping it close to boss, which is nice. This is a way to reduce movement on this as well. One of the benefits of Direwolves' comp as well is that they're playing a Death Knight, which means you have AMS, IBF, and then AMS again that let you just clear those tornadoes. So you don't have to worry as much about getting boxed into a corner with a bunch of those stun tornadoes because your DK can just clear a bunch of them throughout the fight. You can see there's AMS being used.
뭔가 다이얼브즈 멤버 중에 이 한 진행 중에 이렇게 디테일을 잡아주는 그런 팀원이 없나 봐요. 제가 봤을 때는.
That means it's time for damage. You can see him rise up on that details, but of course Chas is going to be right there with him. Look at the damage that the direwolves are pushing out with that bloodlust. Advisor Melandros is melting in their hands. Of course, Holo and Jack are helping together.
영어 해설은 지금 블러드러스트와 함께 저 녹는 보스의 피를 보아라 뭐 이런 얘기를 하고 있는데
of the day, 17% remaining as the boss is dropping lower and lower and lower, and I really like the routing that we saw from Direwolves here.
Ducks Can Fly though doing a really good job of
이런
closing this one up
땡단일들은
towards
고술이
the end
좀
here.
더
And if they hadn't wiped
센
early, it actually feels to me like Ducks Can Fly had a faster strategy even perhaps in this Court of Stars. They're only going to be 35% of a boss's health behind.
고술이 좀 더
with a
세다.
full wipe on their side. Really good showing for, you know, a 16th seeded team. But yeah, it is going to be Direwolves stopping the clock there at 17.
양팀 딜 차이는 그냥 고술 차이.
In Court of Stars.
Yeah, the Direwolves win it 2-0.
고술이 확실히 단일이 세네요.
Definitely looking like a major threat in the lower bracket. Like you just said, Dradnos, it really was just a matter of those deaths at the beginning that cost them the time, that probably cost them the map, and maybe a game 3. So a team to watch later in the weekend, but
다이얼브즈 뭔가
Direwolves will move on.
첫 플릭 너무 신박해 뭐 이런 얘기를 했는데
I'm excited to see the Ducks Can Fly team.
1렘 잡고 그 뒷부분에서 약간 절었네요. 절었어.
Really, just the wipe at the start is like 30 seconds a time. Like the route was pretty good. These teams really competitive, but Direwolves, I think, like a lot.
덕스앤플라이는 전멸이 너무 아쉽네요.
Predicted advances here, and I think this is actually probably that first wipe that happened. You know, from Ducks Can Fly at the start. They lost, I believe, pretty much everybody there at the rip.
Yeah, it was like 3 or so or 4, and then a couple more throughout. But these first pulls can be extremely
고트페이스가 너무
very easy to get.
방금 돌진하면서 그러니까 생각 없이 돌진해서
The exact right time. Like I was.
방 안에 쫄들이 애드 났다 뭐 그런 걸 보여주는 것 같은데.
Yesterday, and it looked a lot like that first pull for Ducks. Only at a much lower key level.
This Court of Stars is going to live on infamy, the Doa Court of Stars. Every time
I had nightmares, man.
Was there only one wipe like that, or were there a lot more for you?
It was everything you can imagine.
I see. Yeah, I've been in some 30 death Court of Stars. It's a dungeon that can do that to you.
결국에서 악탱 기용이 확실히 일리가 있어서 약간 상위 팀들 있잖아요.
It was a nightmare, but that's the last thing.
에코나 뭐 퍼플렉스나 몽카나 이런 팀들이 별궁을 어떤 조합으로 가져오는지 그게 좀 보고 싶네요. 수용도 1200만이나 먹었네.
Looking at the numbers, you know, again, the DPS, more or less higher across the board, but we were talking about this earlier that Ducks Can Fly, may have had a slightly more efficient route.
Yeah,
I think
it's
so.
just the unholy DK damage again.
Yeah.
DK is very good and does not need any nerfs.
If you say enough times, it'll be true.
Yeah, somebody has.
시간차는 1분 20초면 그래도 생각보다 많이 났네요. 전멸.
Look at the sanguine healing as well. You can see that a little bit more happened.
쿨링 중에 아마 쿨기 빠지고 전멸 났으니까.
Much bigger first pull, right? They basically did this rolling chain pull into boss, and I'm surprised that it didn't end up being much faster than Ducks.
덕스앤플라이는 1경기 같은 경우는 그냥 실력으로 진 건데 2경기 같은 경우는 너무 아쉽네요. 그 와중에 암사 차단 한 번씩.
The other team had a full wipe and 30 seconds of death timer against them. It doesn't seem like that was actually faster for the Wolves there. It seems like Ducks Can Fly. Maybe their starter dungeon, maybe it was slower, but they seemed to speed up really nicely towards the middle and end of that dungeon, and they nearly were able to claw it back at the very end, especially if there hadn't been that death timer that really slammed the door on them.
후반부에 뭔가 스페셜한 플링이 있었나 보네요. 제가 덕스앤플라이를
were within a pull or like a small change of being, dead even with both of these teams.
12분 되면 뭐지? 공보에 막 갖다 붙이는 그 플링들인가?
We have a situation where Ducks doesn't maybe wipe. or maybe they decide to pull all the wolves on a Fenrir, and we've got a 2-0 for Ducks can fly. It was legitimately that close, which is always fun to see in MDI, because I feel like a lot of times you end up with a team that looks noticeably ahead, especially in some of these groups where you have more of a difference in seeding coming in from time to time. But
뭐지? Unbased DK main?
Ducks are a threat. On the lower bracket.
Unbiased DK.
Very
main.
true. Very true. I mean, nothing to see here. Only the truth. But actually, I'm really excited for the next game that's coming up, because if you've been watching our chat, they've been spamming for like 2 hours about Cement Gaming, the German team, and as I said earlier, I'm a small fangirl as well, and I'm looking forward to see them.
It's been subtle. Your excitement about Cement, hard to pick up on if you
I'm glad.
if you didn't tell us directly.
It's almost
so thanks.
almost as slightly as my love for DK, is it?
Well, there you go. Well, DK might get
Death Knights
nerfed.
and
We'll see what
Cement.
happens to Cement. Yeah. Huge Cement fan. Just in general. It's such a strong substance to make driveways out of. I don't know. I don't know anything about Cement.
The lore
kinda
behind
like
the
rock, I
name,
guess.
they told us,
오늘은
is apparently
다음
that
경기.
their healer was queuing as shaman into a key, and the title of the key was LF Cement, and then they whispered him asking, "You cement?" Which I don't know why, but apparently that's the lore. So now you know.
그래도
why they're
비조에서는
called that.
퍼플렉스랑 도넛이 순위가 하나밖에 차이가 안 나거든요.
Well,
얘네
something
결승이 좀
awesome that
재밌겠네요.
happens In the World of Warcraft, it's one of those. There you
Yeah,
go.
they'll be,
Well, now we know.
승자조 결승.
Well, we'll see.
They'll be up
We'll see
against
if it's enough.
Donuts. Yeah.
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 NA's
Donuts
best
are an
hope.
exciting team too.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
you're
top,
right.
top seeded
Yeah.
NA team, so for any North America fans, that's our first real high
시멘트?
seeded
시멘트?
team in the
누구지?
in the bracket that we'll get to see in the next series.
솔리드면 약간 굳건한 뭐 그런 의미죠. 굳건한 시멘트의 팬이란 얘기인 것 같은데. 시멘트가 누구야? 아, 시멘트 게이밍. 이 팀의 굳건한 팬이라고. 믹스누님이. 무슨 팀이지? 시멘트에 누구 있나요? 확실히 이번 주에 느껴지는 거는 한 주 동안 연습할 시간들이 많아서 그런지 루트들이 다들 좋아졌어요. 확실히 던전별로 각 그 상위 팀들이 보여준 루트들이 카피가 많이 돼서 기량들이 많이 올라왔네요. 그래도 이번 주는 하이 팀도 뭔가 좀 경기 보는 재미가 있긴 하네요. 지난주는 진짜 하이 팀 경기할 때는 약간 언제 끝나냐 막 이랬는데 뭔가 좋은 선순환이라고 생각해요. 이게 그 상위 팀들 플레이를 카피만 하는 게 아니고 카피해서 응용을 막 하고 있어서 와 이게 진짜 좀 대단하다. 우르솔로 한번 묶었고 우르솔이 끝난 다음엔 무한 무빙 계속 움직여. 목줄 움직이는 거 봐. 움직인다. 저건 어떻게 하는 게 아니고 외곽에서 계속 움직여야 돼요. 늑대 변신하고 움직이고 딜은 근딜들이 다 하고 암사는 택미딜 하고 있고. 다이얼부드가 뭔가 보여지는 플레이들이 다들 화려하대요. 이놈의 촌피. 이게 역전을 당했어야지 이제 저 촌피가 욕을 오질나게 먹었을 텐데. 고양이 냥냥 펀치 하는 거 진짜 엄청 잔망스럽네. 돌진해서 쭉쭉 갈라다가 애드가 나서 멈춘 것 같아요. 이거 좀 아쉽다. 예, 저도 이거 결국 이넴 잡을 때 용일로 저단에서 이거 인프 딜파이 먹으려고 그 깊은 숨결 쓰다가 날아가다 죽은 적 있거든요. 그 바닥딜이 저렇게 아픈지 몰랐어가지고. 용 하시는 분들 다 그런 실수 한 번씩 안 하셨을래나? 홍보 영상은 저렇게 드랙티를 많이 껴놨는데
Hey, we're back
실제
for
대회
our
영상의
match
모든
today here in
드랙티는 다
Mythic Dungeon
노움이나 다른 걸로
International.
변신하고
Here
하는데
along with Dratnos Tettles and
디자인 좀
Psionic,
이쁘게 하지.
a full NA desk to maybe see the NA hope get through and move on in the upper
드랙티드
bracket.
디자인
We'll
너무
see
구려요
if
진짜.
Donuts
안 이뻐.
minus the despair can take on the German squad Cement. It's going to be a tough one, I think, for Cement. Obviously, Donuts coming in as a higher seed, coming in with some pretty substantial results in MDI and things like a great push over
뭔가
the,
너무
over the
말라가지고
seasons. But,
팔랑팔랑거려.
Tettles, welcome back. What do you think we're going to see in this one?
Yeah, so Makes before the break was hyping up Cement a ton. I guess I'll come and talk up Donuts a little bit. They did compete in the last MDI. They had a player named Anarchy on their team, and now Anarchy has since quit the game, and now Stove is playing in his replacement. Stove has been doing live keys for a very long time, just like a well-known European high key pusher. The rest of this team is NA though, so they had to source a new player. As you know, North Americans, we have to occasionally import some
Locally
players.
sourced.
This is typical for our region. Yeah. And yeah, they've been practicing a ton. They started practicing even before time trials. They have been putting in some serious hours.
All right, but here is a Cement
Gaming.
And I believe you can go and see Pocky or Ponky rather.
아 방금 도넛 멤버 못 봤네.
Yeah, they are streaming right now. So if you want to get a player,
그 믹스 누님이 이 시멘트 게이밍 솔리드
check that out.
팬이라고 했거든요.
Of course, stick with us here too. But I think it's important we talk about when some of the players are streaming as well, since they are allowed to do that. And if you're playing that class, if you're playing,
풍어는 안 나온 것
you
같아요.
can
나왔었나?
learn a lot that way. Maybe don't go into your next M plus.
양조는 한 번 나왔는데 풍어는 못
the way
본데.
you see in MDI, but maybe learn about the button presses at least.
풍어는 확실히 타겟 제한이 걸리는 것 같아요. 풍은도 딜이 약하진 않잖아요.
I think that pulling the way that we see in this Ruby Life pulls should be good. I think it's valuable.
결국 밴드네.
I don't recommend.
I don't know about that one.
Don't recommend. Well, we got a ban.
상위 팀이 별궁을 플레이하는 거는 그렇게 안 궁금한데 조합이 궁금해요. 조합이.
Life pools, which is going to be fast and furious as we've seen already today, since that is just quote unquote just a plus 20.
아 이 상위 팀 루비 한 번 더 보는 거 조금 그런데. 그냥 똑같을 것 같은데.
Was actually banned by both teams in our last series, and we were talking about this a little bit, where because it is one of the
불정령을 뭐 한 4마리 이렇게 붙이는 거 아니면은
that's going to be something where the pressure's on to be perfect. We'll see which team is more perfecter as we get into this one.
Another enhanced shaman. Back-to-back
도넛은 특이하게
Interesting. What do you think of that, Tails?
도적이
I do
나왔네요.
think that the enhance is pretty good. I mean, we talked about the enhance.
상위 팀에서는 도적을 한 팀도 안
in
썼었거든요.
the MDI format.
상위 팀은 대부분 암사가 고정이었는데 도넛이 지금 도적을 들고 왔어요.
A large amount of like at some point you're not going to be doing enough AOE damage, but donuts on the left-hand side of the screen are actually running that sub rogue, so we're actually seeing a little bit difference in composition from what we saw last week.
크립틱 부주 100만 가나?
They also played the sub rogue in here.
크립틱도 100만은 못 보여주네.
Do kind of similar things. They're both great at funnel. Some of the absolute best funnel in the game comes from subtlety rogue.
도넛은 조금 아는 아이디들이 있어. 크립틱 일단.
Difficult to slot in just because the dungeon trash packs are not living long enough, but I think at some point,
저 팀버도 그러니까 용의를 하고 있는 팀버도 되게 계속 상위권에 있는 복수리가 용일이거든요. 시즌 초부터 계속 상위권 유지했던 복수리예요. 도넛 지금 램드 붙이는 타이밍이 되게 빨라요. 시멘트도 비슷하네요.
It's going to do like tank levels of overall, but it's going to do so much prio that it just definitely makes up for it. Plus Wind Fury.
Yeah, and
이게 4명의 찍들인가?
I think that this dungeon, yeah, Wind Fury is like 8 to 9% damage on your tank by itself, by the way. But I think that one of the big things like
램드 피통 차이가 조금 유의미하게 나거든요 지금.
Priority cleave is.
와 지금 중보가 반피도 안 빠졌는데 램드가 반피 이거 잘못하면은 중보보다 램드가 더 빨리 죽겠는데.
Like you get these whelps. You get the whelps in the boss, and basically you're able to like primordial wave, or you're able to.
양팀 다 비슷해요. 양팀 다 중보랑 램드피가 비슷해.
Lava lashes out, or you're getting a bunch of bonus resources, and you just convert that into single target damage super hard.
와 이거 바닥 피하면서.
If you like looked at the damage that was dealt.
저 중보 돌진 방향 보면서.
After this happened, you would see like the enhancement shaman or the sub rogue are doing twice the amount of damage to the second closest target.
Okay, so one quick question. Looking at the UIs for both teams here, something has to be pointed out.
양팀 다 난이도가 있는데 되게 잘하네요. 어려워 보인다.
Imagine if they were this far ahead and they didn't hit Bloodlust still. That'd be kind of wild. I feel like they have to.
Do you need Lust for that first pull?
I feel like you don't need it, but it's definitely like a safety thing, right? Now, unless there is a possibility that they just.
와 램드랑 중보랑 거의 비슷하게 잡히는 거 봐.
Maybe they could be doing some ridiculous like double.
와 이거는 진짜 비슷한 시간에 이렇게 잡는 게 실력이에요. 블러드를 안 썼네요. 진짜 도넛 블러드를 안 썼네요.
Yeah, you only get one lust, so.
좋은 체크인데요. 이 블러드를 어떻게 쓸 것인가? 아직까지 루비 셔플링에서 블러드 안 쓰는 팀은 한 팀도 없었던 것 같은데. 블러드 2번 쓰기 조금 힘들거든요. 보여주나? 도넛 뭔가 보여주나요 이거?
And that's kind of what we expect. That Donuts is the second highest ranked team coming into this weekend for this bracket.
도넛 이거 뭔가 보여주겠다는 건데 라자게스 애들 안 났고요. 일단 한 마리 어디까지 가나요? 한 마리 두 마리 놀라운 거는 도넛은 블러드를 안 썼는데도 지금 시멘트 게이밍보다 한 30초가량 앞서간다는 거. 여기도 블러드를 안 써요. 여기도 블러드 안 썼어 지금. 도넛 여기도 블러드 안 썼어. 와 진짜 이거는 도넛의 블러드 타이밍.
is probably the most lethal part of this. In addition to that, you do have you're playing that preservation evoker, and you see right on your screen there that he cast that AOE soothe on all these mobs once they start to get low. That was actually
까먹은 건 아니겠죠?
preservation evoker, especially in raging situations.
까먹진 않았겠지.
Whenever you're gonna get the raging inferno casts, that can cause people to go down.
이게 용의를 처음 하는 사람이면 까먹을 수도 있어. 근데 제 팀버도 용을 되게 많이 했단 말이에요. 시즌 내내 용일만 하고 있는 앤데 까먹진 않았을 거거든요.
Can be problematic, but you did see Timber. He perfectly soothed the whole entire pack as they started to enrage, and it just makes that pack a lot less lethal on this 20 level.
Problems for Cement Gaming coming through on their side here. 2 deaths on the first double Blazebound Destroyer pull here. They did commit their battle res to res out Ponky, and Ara did use that that onk to get themselves back
지금
up.
팀버가
So
썼던 라이트
the
오브
amount of blood
크레이션
expended just to live
저게
through that path,
그
they're already a pretty
기원사 전용
significant
지팡이
amount
스킬.
behind already so far in this dungeon, right? You'd have to say in the realm of like 30 to 40 seconds. So, eyes on donuts here. Let's see if they can compete with perplexed time. I think that's the main thing that we're looking forward to here.
How are you feeling about them going towards that Thunderhead side as opposed to Flame Gullet side? It seems like teams.
근데 막내 맙까지 한 방은 블러드 없이도 계속 다른 팀들도 해왔던 플레이거든요. 그게 램드업 중보를 잡아야지 램드 팝업이 되기 때문에 뭔가 어떻게 붙일 수 있는 방법이 없어요. 뭔가 여기서 창의적으로 더 붙여줘야 된다는 얘긴데 지금 데스윙 애드 났어. 데스윙 애드 났어. 이거 애드 같은데?
Flame Goulet is here.
데스윙 애드인데
That's just extra count.
애드 같은데 이거는 애드가 아니라면은 데스윙에 램드까지 붙여서 블러드를 썼겠죠? 이건 애드예요, 애드.
I think they win the dungeon. I'm not positive on that. You are going to get a lot of bonus count, but the issue with Flame Gullet is that he's so inefficient.
제가 봤을 때는 이 불정령에다가 램드를 붙여서 블러드를 키지 않을까 그런 예상을 했었는데 시멘트 아까 악사가 한번 죽었어요. 그건 봤는데 다른 건 못 봤네. 아 데스윙을 잡으면서 지금 의미 없는 시간을 의미 없는 이 30초 40초 가량의 시간을 날리고 있는데
And they will actually be ahead of donuts in this dungeon right now because of the flame golem.
20단인데도 피가 어마무시하게 빠지네요.
That's really unfortunate for donuts. But
이러면 블러드는 어디에 쓰는 거야? 쓰는 것인가?
you gotta pick it up.
Yeah, I think that okay. Donuts body pulling Flame Gullet, awful, very very bad. Summit Gaming, if they were able to chain that 3-pack into the boss, I think that they would be somewhere in the order of 20 to 30 seconds ahead. Right now,
도넛 블러드가
are pretty even. You do see there's a 7% count differential between the two teams, but in reality, I don't think that's going to be like that big of a deal because
아니 표기 오류 아닌 것 같아요.
only pulling very specific.
저거는 그 컴퓨터가 표기해 주는 거라 오류날 게 없어요.
The flame channelers, they're pulling that thunder collar that are at the very end, and they're doing it in one singular pull. If for some reason
그냥 막내 막돌 다 붙이는 거기다가 블러드를 확정으로 준다는 얘기 같아요. 던전에서 거기가 제일 시간을 줄일 수 있는 블러드다라고 판단하는데
that chain pull it may end
사실
up costing them this run a little bit.
1렘 플링도 규모가 비슷해서 거기다 블러드 쓰는 게 그렇게 손해는 아니거든요.
Obviously, I would rather pull the two warriors than flame Goulet, right? But those warriors are actually really annoying for that mass.
그리고 만약에 도넛이 지금 공간이 협소한데
are often a very large contributor to wipes of that.
이거 용일이 유도가 너무 멀거든요. 괜찮나? 피통 30% 남았는데 공간 이게 마지막이에요. 마무리 되겠죠 이거는? 마무리 되겠지?
Cement Gaming, I think, is going to lose 10 or 15 seconds off of this boss positioning as well. A lot of teams have been playing this strategy that's very dangerous, where they're tanking the boss up against this back wall that you see on like the left side of your screen from Donuts, and so it's more dangerous. But at the same point, it allows you to just completely.
도넛은 지금 앞서는 것처럼 보이지만 아니 도넛이래. 시멘트 앞서는 것처럼 보이지만 도넛이 지금 병력이 조금 더 높아요. 그리고 도적이 있어서 도비트 패스할 수 있거든요. 원래는 이쪽까지 잡았을 것 같은데 지금 데스윙 애드 나면서 두 마리 빼는 판단인 것 같아요. 이건 확실히 도적이 있으니까 도비터 활용이거든요. 블러드를 왜 안 쓰지? 여기 아니면 블러드 쓸 데가 없는데 이제? 아니면 램드 패턴을 한 번도 안 보겠다? 이러면 10분이 지나가는데? 야 도더님 블러드 야 팀버야 블러드 씨발 블러드 언제 킬 건데 야 계속 나는 네 블러드만 보고 있다고 야 10분 지나가잖아 야 그럼 도비터 쓸 때 그냥 블러드 쓰지 야 블러드 켰으면 쟤 안 죽었잖아 야들
We burned
아,
a few res
10분
there,
10분
on the
넘었어.
donuts.
블러드 왜
I
안
think,
쓴
I think
거야?
that overall it's okay. We do
아,
still have
블러드.
one battle res left going into the final boss. Donuts should have their lust up.
이거는 데스윙을 안 잡았어도 지금은 블러드가 오거든요.
Donuts did lust the first pull, and like we were talking about, it was just like a little bit of a graphical error. But their lust should be back up at this point. They're going to be able to put it on the boss and make sure that they are able to skip as many
체급 차이를 확실히 보여주겠다. 블러드를 안 써도 이긴다.
They're a little bit off on track.
야, 그 와중에 퍼센트는 왜?
We are improvising our route heavily.
저건 의도되지 않은.
We've decided that it's warriors into the boss.
아, 그냥 도적 자원? 도적 자원이겠죠, 저거는? 퍼센트 오류가 아니고 도적 자원일 거야. 도적 자원일 거야.
Lust will be back up for them at this point, so they're probably just saving it for when one of the bosses hits 50% and they go into that second phase of the boss encounter where flame spits go on multiple players in the group.
이러면은 랜딩할 때 블러드 쓰는 게 제일 이득이긴 하거든요.
Doesn't have lust available for them right now. I was about to say I think there might be a chance that Cement Gaming with their
지금 카이라카 피가 72%니 71%? 다 못 뺄 것 같고 한 번 더 날아오르고 다음 랜딩 때 블러드를 쓰겠다. 저는 아직 블러드 안 썼고요. 이번 랜딩 때 블러드를 쓰겠죠? 지금 블러드? 지금 블러드? 지금 블러드?
Okay. They do have that. Oh, what is the evoker lust called? Something of the ancients.
블러드는
I'm not an
actually
오류인가? 썼나요?
I don't know, man. You've just asked a bad question. I'm not sure what their lust is called.
아, 오류예요. 오케이, 오케이. 오프닝에 썼겠지. 오프닝에 썼겠죠. 위쿠브라 오류.
I would have liked to have seen a clean run from them, especially since we would have been able to compare their.
이게 또 아씨 그 용일 블러드는 님들 티 안 나는 거 아시죠?
The first map unscathed.
용일 블러드는 써도 티가 안 나.
Fury of the aspects, by the way, Tuttles.
몸집도 별로 안 커져.
Fury of the aspects, but either way, it worked out for them using their evoker.
위쿠브라 오류였던 걸로.
Well known as a Fury of the aspects, yeah, obviously.
썼겠지.
Take down that dungeon a little bit quicker, but Cement was right there. Certainly not moving at the speed of Horde Cement, much faster.
위코우라 오류 때문에 괜히 기대하면서 봤잖아.
But Donuts, the
사실 별거 없었다.
as they're known, were able to take victory. But this could be a close series as well, couldn't it?
그치, 1렘 플링에 블러드를 안 쓸 이유가 없지.
Throughout their run as well. First pull of the dungeon is also one that we saw both teams going all the way on, but their comps were a little bit different as well with how they set up their entire dungeon game plan. Damage on the side of Donuts was, of course, fantastic, although I was actually really impressed by how much damage Cement were doing on a lot of these pulls as well, with there's a slightly different comp, the Resto Druid as well, coming out, something that we hadn't seen yet this MDI, and I was definitely looking forward to seeing out of them, although you'd be forgiven for thinking they had a Moonkin there, given that the Resto Druid was just vibing out in Moonkin form. I think sending the Convoke in that form as well, landing, if you land one Starfall in your Convoke, that's going to be better than doing it in any of the other forms. And yeah, look at the damage they were putting out on this pull, that damage that their Demon Hunter, their Havoc Demon Hunter there, actually playing Elysian Decree instead of the Fodder to the Flame as well, which is a little bit more consistent, right? You get to use it whenever you want instead of whenever the demon decides it's time to show up.
헤드가 처음 나온 거 같네요. 헤드.
Procking and having to kill the demon wherever it is. And then of course
블러드에 정신이 팔려갖고 저쪽 팀에 헤드 있는지도 못 봤네.
Destroyer started by a couple of teams last week and a little bit more realistic this week on the lower key level too, but did die a little bit slow. On the side of Donuts, a little bit of those.
헤드 전체 딜량이나 한번 보죠.
Especially with the rogue in your group and I guess maybe that's just unavoidable, but it did seem like, and then you also have these two Scorchlings here that usually get pulled into that pull. But it went much better than it did, of course, for Cement Gaming.
방금은 분노 달래기가 조금 덜 돼가지고 터지면서 한번 무너졌네요.
As this run for Donut, which has got to be really scary for Donut because this pull, ends up costing deaths and reses for and a lot of time there for Cement Gaming. But Donut here have Cryptix has coined a for fun dragon being brought into this pull, tweeted a few short minutes ago. Flame Goulet and making an appearance.
재미를 위한 드래곤이었다.
Bonus dragon. Now, to their credit, they were
재미를
able to
위한
recover this pretty
드래곤이었지만
well.
누구도
They were able to
다치지
set their
않았다.
count pretty nicely, and they were able to sort of capitalize and
뭔 재미를
not
위한
actually
드래곤이야.
be too
딱 봐도
inefficient in
애드던데.
terms of how much time it costs them in this dungeon. But you know, if this had been a 24 fortified instead of a 20 fortified, that dragon would have just been the end of their dungeon right there. So worked out pretty well for them, I guess, and they ended up being fairly cornered by the end of that boss, but were able to get it done. But actually, again, if you look at the damage done here for both teams, Cement Gaming were just melting Kokia, and they were really accelerating on this boss. Unfortunately, the way that they were pulling this boss, they were pulling away
제
from the
방송
end
팔로워거든요.
of the boss room, right? Rather than what Donut were doing,
1시즌에
which is
같이
playing the
경쟁했던
bosses
팀이었어가지고.
right at that wall where you want to be at the end of it. So that was one of the big kind of differences between the two teams.
개인적으로 응원합니다.
Saved Donuts a little bit more time, and then because they had a little bit of extra count and maybe
헤드가
they got to shroud at the end of the dungeon. And,
확실히 복술이나 용일에 비해선 딜이 좀 밀리네요. 뭐 이거는 유저의 실력 차이도 있을 수
you know,
있겠지만
maybe 2 or 3 kind of pulls worth of advantage for Donuts throughout that
헤드
dungeon.
같은 경우도
-1 for
가경
Dragon
맞나요?
coming in made it a very
뭐 그런
close game.
타이밍 아니면은
How do you feel about the
뭔가 딜을 하면서 힐이
respect
동시에
to
되는
that.
그런 메커니즘은 아니다 보니까
Yeah, so Timber, you know, obviously on the Evoker is always going to do a lot of damage.
시간차는 뭐
A lot more
2데스
than the rest of it,
있었는데도
although the rest of it
35초밖에
does have
차이가 안
some similar
났네요.
benefits of,
시간차는
like,
별로 안 났네.
pretty
2데스가 조금
low,
아쉽겠다.
not intensive to do good damage, right? Like you press Sunfire, you press Nature's Vigil, and you're doing most of that damage, right? In the same sort of way that the Evoker is
진짜
pressing
야드로
Fire Breath, right?
야드래.
They're doing almost all their
악사로
damage out
인해서
of that global as well. So
부죽이 이만큼 좀 더
yeah,
셌는데
I mean,
탱커들도
it's tough to
비슷했고
say, right? You're also
힐러
getting the
딜만큼
benefit of
차이가
that Work of the
난 것
Wild out of
같아요.
having the Resto Druid there, and you don't have to play the DPS Druid, right? So you get to play
이거는
the passive
사고가 안
Demon Druid,
나고
the
힐러
extra
딜이
habit damage,
비슷했으면은
Chaos Brand, and
전체 시간은
I don't know, I
비슷했을
could
수도
be convinced by
있겠는데요.
the argument, but
생각보다
I do
시멘트가 체급이
think that,
되는
yeah, obviously the Donuts comp is what we've seen a lot of other teams running. Although with the Rogue,
시멘트가 아마
Shadow Priest,
14위 정도 될 것
is
같은데
something that I'm curious about. We've seen that from a couple of other teams so far this weekend as well. It looks like this. I wonder how much of that is like just we happen to have teams that like Rogue in this weekend versus teams have tried the Shadow Priest and tried the Rogue and like the Rogue more. I'm not sure which of the two explains that more.
시멘트 21위 팀이거든요.
It's very good that teams are still willing to.
그러니까 첫 주에 나왔던 뭐
20위 넘어가는
it's not very stale. Like a lot of 그런 팀들에 비해서는 그래도 체급이 좀 되는 것 같아요.
is seeing pretty good play, and so the fact that
이 4위와 21위 경기라고 보기는 힘든 정도의 시간 차이가 났고 시멘트 쪽에서 2데스가 있었던 걸 감안하면은 생각보다 격차는 크지 않았다.
They're both pretty good, so they can stay. But at the same point, just not being fully locked into that Shadow Priest, Rogue, Unholy DK comp, are really thinking about where can.
다음 던전이 옥룡사였던 걸로 기억하는데 옥룡사 같은 경우는 생각보다 실수가 날 수가 있어요. 보너 혹시나 실수 하나 큰 거 나오면은 의외의 결과가 나올지도 이 경기는.
Yeah, we're even seeing different enhancement shaman builds, which is kind of neat. Win-free totem on live. A lot of times you don't run it because you don't know if the group you're going to end up in is going to benefit from it all that much.
근데 제가 봤을 때 회드로는 옥룡사 좀 살리기 빡셀 것 같거든요.
They didn't run win-free weapon. They didn't run win-free totem. They went down to elemental blast, and that is going to help pump out a little bit more single target damage, which on a tyrannical dungeon, maybe you go for that. But it's just kind of a different take on it. So it's interesting, even within the specs, to see little variations here and there.
We even saw an unholy.
제가 봤을 때 시멘트는 옥룡사도 회드일 것 같은데 힐러 유저가 그냥 회드 유저라서. 그쵸? 회드가 나왔는데 고기를 들고 나왔어요. 고기? 프로텍션 팔라딘? 이러면은 힐은 해결이 되죠 일단. 지금 회드한테 주축 들어갔어요. 참을성 들어가 있죠.
It's going to be crazy if they can live through it. You can see everything is popped for both players. Ascendants even being committed, I believe, for Timbermaw here. It's huge.
Dude, look at the healing. We saw
풀링 규모가 보너스는 한 방에 다 붙어갔는데 시멘트는 한 풀링 끊어갔다. 아쉽네요 조금.
Right side we see Cement Gaming. Look at their Prot Paladin healing, man. Prot Paladin on live is something that we actually see fairly often. It's a little bit slower than
딱 요 풀링만큼 시간이 밀리겠네요.
especially in like an MDI situation. But it is so safe in a lot of spots that you're going to be running.
양 팀 다 흑마가 없어서 풀링의 차이는 안 날 거거든요, 이제.
Utility to be able to get the group out of precarious positions. You have additional interrupts with that Avenger shield. In addition to that, you have insane amounts of
램드
off-healing, the ability to
23%만큼의
attack
차이.
people. You either have bop or spell warding. I think it's so cool that we're seeing a prop paladin in MDI, especially after all the success that they've been having on live.
근데 보기도 딜이 엄청 세네요.
Teams onto the hardest boss in
이게 풀파밍 보기인가?
Players will just go one shot left and right on this boss, even though it's not a 23. It's 22 tyrannical, so these debuffs, when they go out, are going to do a ton of damage. Going to have to commit personals or externals to make sure they live. And then, of course, just the affixes, I think, are pretty mean.
보기 딜이 생각보다 많이 센데요?
Boss, when everyone is so stacked running together for the wash away, it's pretty annoying because you spread it a little bit too much. You accidentally dip in the water. That's a one shot. You got to play this perfectly. Here we go, quaking at the start of wash away. 3 players stacked. Everyone drops to 20.
대서분 기억 전부 다 열어줘요.
Scary moment.
Do you know that Eltharion's running Stormeater's Boon as well?
여러분이 상상하는 것 이상의 그런 풀파밍 된 상태.
Tanks and elemental.
Some damage.
Prop Paladin damage is very, very good. It's
I know.
On live key sized pulls, it's probably the top damage tank in the game. Now in MDI sized pulls, the Prot Warrior is definitely going to be doing a little bit more. But I do think that this is like a really solid option.
Okay. So let's see. I mean, let's look at overall.
이번 대회에서는 대부분의 팀에서 야드를 기용하고 있어요. 야드가 안 나오는 판이 오히려 드문.
The enhance or the havoc. Havoc in these settings is something that I feel like it doesn't really excel at anything, right? It's not like the best at anything. It's just overall quite good. And bringing that magic damage taken debuff for the group is pretty solid too, right? Is the
You're never gonna die on it as well.
You're never mad. Also, yeah, they live through everything. I'd say it's probably most similar to like Rogue in that aspect.
확실히 생단들에서는 보기 딜이 그냥 좀 쭉쭉 떨어지네요. 전탱하고 차이가 조금 많이 났었는데 램드가 진행이 되면 될수록 보기 딜이 낮아지네.
A little bit behind. They did a slightly slower variation of the first.
이제 주반에서의 딜 차이가 계속 날 거고 램드에서는 폭군이기도 하고.
The time loss is going to be for Cement Gaming on this first boss split is just coming out of this.
커플링에서 한 물이 덜 붙인 만큼 이제 딜러들 딜도 차이가 나고 있고.
Alright, if we go into another massive pull coming out from Donuts here. If they do anything similar to what we saw from the other teams, it's going to be the first 3 packs here. Yeah, they've got the fish, they've got the Songbird Queen, and they have the 2 monks from the start as well coming in too. So gotta keep an eye on those burning flame debuffs that the monks toss out. Those can do a ton of damage to players, even though it's not fortified. You have to keep an eye out on that.
시멘트가 첫 경기 때 워낙 잘해가지고 공룡사에서 기대를 많이 했는데.
Cryptic's got his dispelled, or I messed it. Didn't quite see. So far so good with those debuffs, and this is going down nice and clean for them. Unholy DK is just doing work to this pack.
Oh yeah, no, Unholy is very, very strong. I have some boss splits for us. The first boss for Perplex was done at 3 minutes and 4 seconds, whereas for Donuts it's done in 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Did you see that right there, by the way? So for the keen-eyed viewer,
지금 복수리 한 게 아래층에 있는 쫄을 풀링을 해놔서 네임드 팝업 시간을 앞당기는 것 같은데 저게 오나? 아래 있는 쫄이?
Get the bosses activated. And so it took them a little bit longer. I think that the way that Timber just did that for Donuts.
이따 하이라이트 때 한번 잡아줬으면 좋겠네요.
I really like the way that.
램드 팝업이 됐네.
And now look at this. Donuts have engaged the boss. So for those who don't know, the boss, once it becomes active, like once the book is dead and then the RP finishes, the boss just becomes active. And now Donuts has pulled all of this trash into the boss. I think that is so sick how they just pulled that off.
That is pretty wild, and I'm wondering how
그쵸? 이넴 램드 팝업 쫄을 지금 복술이 잡아준 것 같죠? 저게 피통이 얼마 안 돼서 복술 혼자 잡을 수 있거든요. 한 폭수 정도만 있으면은 잡을 수 있을 거예요. 한 10초, 15초 안에. 이따 하이라이트에서 좀 잡아주면 좋겠네 저거는.
Yeah, he Stormkeeper to Codex it, I think.
So how the Codex works is it stacks up over time. And then once it's at max stacks, you're able to use it, and it does a little bit of damage to you. Actually, it does a lot of damage to you, but it does some damage to you, and it does, a 300k hit to a mob. And as a healer, like flat damage trinkets for healing are normally pretty solid. That trinket is typically seen as fairly grief because you can die with it. But in an MDI situation, everything is so scripted, everything is so planned that he knows that he's going to be used in these specific situations. He's
아,
not
그
going
와중에
to be
술사 혹시
locked
드레나이드
out right
술사인가
before
했는데
Shaw's die or something like that. And he's
버프네요.
150,
국변이네.
150k hit. He's. I think that has
야,
to be the way
설마
that he built
드레나이드
the book,
술사인가
right?
했다.
That's so
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, he killed it in like 3 or 4 globals, and unless his Shadow Priest gave him a few extra dots too to help, then yeah, he definitely popped that trinket just to help out a little bit. Now, the interesting thing about that trinket is, right, with the stacks that stack up over time when you're in combat, in Mythic Plus, like that trinket doesn't see a lot of use because, you know, every time you reset combat in between pulls,
Yes.
you lose your stacks, which is not fun. But the way teams pull MDI style
그
pulls,
시멘트는 복이랑 악사가
this is like almost the first. This is the second time they've dropped combat.
드워프가 아니고 블러드 엘프인데
Now they've dropped twice. They'll probably drop one more time after third boss.
악사가 드워프가 안 되나요 혹시? 악사
You know, from starting to
드워프 안
pull
되나?
trash in the fourth boss room area until the end of the fourth boss, he'll keep those stacks alive. Like he's gonna start rolling his stacks right now too, so he'll be able.
혹시 아시는 분? 아, 악사 드워프 안 돼요? 아, 브렐 날만?
So Timber's actually running Hex in this dungeon. More often than not, I haven't seen Shamans run Hex in a very.
옥룡사에서 나이트 엘프는 크게 의미가 없으니까.
They weren't really able to talent it, but Timber is running Hex in this dungeon, and he hexed that Mistweaver, and so that's going to force the Mistweaver to probably come into the boss, or come in later whenever they have the boss engaged. Donuts is actually going a little bit smaller than what we saw from Perplexed earlier. Perplexed was able to
암사
get this whole
흡선
turret dealt with
올라갔고
in one singular pull. Donuts.
암사가 힐량 1등이죠
smaller,
흡선.
playing a bit more conservative. They
흡선으로
do
암사
have,
힐량
these
1등이고
spells covered from those Mistweavers. It is very dangerous, but they have the ability to be able to get those dispelled off. Just assuming that Cryptix is also running Room of Corruption.
술사는 힐을 뭐 승천 키긴
I would have
했는데
liked to have seen them do the full room in one singular pull, but it really kind of depends on how much time or practice they've put into this dungeon. It like these were two of the time trial dungeons, and
확실히
I know that
자경이나
sometimes people will be
흡선이
like, oh, okay, we're only playing this dungeon.
반응이
once this weekend.
좋네요.
Okay, we only have to update our route just a little bit to be able to see how this is going to perform. And
1m기가 3줄까지 나오는데 술사가 이제 보이네.
point, it may have been a dungeon that Donuts didn't necessarily have to do as well as they did in time trials. And now look at that Mistweaver, it's coming in. Timber does a great job of shearing it from afar, and that's going to be dragged into the start of the Flameheart. I like this. This is good.
Now, do they need the 2 mobs off to the side for trash count? Pretty sure they still do, right?
Well, they skipped.
Or do they
They played
not because they
Pandas.
pulled these two?
They skipped the. They played Pandas. They skipped the Shambler. Let me think. I think that they do because they skipped that Shambler.
시멘트가 전멸이 없는데도
Yeah. Now look, I think what they might be doing is waiting for the patrol to come back on the left side. You can see Stove is standing way off on the left, so maybe.
무비에서는 확실히 단수가 낮아서 기량 차이가 많이 안, 체급 차이가 많이 안 보였는데
That would be my guess.
옥룡사는 이제 단수도 있고 아무래도 좀
It's really dangerous for anybody that's not the tank to be able to tag.
택틱적인 부분이 많이 들어가야 되는 던전이라 그런지 시간 차이가 많이 나네요.
Meaning that the mobs will cast right through them, and I've been
거의 1분
murdered
이상?
sometimes by those patrols. So you have to be cautious if you are not the tank pulling those packs.
Right.
Zyro,
시멘트 헤드가 이걸 살릴 수 있는지도 궁금한데
do you think that Donuts are backing up the cement truck over
Oh.
Cement Gaming?
살릴 수 없었고요.
They wiped as I said that. That was actually kind of
살릴
messed
수
up.
없었고요.
I feel bad
That
now.
was really messed up.
네, 도넛 쪽에는 확실히 그 암사 흡선하고 자경하고 술사 고인까지 이렇게 3개가 들어갔어요 그 타이밍에.
I thought that they were doing a great job in that pull. I think that that's
반대로
just
시멘트
how
게이밍에는
difficult
그런
that
식으로
pulling forward is.
빠른
I think we
반응을
use that as a great
그
point of reference. Cement Gaming
반응이 빠른 스마트 힐을 해줄 게 술사 고인밖에
We saw
없거든요.
how well they were doing in the Ruby Life pulls. I think it just goes to show how hard that pack is. If you've been playing live, more often than not, you play that area one pull at a time. Maybe we do the patrol into a second pack if we're feeling a bit if we're feeling a bit okay about our position. Now,
옥룡사에서 암사랑 야드를 같이 쓰는 거는
which is very dangerous. And
확실히 의미가 있다.
plus they're doing the patrol.
Yeah, exactly. And the
이거는 고단에서도 비슷할 것 같은데
any chance of coming back in this dungeon. Number one, they need donuts to wipe, and number two, they have to go for that pull again and have it work this time. I mean,
okay,
it's a rough
Look at
spot for
donuts,
them
by
to
the
be
way.
in. They have lust though.
고단에서 암사나 보드나 아니면 야드
Yeah, if you look on the left side of your screen too,
흡선 자경을 적절한 타이밍에 맞춰 써주는
they
게
grabbed the pat.
굉장히 중요해 보이네요.
Yeah, this part of the fight is, you know, pretty safe, right? There's not a whole lot that goes on. You just dodge the breath and you dodge the void zones on the ground. So perfect time to pull those two mobs and clear them down for that.
예, 자경, 흡선, 고인
Yeah, great
이
execution.
세 가지가
So let's
약간
pull this in like
이번 시즌을 관통하고 있는 그런 힐
to the boss. I think the only thing you really have to
부유 힐
is
스킬,
just
힐업
pulling it in
힐업
the
스킬,
Jade phase, right? That's the actual dangerous part of this fight. But you know,
자경, 흡선, 고인 이 세 가지가 너무 좋아 보여요.
look at this. Every cooldown in the book available. The only thing they're missing is Army of the Dead, but they have the Bloodlust, they have the Power Infusion, they have everything across the board except for the Army, and here we go. Everything being pulled. They haven't... Okay, there's the Bloodlust. Just came out a little late there, and here we go. Massive AoE pull coming out for Donuts here.
The scary part is actually getting this pack grouped up. Something that you saw there is Stove. He silenced the mob. He silenced that Mistweaver to make sure that that Mistweaver is going to be gotten in. I think that this pull is very, very dangerous, and their ability to be able to set up the pack getting grouped immediately to the point where then the DK is able to pop off. Stove does go down, you know, it's kind of to be expected, especially with all of the lesser Shaws and whatnot. The Shambling Infestor is already dead. That setup is the hardest part. And so they made it look super clean because they spent probably multiple hours being able to perfect that pull and just getting that right.
옹룡사에서 이제 놀라울 게 남았다면은 막냄 앞줄에다가 막냄을 붙이는 건데 그거를 보여주는 팀이 있을래나?
They haven't yet. Timbermoss stacks are still wherever they were at the end of the third boss because of the spiteful shades, right?
뭔가 그런 플링을 이제 택틱적으로 설계를 하는 게 아니고 조합으로 설계를 해서 가능한 조합을 만들어서 나와서 보여주면 재밌을 것 같은데.
Let's just keep an eye on Timbermoss HP. If it ever just dips to like 10%, you know what happened.
이제 약간 그 정도는 보여줘야 이제 결승 보는 맛도 나고.
I think the cement truck is backing up over them.
뭔 소리지?
It's so messed up. The chatters, they've been spamming too much.
They've been spamming the cement truck for cement gaming, but what they haven't been doing is spamming the rat gem for timber. Come on, guys.
Wait,
where's the support at?
Alright,
Donuts.
옹룡사 3렘 브레스는 상위권 유저들도 피하기 힘든 스킬이었다. 그래, 이거 피하기 힘들어. 피하기 힘들어.
Save one phase because of that lust. I'm interested in seeing how many phases Donuts gets in the Shaw of Doubt and like what their timer is going to be looking like, because whenever we saw Perplex run this Jade Temple earlier, they were around that 1434 mark, and we know that those are the two top seeded teams
또 죽었어.
are coming in this weekend. Expectations are that those are the two teams that are going to.
근데 저 브레스가 한 번 죽으면 계속 죽어, 이상하게.
We can talk about that later. I think that Donuts needs to have
저 스킬에 한 번도 죽어보지 않은 사람만 돌을 던져라.
With where Perplexed were, and it looks like they're going to be somewhere in the order of like 45 seconds off.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, this definitely wasn't like the cleanest run. There were some things that they could have done faster, but they had their own spin on things too, right? Pulling the mobs at different times onto the third boss, different pull strategies, right? In the second boss room, you know, opting to have them just kill it over the ledge rather than gatewaying across. There's some pretty solid ideas here from Donuts, and I mean, those are the kind of things that set apart the best teams from, you know, the rest of the teams in the competition.
So how the tournament is set up generally is like some dungeons are more seen on like day 1 and 2 and less seen on like day 3. It may be just a situation where like Donuts doesn't have a lot of Jade Temple or a lot of Ruby Life Pools in their day 2 and 3, assuming that they're like playing through the bracket that they kind of predicted for themselves. And it may be a situation where they're like, oh yeah, we can get away with like a 1450 as well, or like a 1510, and we don't need to completely reroute this dungeon to make sure that we have like a perfect dungeon, because Donuts, they have the Shaw of Doubt at 12%. Again, it's important to note, Perplex killed the Shaw of Doubt on that phase that Donuts just got.
서초에 옹룡사가 얼마나 걸렸었지?
That is how much damage Perplexed had to be able to kill that boss. Now they did have loss.
근데 이게 주별로 또 어픽스가 다르니까, 어픽스나 단수가 다르니까
As Donuts do down the Shaw of
차별로
Doubt,
비교하기는
and they're
쉽지가
able
않다.
to take this series 2-0.
That's right. A victory for Donuts, a 2-0. They will go on in the upper bracket to face the winner of our next series. Meanwhile, Cement again, you know, having a couple
뭔가 1경기 때
situations here and there with some pulls, a couple deaths and stuff. But
이벤트가 워낙 잘해가지고 기대를 했더니 너무 원사이드하게 끝나버렸네.
Dratnos, what stood out to you in that last map?
Yeah, so first of all, we got to see this big first pull working out a little bit faster for Donuts because they just pulled a lot more aggressively in this area, right? They got all these enemies all at once rather than leaving those bottom 3 mobs all by themselves. This pull, though, was looking pretty good for the old Cement gang. You can see this is where they actually ended up using that bubble taunt out of their prop paladin to just survive what would otherwise be a really nasty pull for the tank towards the end there. And
목소리 아래쪽
of
그
just
잡는 것 좀
melting down
보여주면
a huge
좋겠는데.
amount of trash all at once. Donut's idea in this area instead, though, was, and I'm sure it was covered by
넘어갔네.
the Desperate Invoker's Codex on that scroll from down.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
헤르님
That thing
안녕하세요.
is so cool.
지하.
The Razagath caster trinket.
구독
This pull out of
감사합니다.
Donut, so it always feels bad to leave behind like one pack, right? Like that Minion of Doubt pack with those Sha. But the problem is if you pull all the Sha,
이거
at once,
터진
you
거였지.
can see what
살릴
happens
수
in this
있느냐
game,
없느냐
right?
막 그
You
얘기
have, like,
했었는데.
10 of them all dying at once here, and you know you have some cooldowns rolling, right? You have AG, you have Nature's Vigil, you have Blur, you have defensives, but bang, they all die once, and it's still just too much, right?
Yeah.
네, 깔끔하게 탱커까지 전멸했네.
I feel like you can maybe do it if you chain in late so that you actually have like a couple of globals between the little ones dying in each pull, but the problem with the way
뭔가
these
좀
classes work is that you need
안타깝다.
all of that setup to be good.
저런 식으로 전멸을 하면은
running and grabbing the little bit of extra count that they need
힐러 탓이 아닌데
before getting
힐러가
gripped on
눈치가
back
보여.
over, so,
이번 시즌.
if you're ever skipping anything in this
저걸 어떻게
dungeon,
살려?
you generally you skip and then grab those mobs, right? And you those are some nice easy mobs that can come into this boss if you want to skip something earlier in the dungeon. And there are some nasty kills
엄마님
early in the
안녕하세요.
dungeon, to be skipped. There was our first death in battle res for Donuts as well, landing on the Shadow
노던
Priest,
스카이?
but it was towards the end.
명전
not
몇
taking
팀이에요?
whatsoever into boss. And Tettles, like you said, the damage was looking maybe a little bit worse than Perplexed were able to.
한 20위권 정도
their run of
팀인가?
this dungeon a little bit. I guess that's got to be a little bit worrying if you're a Donuts fan. If you're hoping that Donuts can win that 1v1 that is potentially sitting later in this upper bracket, but at least I guess for them it's enough against a lot of these other teams perhaps to, you know, especially if something like a wipe happens like it did for Cement Gaming, of course.
There is a lot of questions of like how much practice have they put into Temple of the Jade Serpent to revisit their routes since like they previously had played it. Like they had a time trial route that was assumedly pretty good, all things considered, since they are the 5th seed coming into this weekend, I believe. So like their time trial times should be pretty solid.
여기는 참 미터기가 첫 풀링.
And then it's a question of like, oh, how
이게
much of a refresher do
이네마
they
풀링
realistically do to this dungeon versus completely learning.
3레마 풀링 했구나. 3레마 풀링, 막레마 풀링.
There
So
it
here's
is.
the item we've all been talking about. Who wants to explain this?
So I think a lot of it has to just be like
라자게스
one
사요정
global in that
친구가
scroll, right?
생각보다
Like
괜찮나
that's
보네요.
gotta be the
막냄
big
거는.
point of value about this thing, because most of the other text on this, I mean, it's just like a single target damage trinket that, if you can hold combat for a long time, can get a pretty low cooldown, but it actually does quite
이장
a bit of
친구를
damage
쓰는
to
힐러들이
yourself
많거든요.
if it gets a lot of
MDI에서는.
stacks too, so you need to be careful about using it when there's no other damage coming out. But yeah, I think it's mostly about just breaking that scroll early with an easy range global that does a zillion damage.
I know we talked about the shaman pick a little bit last week.
하나는
I
속현진
wanna reiterate,
고정이고.
I really like the shaman pick in this dungeon. I think that the lesser Sha pulls that you identified as like a point of danger. So typically shamans this season, they run into issues where their healing throughput is generally going to be
27위
holding
공대.
you back, especially at like a higher key level. But in a
맞췄다.
22,
20위권.
like their healing throughput's definitely not going to be holding
영웅권은
back. On
별로예요.
top of that, they bring the decurse.
신학계 살짝 유의미 한가
skill
봐요.
link for lesser Shas at some points. We saw
31위?
Cement Gaming, they lost people to all of the lesser Shas. Whereas for Donuts, whenever their lesser Shas start to explode, Timber just drops the link. We all stack up in the link. Yips pops wall, and then we're all gonna be fine. Like we're not going to be dying to the lesser Shas exploding. Whereas like, all right, they have like anti-magic zone. They have more throughput healing with like the resto druid
아,
ramps and stuff like
보기가
that.
간만에 나와서 보기
Paladin,
특성을 한번 잡아주네.
to be able to supplement that just a little bit in regards to
축을
healing
찍었죠.
for the group. But
Yeah.
it's not really enough to like not have all of the lesser Shas blow up at once on us.
That prop paladin was running in a very utility intensive
근데
build.
보기
as well.
들고
Blessing
나왔으면은
protection,
폭군이고
improved
그러니까
blessing protection, and
용장
blessing of spell warding, all
용장
available
쪽
as well. So
조금
a lot
찍었어도
of,
괜찮지 않았을래나?
utility effects for the rest of the group or for himself on some of those bosses and nasty.
어차피
trash
풀템이라
rolls
많이
too.
아프진 않았을
Was a
텐데.
cool spec. I hope we get to see more of it out of Cement Gaming later. I believe it is the main spec of the tank player there. So, but also just it's one of the top performing specs in live keys too. So particularly in the higher key levels, which tend to be a little bit more on our Saturdays and Sundays than our Fridays, might be something that really gets a chance to shine.
We'll have to wait and see if we can check it out tomorrow. For now, though, we look ahead to the next series.
다음 경기가 9위하고 16위인데
upper bracket. It's going to be either Empyrean or who let them
용맹의
cook.
전당이거든요.
And we'll find out. You know, we're not going to find out who let them cook. That's going to be a mystery, I think, for the ages. But we'll find out if they can beat Empyrean soon as we come back.
Somebody
from our break.
cooked here.
Anyone want to make any predictions?
그런 유저들이 되게 많아요. 나는 원래 탱커인데 레이드에선 탱커 자리가 잘 없으니까 파밍을 위해서 딜러로 그런 식으로 수업하는 사람들 많아요. 저도 이제 복수를 하고 싶은데 레이드에선 복수를 구리니까 레이드는 고술로 하고 그랬었거든요. 지난 시즌이나 지지난 시즌에.
So they've played together before. They have some experience. I think that they're kind of like levels-esque in that sense of like quality players, you know, individually.
이게 방어구들을 거의 다 공용으로 쓰니까
overall though not a ton of MDI.
레이드 파밍을 위해서 본 특성 버리고 그 특성으로 레이드를 하는 경우가 많아요.
Who have played together in the past, albeit in a high key situation, but they have some experience with one another. They said that they played together for I think a year in the server that we sent out. So yeah, that as well.
Something I do know about Who Let Them Cook is they do have a warrior fanatic on their team, and we might be seeing some Arms warrior gameplay. So that to look forward to.
Arms is actually surprisingly
그쵸.
pretty good on like high target count packs.
It's
비비님이 말씀하신 거랑 똑같아요.
You really have to like be one of the best rage managers out there to make arms effective in a consistent way. So
고술은 약간 이리 오너라 느낌이 나죠. 제가 이번 시즌은 그 술사를 급하게 키워갖고 고술까지는 준비를 못했는데 3시즌 4시즌에는 그러니까 어둠땅 3시즌 4시즌에는 제가 술사를 할 생각이 있었어가지고 초반부터 설계를 했어요. 고술 템도 파밍을 같이 해서. 저는 뭐 상위 명전공대 이런 거는 못하니까 이제 뭐 약간 양민 유저는 레이드 로그 한 보딱? 한 70에서 80 차이 요 정도만 찍어도 취업하는 데는 전혀 무리가 없거든요. 그 정도 로그 찍어놓고 고술로 레이드 잘했죠. 다음 경기가 아마 마지막 경기일 것 같아요. 용일은 그 풀링 초반에 버스트 딜이 워낙 좋아요. 광역에서 스킬이 두 개 다 그 타겟 제한이 없어가지고 그리고 깊은 숨결 같은 경우는 그 타겟수 제한에 따른 그 뭐 딜캡도 없어요. 그러니까 불숨 같은 경우는 그래도 딜캡은 그 타겟수가 많아지면은 딜이 약간 하락하는 그런 건 있는데 깊은 숨결은 그 제한까지 없어가지고 한번 부앙 하고 날아가면은 그때는 딜이 엄청 세요. 한 타겟당 대충 한 5만씩 바로 다 꼽히니까. 한 20타겟 정도 있으면은 스킬 한 번에 바로 딜량으로 100만 꼽는 거니까. 아, 저 확 붙이는 거는 그 흉포한 쪽이라는 출혈 디버프가 어려운 거잖아요. 그거는 그냥 살짝살짝 드리블하면 안 맞아요. 5cm 드리블만 해도 안 맞아요, 저거는. 그러니까 약간 여군주 어둠배기 드리블하는 거나 노쿠드 이넷맵 구간에서 그 회전격이었나? 회전창이었나? 그거 드리블하는 것처럼 살짝만 빠져도 완전 근접 판정이라 스킬이 안 들어오거든요. 그런 식으로 드리블하면서 잡으시면 돼요. 저기 1중첩만 맞아도 힐러가 좀 힐을 해야 되는 상황이 나와서 안 맞을 수 있으면은 안 맞아주는 게 좋죠.
We have returned one more time today for the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host Joey here with Mr. X.
여기서 이제 막 쪼기 막 2중첩, 3중첩 이렇게 탱커가 맞으면 그때 이제 힐러 입장에서는 잘 가시고
Anybody know?
3중첩부터는 그냥 죽을 생각해야 되니까 웬만큼 센 생존기 아니면.
Who did let him cook?
It's a rhetorical question. Yeah. There you go.
Well, I don't know about rhetorical.
big
They're going to be
brain
cooking up something.
쐐기만 다니는 복술이면은
People ask, can you smell what the rock is cooking? Sometimes, well, they used to. I don't know if they do that anymore. He's more just kind of
그냥 깃털의 그 스코발드?
He's full-time actor. I don't think he's
깃털
saying
스코발드
the Rock is cooking.
어둠달 하신 거.
I
Not cooking
like
as much.
this Who Let Them Cook team because they prepared for this event by vibing. I think that's an excellent way to.
근데 레이드를 영웅 정도는 하셔가지고 그 혈족지기는 좀 먹어놓는 게 좋아요. 혈족지기는 있고 없고 차이가 좀 많이 나거든요.
Forgot about that. They did. Yep. Well, there you go.
Vibing?
Yeah. Are you new to the answers some of the teams give us in this?
쐐기장 친구 중에는 깃털 스코발드, 어둠달.
Their team name is Who Let Them Cook. Of course, it's just going to be full of memes all the way through.
기브로도 아직 안
I
잡았어요.
watched them.
지난주 못,
I watched them.
지난주 아예
participate
트라이도
in time
못함.
trials.
이번 주엔 좀 잡을래나?
Time trial stuff.
저도 신화 디오르나를 잡아야
Yeah.
캐릭 파밍이 완전 끝나는데.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of specs we haven't yet seen in our MDI that we have seen out of Who Let Them
네,
Cook.
다테아에다가 시간을 너무 많이 썼어요. 지난주도 거의 일정 끝날 때쯤 다테아 잡히고 첫 킬 할 때도 힘들게 잡고 막 이래서.
onto the big screen too. So potentially of the teams I expect Empyrean is more likely to have kind of
이러다가 시즌 안에 써볼래나? 지팡이.
You know, they've tried
신화 지팡이 써보기는 해야 되는데.
Shadow Priest even potentially, and I suspect there's a good chance we will see that out of them in a lot of these dungeons. But I do also think Rogue might be pretty likely out of them. But Who Let Them Cook, I think is maybe a little bit more likely.
4, 5번 안 보고 하다가
doing some of their unique.
저 레이드를 잘 못해요.
On these dungeons.
Dude, this team should be good.
뭔가 이번 주, 그러니까 지난주에 첫 킬 할 때랑 힐 각이 워낙 달라가지고
We talked about that they rated a decent.
좀 고생을 했어요.
Competed in TGP. For Who Let Them Cook, never competed in TGP.
뭐가
but they
문제였는지
rated
약간
one
분석하면서
of
하기도 귀찮고 해갖고.
PDGG, so I mean, they should have like the caliber of player that they have on their team should be relatively high. Now, I don't know if they can They can skate by with vibes alone, but we'll see.
You do a
Well,
lot
we will
with
not be
vibes.
vibing in Ruby Life Pools.
디우르나는
or Shadow
다테아보다
Buried
쉽다고
Grounds
하더라고요.
this game, but we will be in Halls of Valor, Temple of Jade Serpent, if we need it, Court of Stars.
Yeah, now who let them cook? They did mention that they suck at Ruby Life Pools and that they were terrified of the first boss on Temple. So
단상일은 제가 신기하고 용이라고 두 가지로 해봤는데 신기가 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요. 단상일은 신기가 좋아.
They said that their hardest dungeon was like Azure Vaults, which isn't in this set. So, yeah, you already done the Temple of the Jade and the time trials. Like, I guess you just get rid of Shadow Moon at the end, the 23.
저만 그런지는 모르겠는데.
I mean, it
Yeah,
makes
that's
sense.
also the
Surprised
other
that-
fortified dungeon. So now we have 3
Right.
tyrannical dungeons in our best of 3 here. So if either team has like an edge in single target damage,
저는 당진 출신은 아니고 그냥 살고 있는 게 당진이에요.
decisive in the series.
아, 디우르나 좀 빨리 잡았으면 좋겠다,
I feel
나도.
like we've seen teams try to do that. You know, we've seen variations in DPS that maybe were focused around trying to do more single target damage in some of the tyrannical dungeons earlier today, but it still feels to me that like nothing's gonna top the big 3, right? The Unholy DK, the Pharaoh.
그러니까 첫 주에는 그 뭐지? 그 꿈비만 들고 가서 힐업이 됐어요. 꿈비하고 정지장만 써가지고 단상일이 됐는데 이번 주는 이상하게 막 후반에 힐이 좀 빡세가지고.
I like Arms Warrior a lot. I think it's a very punishing class to play. It's very easy to mess up your rotation, but it's a class I love playing since like vanilla. So I'm excited to see Arms Warrior.
I'm curious what you surround with it. Like, Halls of Valor earlier, we saw like a rogue skip. We saw the priest like mind soothe skip if you're gonna skip anything here. Like,
아무튼
I think it'll be like
in
Rogue
arms?
DK.
네, 뭐 중첩 얘기도 나오고.
Rogue DK and the Arms Warrior?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then you're getting
We just
good
go
value out of your
melee
battle
game.
shout, right?
뭐 아무튼 여러 가지로.
True.
이번 주는 네, 뭐 지난주는
Yeah,
조금
but I guess
피곤했다. 다테아 잡는데.
You already have a battle shout as well, probably from your tank, so not even necessarily.
The double
Well,
battle
maybe you
shout.
play something other than a
yeah.
Prot Warrior, although I doubt we'll see that. Especially in Halls of Valor, the Prot Warrior works so well in this dungeon. There's a lot of stuff that it's really good at, picking up all these packs that are kind of all over the place, like that wolf pull. Just a lot easier to do on that spec. So I think we'll probably see Double Warrior if Who Let Them Cook are busting out that Arms Warrior pick. We'll see.
We'll find out.
Yeah, they are.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's get started.
Yeah, so Tettles was right. Comboing the Arms Warrior
맞아요.
with
그러니까
the
그게
rogue
있어요.
in the,
내가 살릴 수 있으면 힐파이라 좋지. 근데 못 살리니까 짜증나는
looks like
거지.
from Pyrian, what? This is just
그렇다고
kind of,
단상에다가 되돌리기
what I
쓰자니
expected is
이게 내려오고 나서 그
DK,
소용돌이
the
타이밍 오잖아요. 단상 갔다 내려와서 그 타이밍이 너무 위험해갖고 걷다 되돌리기를 안 주기도 조금 애매하고.
Some teams using the evokers and some using the shamans, depending on the dungeon. This dungeon has seen
저는 그래서
a bit
그냥
of a mix.
다테아 패스하고 디우르 맞으면
One of the
좋겠는데.
affixes that we have going
모르죠.
on right now. So this Storm Drake involved in this pull for both teams has a lot more health than the other mobs, and watch out for Who Let Them Cook. That thing is very large. Shaz has spell block rolling. Same story over on the side of Empyrean, right? That is a very large Drake that is going to be doing a lot of damage to the tank, especially once that spell block rolls out. And they have those frontals still coming out with bolstering stacks. That's going to be very, very lethal. Once that mob gets a little bit smaller, though, and the bolstering stacks are gone, they'll be in a little bit less danger.
Yeah, Who Let Them Cook managed
저는
that well.
다테아
You
첫
saw
킬은
the
진짜 빨리 했어요. 여기
because,
그거네.
the bolstering was wearing off. Now the Drake
여기가
is
대만
more
팀인가
manageable.
중-
When you
한자가
pull
뭐냐,
that first
한자가.
boss, man, it's such a great shot from the observers. It's so scary when that Drake is like just insanely bolstered and just like almost twice the size of the boss. Is looks like Who Let Them Cook. They'll deal with the Drake there, and same on the side of Empyrean. So both teams kind of
후 레셈 쿡 여기는 용일이고.
Yeah, the Arms Warrior atop the damage meters for Who Let Them Cook as well. So really well executed. Arms Warrior, the build that Timmy.
네, 지난 시즌 MDI까지는 그 중국 서버 예선을 따로 했었거든요. 근데 이번 시즌은
the build passed on from
중국 서버가 아예 삭제되다 보니까
the idea is you use Blade Storm and you're using this talent called Hurricane that gives you extra strength out of your Blade Storm and last after your Blade Storm. So you do a Blade Storm and then you press a big Thunderous Roar afterwards and it does a zillion damage is the idea. And you can see it's working pretty well here for Who Let Them Cook.
저는 진짜 한자를 하나도 거의 몰라가지고.
On live, like I think is probably more recently people paying a little bit more attention to. Also running you know, the Algathar puzzle box trinket for the
뭐지 이거?
I know just large
아, 패스. 패스하네요.
from that. So really interesting look here from who let them cook at the start, bringing the arms.
용맹은 루트가 조금 다양하긴 해요.
Behind Empyrean, as Empyrean now they've moved up.
어디까지 가지? 이거를 패스하면은 맨 위까지 갈 수 있긴 한데 이론상으로는.
Saw this a little bit earlier in the day. This is a really nice pull that made up some time.
Yeah, this is looks like a similar.
대만 팀 이거는 한 물이 빠진 MDI 풀링이거든요. 아니 그 에코 풀링.
Shroud of Concealment available as well, and may have skipped one extra pack. We'll see what actually joins this pull for them. Oh no, maybe they didn't. Maybe they're going equally as
그리고
big here.
오른쪽 팀이 하고 있는 게 딱 에코 풀링이고 엠피리안이 하고 있는 풀링이 한 물이 빠진 에코 풀링.
Whereas Who Let Them Cook are just relying on their evoker basically to heal the whole group, and other than that, it's going to revolve on everybody's individual defenses.
후레템 쿡은 뭔가 퍼센트가 이상한데 선물이 좀 덜 잡았나?
Cook is the healer got really low there for a sec. If you're going to play like Unholy, Arms, and Sub-Rogue, like you kind of have to
원래
pull
11%였나?
large, I feel like, quite often. Like those are three, you know, specs who really wanted like many targets as possible. Like the Unholy can,
복술이 없어도 이 풀링을 할 수
one
있네.
thing with the Sub-Rogue, but Arms seems to just does a ton of AoE. Is even with that the case, Empyrean looks like a little bit ahead here as they're making their way up the air.
Yeah, now Empyrean are starting off this pull, little line of sight coming out there to prevent the aspirant from actually leaping. You can do that down the stairs, line of sight, and then it won't.
이게 눈이 높아져가지고 요 정도로 적당히 몰면은 심심해. 보는 사람 입장에선 이제.
And with bolstering active as well, you got to be a little bit careful because sometimes you focus on the aspirant.
아는 맛이잖아, 아는 맛.
You actually kill those mobs first because they're the mobs.
모르는 맛일 때가 재밌었지. 요런 풀링도.
Bolstered shield maidens that are just destroying your tank. So, got to be careful here with that affix in particular.
Yeah, they seem to be doing a nice job getting everything down at like the same pace here. Is I think they just have like 3 of the shield maidens left. And then I imagine that we'll see them try and pull both of these at the same time, as we've been seeing a lot of groups go towards that. I wonder on the boss, we haven't.
그렇죠. MDI는 약간 에코가 하는 플링이 거의 정답처럼 들어가요.
Which side it's on? I think it like so.
솔스탠도 따로 가고 좀 뭔가
pixel perfect, right? The tank has to
심심해요, 심심해.
just jump back the other rather quickly. I wonder if we see them try and do anything.
이거는 내 보기가 한 글로벌에서 하는 풀링.
Or succeed on it. Last time as we have a death coming out, actually Arms Warrior down.
이 와중에 오른쪽 팀 한 명 딜전이 나왔네. 이거 봐. 제가 항상 얘기하죠. 죽는 거는 항상 딜전이라니까. 이 사람이 못하는 게 아니에요. 그냥 딜전이 문제야. 그러니까 왜 딜전을 해? 딜전을 하니까 죽잖아.
It does make it a lot easier, right? Like it makes that fight do a.
무전이건 분전이건 상관이 없어요.
The boss will be casting Eye of the Storm over.
죽는 건 항상 딜전이야, 딜전.
But it is, as you said, very.
아니 한 손에 검과 한 손에 방패를 들으면 이렇게 사랑받을 수 있는데 왜 양손 무기를 들고 이렇게 고생을 하냐고.
One of those beams and then immediately starts its cast, and if you mess that up, then the boss is in the middle, gaining power from both of the mini bosses, and it's very hard to survive. Then it's actually the initial burst. Then you get this Eye of the Storm with these expel lights in the middle of it, and it's just a nightmare.
It's like almost
근데 진짜 역법도 안 해준다 대회에서.
Perfectly, it's like really difficult. You know, if you are able to execute it though, like the role of the healer, I mean, it just becomes way easier to be able to heal through some of this big damage.
제가 지난주에도 했던 얘긴데.
Really on both sides, but.
21단 정버프보다 24단 역버프가 힐이 더 쉬워요.
Shenanigans is you're gonna have a feast go down for Who Let Them Cook probably to try and get Timmy a food buff before kicking off this fight.
진짜 한 3단, 4단 정도 차이 나요. 정버프하고 역버프하고. 정버프 힐 진짜 어렵다고.
You saw it really coming out there on that 2-pack, the 2 mini bosses before this. Arms Warrior is actually top damage on those 2 as well. Because of the sweeping strikes ability, so you know Arms Warrior, you're not really super jazzed about like.
진짜 이거는 글로벌에서 역버프 캠페인 해야 된다.
15 targets, and you're also really excited about 2 targets. Those are the numbers where the Arms Warrior is really happy. Although you look at those damage meters, Kind of looks like the Arms Warrior is just
이거 힐러
happy all the
파업해야
time
돼.
here.
역버프 안
Arms is
해주면은
really just blasting throughout this thus far. I do want to also highlight, like, it's going to be
역버프 안 해주면 살려주면 안 돼.
a little bit harder here for Let Them Cook. There's just a lot of other extra healing sources that you can get on Empyrean, right? You have that Nature's Vigil, you have the Vampiric Embrace, you know, some extra, especially like with how much damage goes out on this boss. Just any little extra thing helps. As Who Let Them Cook, you players getting quite low, but the Evoker just like
게시판에 역버프 하지 말라고 캠페인이 있어요? 나는 보기로 한 방에 역버프 되던데.
A lot of good cooldowns to deal with this as well. You've also got. I wonder if they're playing Zephyr. They probably are too.
제가 수요일 영상에 그 용맹 본 거 있거든요. 보기로.
Giving the group 20% damage reduction from that as well when needed.
탱커 재밌어요. 맞아, 탱커 재밌어. 쟤기 탱커는 뭔가 내 맘대로 할 수 있는. 꼴리면 네가 탱하든가 약간 이런 재미가 있거든요. 대신 내 루트가 마음에 안 들면 네가 탱을 해.
And a lot of people have extra defensives available of their own. You know, you got a DK on your team, they can just hit AMS and Death Strike if they need to. Obviously, you really don't want to make your DK cast Death Strike, but they can if they need.
용일 그거 룩변 아닐까요, 룩변?
But it is Empyrean who've got that boss down first and are now heading over. We'll see what pull they've got here. The sort of standard has been 8 mobs into the corner, and it looks like that is the idea here for Empyrean as well.
Yeah, as they get through that second boss rather cleanly, so they'll bring everybody here to the corner.
룩변이에요,
really
룩변.
mow everything down. As I believe they did mind soothe the patrol. That was kind of going back and forth. So they'll have him out.
그러니까 이번 대회에 나오는 용일들 중에서 더 흉측한 용가리 형상으로 플레이하는 사람들이 거의 없어요. 나도 맨날 용일로 어디 갈 때 원자 재측정기 있나요? 그거부터 물어보는데. 원자 재측정기 있으신 분.
Make a game really close. Something like that would decide this first map potentially.
Yeah, Who Let Them Cook doing a very good job, despite being quite a bit lower seeded than Empyrean, of putting up a really impressive run so far. Although, as we say that, we are starting to see now a death come out for them. Another player dropping very low. Looks like no release is going to be used here. That's probably a heads-up decision. Faster to just res afterwards rather than getting stuck behind those patrols. Although,
하차 따다가 역버프 이질하면 돌 니돌로 하죠. 그런 게 있어요.
are not going to be interrupted. For Who Let Them
짤 샜나 보네. 전부가 없구나. 파티에 전부가 없어. 일단 살려야 돼. 이거 분명히 전사가 짤새서 죽었을 거야. 이거 전사 짤새서 부축 죽었어. 전사가 야였으면 짤 절대 안 샜지.
Like, there's only going to be, one kind of fail.
게다가 무전이야.
Then right after that, Who Let Them Cook.
보면은 대체적으로 분전들이 실수를 잘 안 해요.
In the corner is looks like on the Empyrean side.
그러니까 무전이고 분전이고 거의 다 잘 죽고 막 그러긴 하는데 확률적으로 분전이 그래도 조금 덜 죽어. 무전은 진짜 존나 많이 죽어.
But I guess you can see on Fenrir's health frame that it's being fought right now. They've probably pulled it into the 4 Valor Jar. Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what they.
지금 칼폭 오라치소도 안 돼요.
And that's actually their second Bloodlust as well. That's been used by Empyrean, which it's pretty good because you might get a third in this dungeon, right? And you get a third right at the end of Odin potentially, and in order to do that, you do just have to press it on cooldown with the way that the timer works in here.
And they don't have a rogue to like
탱커 죽겠다.
to come down here on Fenrir, which is also interesting because
이게
they do have the rogue, but only running with sub, you can actually run 2 charges of the Vanish, opting to actually not take the 2 charges of the Vanish, going for I believe fade to nothing, which is just like
우측팀 하고 있는 게 되게 어려운 플링인데 너무나들 아무렇지 않게 막 한다.
DR for 10% for 8 seconds after gaining stealth vanish or shadow dance. So like it's a little bit more constant damage reduction, where you just don't have that second charge of vanish. But on a boss like this, could definitely pay off. But look at this pull on the left.
The jacuzzi here.
크레용파 플링 진짜.
Of these volcanoes, yeah.
화산 때 너무 아파요. 화산 너무 아파.
Tank those. If either of them stepped off that post, they would instantly die, as all those wargs would be able to figure out how to jump on them. And yeah, this is going to be a kite for a little while here. And this should work out pretty well for Empyrean, who let them cook. Meanwhile, about a minute 2 behind at this point. The Grief Torch comes out from Empyrean to finish off that highest health Wolf, and they'll be able to go right into Fenrir. No, they're not going to go right into Fenrir.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go right into Fenrir, but it looks like they're going to go get...
펜리를 소 붙이는 거는 지금 살짝 하는 사람들이 종종 나오죠. 소를 한두 마리 붙이면 퍼센트가 좀 이뻐져가지고. 와! 엠피리안 드디어 하나 보여줬어요 지금. 펜리에다 곰을 붙여? 뭐 이론상으로 가능하긴 해요.
To bring the boss, especially these bears can be pretty deadly, especially to the tanks just trying to kite this for a period of time.
이거는 처음 보네.
Really interested how they start to try and deal with
릴리 인터레스팅 막 그러죠. 근데 곰을 엄청 많이 붙이진 않은 것 같아. 다 녹은 건가? 아 조금씩 붙이는 건가? 아 조금씩.
There are a couple of other racial ways that they have to deal with that. You know, they have stone form or fire blood for people that have that.
근데 파티에 나엘이 하나도 없어요. 나엘이. 나이트엘프가 한 명밖에 없어. 야드밖에. 이런 거 할 거면 나이트엘프 좀 해주지. 석화를 지우는 거보다 나엘을 한 번씩 씹어주는 게 더 이득인데. 곰을 한 번에 다 붙이는 게 아니고 나눠서 붙이네요. 도시락 주는 거네. 이거 나쁘지 않은데요? 이거 나쁘지 않아 보이는데? 아씨, 한 개 안에서 암사 죽었어.
Oh, and Empyrean having a death as well, actually. So that's their first battle res used. Spirit Link Totem and Answer as well. Who let them cook? Once again, they're having a DK down, which means they need to use the
이거 곰 도시락 주는 거 저만 좋아 보이나요?
here, the engineering res.
근데 곰이
they're gonna get it off, but they're gonna lose some time here. Is that's gonna be Empyrean clearing those bears and the boss, getting to 83%, which is like
that's the number.
Yeah, that's the number you need, right, to just get right up towards top. Interested to see what kind of.
아니 이거 왜 빼주냐고. 이거 그냥 지나갈 수 있다고. 아 그냥 이렇게 지나가면 쟤네가 안 따라와서 그런가? 아 나엘 구슴으로.
Yeah, looks like they're not even going to bother waiting for mind soothes as well. Some of these players just
아 그러니까 요 단수는 무조건 되는데 이제 고단에서 적용을 해보고 싶다 이거죠.
Meanwhile, who let them cook? Getting started with this bear pull. Now you can see with the lust timer, who let them cook ended up having their second lust quite a bit
여긴
later
늑대에
than
곰 붙였고.
Empyrean did, which makes it less feasible for them to get a third lust in this dungeon unless they're, you know,
레댐프하고 엠피리안하고 이거는 체급 차이가 너무 많이 나네요. 이게 확실히 용맹처럼 긴 던전은 한 바퀴 돌아보면은 체급 차이가 너무 명확하게 보여. 이거는 곰을 붙이는 거라서 에코 자리 쓸 필요가 굳이 없어.
What do you think of those two different approaches? I really kind of
늑대 별로 안
like
많았어요.
Empyrean. It was like a little bit like goofy to watch off the start. But I really like the idea of pulling all those wolves at once over to the pillar, which is like fairly safe. Is you're gonna lose your tank.
네 마리 붙이는 건 요새 다들 하는 거고.
And then pulling the bears onto the boss. I
이거는
really interesting.
그 인식을 한 다음에 돌아가기 전에 말을 다 걸어야 돼요.
Difference maker, right? Because they got two really big pulls.
X 말 못 건 거 같은데?
Like 2 to 3.
봐봐요 지금 X가 안 왔죠. 돌아가는 중에 말을 걸어야 되는데 말을 못 걸어서 한 마리가 안 붙은 거예요. 왜 말을 못 걸었어? 서운하게.
So I'm not sure that was like a huge point of I guess the way that it turned out, of course, it looked maybe a little bit faster.
말을 못 걸어도 한 마리만 죽으면은 그래도 바로 팝업이 되긴 해요. 속도 차이가 그래서 엄청나게 막 많이 나고 그러진 않아요.
Yeah, unfortunately for Empyrean, dangerous the bears are.
Looks like they've actually had their beers go a little bit wrong here. You can see one of those kings is much higher health than the others, and it looks like it actually
노래방 기클 매크로 있잖아요. 그 옛날에 관문 클릭하는 매크로는 그 대상과의 상호작용. 네.
They are doing a good job here of prioritizing their single damage into that X-marked King Haldor to be able to get him to die.
미리 클릭할 준비를 하고 있어야 돼요, 저건.
It's going to cost them maybe 25 seconds, which they probably had 25 seconds to
뭐냐,
clear and then some.
아 퍼센트 부족해서
Oh yeah, and look at who let them cook. They're having to fight this
사스만 잡으면
stag all
뭐지
by
이거는?
itself here for a
I was
little
like,
bit.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
어,
him
no.
standing there. I
야
was
뒤로
like,
돌아가 사슴이나 잡자 약간 이런 거.
waiting for, but yeah, I guess.
근데 이거 사슴 한 마리 잡아도 퍼센트 안 되거든요.
Wild stag here, as you see.
한 마리 더 잡아야 되는데.
They're just laughing as that is. You have some unfortunate things happen. A stag comes into play. I mean, what do you do, right? You have the sentinel here in front of you as well. I mean, just that's like the absolute worst timing ever, I think.
Yeah, they can watch the stream with the. It's like a 2-minute delay or so. So at this point, they know, hey, you know, we've had 5 deaths. The other team has gotten through most of the hard parts of the dungeon with just 1.
그러면은 이 쪼를 한 마리 붙여서 간다는 얘기 같은데.
Right? So big smiles on the team, keeping the morale high, and
이거 한 마리 붙여갈
staying
거야 아마.
alive to contest in the rest of the series. Because of course, even if you lose the first game by quite a lot, you know, you win 2 more close games in games 2 and 3, and that you win the series, right? So. Keeping spirits high is an important.
힐러가 뒤에서 대기하고 있죠. 술을 다 던진 다음에 먼저 풀링하면은 먼저 풀링해서 올라가면 술이 다 없어지니까. 아니요, 그냥 따로 될 거려? 한 마리만 풀링이 되지 않나? 아닌가? 2마리 링크였나? 그럼 2마리 오겠죠 뭐. 안 돼요?
Odin runes can be tough at times, like you never know, but
그럼 2마리 오겠죠 뭐. MDI 상금 3억이요, 3억.
They've been cruising
아,
ever since I know
한 4억?
death
4억
in
정도?
the early stages.
30만 달러?
Yeah, the problem here for Who Let Them Cook is they probably do need it to be like a mid-boss wipe rather than like a couple of random deaths, or even that Ragnarok disaster that we saw happening for Direwolves earlier.
야, 여기는 인식을 아예 한 마리를 못 시켰네.
At this point, because it would only cost them those 25 seconds, and that's not. It seems like right now it's like a 2.5-minute gap that Who Let Them Cook are staring down. Who Let Them Cook also only at 81% here. Also looks like have had a king go unactivated. They are bringing these sentinels into this pull, but the fact that they had a king go unactivated here is going to be annoying for them too, because they have to be really careful to not kill the unruly yell mob and give the other two kings unruly yell, because those sentinels are going to come into this pull and give them kick immunity.
2마리 왔죠 위에?
You can deal with one.
근데 저 2마리가 붙으면은 차단이 안 되거든요.
Being free cast, so that's going to be the challenge here for Who Let Them Cook. They also don't have Nature's Vigil or Vampiric Embrace to top the group after those yells are going out, so a lot of pressure on their evoker.
Yeah, just the extra
차단이 안 돼서 광대물로 피가 좀 빠지고
go
있죠.
a long way, especially because like Shadow and Feral both do really awesome damage.
잠깐 탱 죽어.
Subrogue and the Arms Warrior. So
차단 한번 더 세. 전탱
both of those
빌전 죽을 것 같은데?
and get the benefits of their healing as well as Who Let Them Cook.
빌전 바닥 한 틱 맞은 거 같고 지금. 저거 봐요. 이렇게 바닥 한 틱 맞고 그런 거 다 딜전이라고. 딜전 또 바닥 한 틱 맞았죠.
That'll be God King Skull should be dropping here in just a sec. Yeah, so that'll be that 4th boss down here for Empyrean is now going into Odin, right? They have 2 B-res, they have the Bloodlust.
딜전 자꾸 바닥 한 틱씩 맞잖아 이거 진짜. 이거 내 눈에만 보여요? 딜전 바닥 한 틱 맞는 거?
Yeah, just gonna come down to this Odin encounter.
아니 고감을 끼지 말고 그냥 바닥을 맞지 말라고.
To wipe to all that often in the MDI, because especially if you're managing well.
아니면 딜전을 하질 말든가.
You can't really do anything dangerous like pulling trash onto it. However, I am curious
아,
to see
고감 딜
how
사이클이에요?
will be able to during their bloodlust here, because they have made it back to their bloodlust, right? 21 minutes on the clock, so we are going to get a bloodlust.
이거 힐러들만 보이거든요. 자꾸 딜전 이거 바닥 한 틱씩 맞는 거. 이거 바닥 한 틱 맞고 단건 맞은 다음에 광대 맞으면 죽는다고.
I completely agree, because what you're gonna have.
이게 힐을 안 해도 되는 힐이 있어요. 저런 거 뭐 한 틱씩 밟는 거 신경 안 쓰고 그냥 그 베이스 힐로 채우면 되는데 이런 거는 바로 채워줘야 된다고 죽으니까.
You mentioned
이게
super scary because you can't pull like trash onto it really here in the MDI, but like on live I know this.
그러니까 맞아도 되는 상황이 있고 맞으면 안 되는 상황이 있어. 지금은 맞으면 안 되는 상황이야. 근데 저런 걸 맞는 거는 항상 꼭 딜전이야. 나만 그렇게 생각해 이거? 내가 너무 딜전 혐하는 거야? 아니잖아. 다들 그렇게 생각하잖아.
Everybody is playing quite near the center. Dispersion is even used here. to make this a little bit safer. And this is going to overlap with Thundering as well. Wow, they're going to just do so much damage here for this next little bit. I've never seen a better Thundering timer than just has happened right here for Empyrean. And even on 21 Tyrannical, Odin is going to go from 91% to 80%
악사는
in like
근데 잘
20
안
seconds.
죽어요.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they pop the Nature's Vigil in the
악사는 지가 채워요.
Brace there,
그리고.
allows their healer to just focus a little bit on some extra damage, and that'll be it. Is Empyrean will take out Odin. That was fast.
Yes, it was. Empyrean with the victory.
전전
here in
타이밍은
Alpha, they will go up
생각보다
one in series.
맞추려면 맞출 수는 있거든요, 저거.
Yeah, who let them go?
그냥 50초예요,
Pretty
50초.
close, but Empyrean,
50초
with some
세팅해놓고
interesting
가면 돼요.
roles. Tettle's kind of trying to setting up a victory there.
Else being attacked.
그거에 맞춰서 막 하기는 쉽지 않죠.
Definitely getting attacked by a cat right now. I thought that
맞추려면 맞출 수 있어요. 전전
specifically the
타이밍.
Fenrir area was
근데 의도하진
fairly
않았을
unique
거예요.
from them. Not something that we have commonly seen how they were pulling, those bears into that boss. I thought that they lost a lot of time whenever we were comparing
연전자승 같은.
dire wolves, but I did think that Empyrean did show a lot of interesting.
저렇게 한 틱씩 맞는 딜전들은
This first
연전전승도 안
round,
써요. 안
This is the
써.
Arms Warrior show. I loved seeing this Arms Warrior. This is the
딜전이
type of
문제인
role
건가?
that
딜전 하는
Arms
사람이
excels at.
문제인
Just look
건가?
at how much damage he is doing.
그냥 딜전이
he's
문제예요,
able to
딜전이.
on this first pull. You see him spinning in there, getting on top of all those mobs, making sure he's doing.
그래서 딜전 잘하는 사람들이
The Storm Drake
그렇게 존중을 받는 거예요.
We're got to cleat that down with sweeping strikes later, but overall, most of this dungeon was pretty Empyrean favored. They did a lot of.
이게 잘하는 사람이 딜전 하면은
where they needed to. I think
그냥
they
딜전이거든요. 딜전만 진짜 잘하는 사람들이 있어요. 그런 사람들은 이제 잘해. 근데 진짜 근딜 같은 거 잘하는 사람도 부캐로 딜전을 하면은 귀신같이 다 쳐맞고 죽어요.
And we saw them play this dungeon earlier. Dire Wolves with some of the stuff that they were doing, they were able to just get out of the Fenrir area faster. They were able to.
그림조님 딜전 시킨다? 그래도 죽어요. 그림조님이 딜전을 해도 아마 죽을 거야. 똑같아. 딜전 시켜놓으면.
Some of the stuff that Empyrean showed could be replicated by other teams. Specifically this from the Grizzlies, they get pulled into Fenrir. You're also pulling some of the wargs into the boss, and we saw teams pull the wolves into the boss earlier. And while that is scary, I think that doing all of the bears, and that way you're able to get out of this Fenrir area almost immediately. I think that this is pretty smart. They did have a death, but it happens. Sometimes Fenrir leaps onto
이게
people.
부캐 딜전은 안 돼.
The tank has to save
글렀어.
meld actually because and something that I was surprised.
근데 또 이게 딜전 해보신 분들은
Night
알겠지만
Elf.
이게
This is the only reason he was Night Elf.
딜전이 또 신나긴 해요.
He was only Nelf just to get in and out of this area.
딜전이
with that meld.
신나긴 해.
Things were going,
두반 한 번 될 때마다
pretty
짜릿하고.
over the course of the whole entire dungeon. They did mess up their 4-king pull, and it became a 3-king pull, which not great. We would much preferred it the other way, but I think that if they get a redo, they can save 45 seconds.
맞아요. 본캐 딜전은 사람이
That is a
문제고
big loss. That is a
부캐 딜전들은 그냥 딜전이 문제야.
Yeah, it didn't end up hurting them. Well, I mean, it hurt their time, of course, but didn't end up preventing them from getting the dungeon win at least, getting the 1-0 lead in the series.
이제 그
with a little bit of
악조건을 뚫는 사람들이 몇몇 있어요.
Overall, the damage across the board just a little bit lower. But I do really like.
와 그래도 이 암사는 차단 많이 했네. 4번이나 봤네.
I think the plan was neat using that alongside the rogue and the DK, but just need.
이제 그 경우의 수를 뚫고
Now we look ahead to
가끔 딜전 잘하는 사람들이 있어요.
which of course is going to be another one of our tyrannical dungeons. So we'll see if things shift there as we take a look at the combat log for the last dungeon.
Fairly even across the board. I think in the damage meters of the last one, I thought you saw the effects of the Arms Warrior. The Arms Warrior was really good.
서버에 보면은 그러니까 유명한 딜전들 있잖아요. 딜전만 진짜 잘하는 사람들. 같이 가면은 이제 진짜 맞을 거 안 맞고 생존기 진짜 칼같이 돌려주고 그런 딜전들이 있거든요. 그런 사람들 진짜 멋있지. 섹시해, 맞아.
Put up a pretty good first map in terms of damage about even across the board, and same with healing.
하지만 내 딜전은 그렇지
A
않아.
little bit scared of the first boss there, but Tuttle's fighting his own boss.
Show us your
on,
cat.
webcam there.
항상 그런 딜전들을 상상하면서 플레이를 하지만
He's right here.
돌진을 어떻게 참아?
I don't disrupt him.
Yeah.
Just
딱 패턴 오기 0.5초 전에 영도 쓰고 바로 돌진 박는 그런 거
he's
있잖아요.
그런
거 해줘야지, 딜전인데. 방파이다 그럼 바로 칼폭 돌아버리고.
Yeah.
Didn't look that bad in Dungeon 1. The vibe.
I will say, first boss Temple of Jade Serpent does disrupt the vibes fairly often. Yeah, like
Yes.
for such
내가
a
맞고
simple
죽을지언정
boss, right?
칼폭은 돌아야지
It has
어떻게.
like 2.5 mechanics and barely that. One of them is use an
Yeah.
interrupt, right? And yet, I consistently die to that thing. It's crazy. That is a humbling boss encounter for I guess a lot of us.
They have an additional third mechanic this week with quaking. Do we expect to see a wipe to Wise Mari? Is there? Oh, yeah, give me a prediction.
Well,
I think that there's a chance.
Yet,
근데 저도 용일할 때
I
이제
think that we're due for one. Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, if you want
깁슨 못 참아갖고 많이 죽는데.
I guess you could say we're due for one, but
If you were due for one, it would be an all melee group going in here.
yes,
용일할
yes,
때는
that's
진짜
very true.
깁슨 참기가 되게
Next
힘들거든요.
week when we throw quaking and storming together on there, is that even a legal affix combo?
어떻게 죽더라도 써야지.
That would be
No,
a
I
good
don't
one
think
to-
that boss is possible then. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's
mathematically.
for now. You know, Spiteful, not exactly nice to melee either. Sometimes it pops out, you're not paying attention, you take a big couple melee hits before you start.
하다 보면 그래갖고 살짝 이게 뒤로만 이렇게 긁거나 옆으로만 긁거나 그런 각이 있는데
It's gonna be the dungeon that defines this series for who let them
그렇게
cook.
팔 때는
Will
어쩔
they
수 없죠.
get a win? Will they push it to map number 3 for the first time today, or will we see our fourth 2-0 in a row as Empyrean closes it out? A lot of it does come down to that first push, and then arguably the first boss too.
Yeah, I mean, if you wipe to the first boss here,
아 그리고 그거 있잖아요. 깁숨이나 불숨 쓸 때 차징해갖고 딱 그 긁기 직전에 태풍으로 밀어버리는 놈들 진짜 저 패고 싶은데.
Pulls that we see the most deaths on. The pull in the courtyard is likely to wipe you if you messed up. The pull
아 맞아. 별 거미 차단 주세요. 전면.
You just run back most of the time.
전사한테 그런 거 시키지 말라고. 전사한테 차단 시킬 때는 원딜 한 2명 묶어줘야 돼요. 원딜 힐러까지 다 그 징표 줘야 돼.
Oh, they took so much damage. They only lose one there. For a second, it looked like they were going to lose some more, though.
This is really rough for them. They are actually going to lose their rogue as well afterwards, and their feral druid died after
네, 제가 탱커로 차단 그 징 찍을 때 도적이 있으면 도적은 차단 따로 주거든요. 도적은 따로 뭐 봐주세요. 제가 이런 걸 해요.
Mobs are living for longer and they're casting things they wouldn't normally get to, so that's going to be very bad for Who Let Them Cook, who are trying to keep the poll alive, but it's not going to work. They're going to have to
도적 말고 다른 거 있을 다른 딜러들일 때는 그냥 X 하나만 찍어놓고 X만 다 같이 봐주세요. 약간 요렇게 하고 세게 돌거든요. 독이라서 웬만한 거 차단이 다 되니까.
Yeah, Who Let Them Cook are in that situation where on live servers you'd be like, okay, 2 chests to 21.
So what was this? Yeah.
글로벌에서 차단은 도적 말고 믿으면 안 돼.
Why did they make us predict if somebody would get a wipe there? And it was the first thing we saw. Is that just unfortunate because that poll is really difficult.
아 근데 이건 약간 혐오라기보다는
and when you don't, it's even more punishing, right? Because you don't have the blood loss now. You've most likely used.
약간 그런 거예요. 그러니까 딜전들이 항상 보면은 그런 실수들을 많이 해가지고.
Look at the smiles though on
yeah, they're just
on
smiling.
the face
As
there.
soon as they died the first time, they were just smiling, laughing. They're having a ball. But Empyrean, they make it through there. They do have that one death, and now they're on Wise Mary. One thing we've seen.
혐오라기보다는 약간 밈으로 치죠.
Some groups running the Resto Shaman.
항상 죽는 건 딜전이다 이런 거는.
When everything's grouped up, being able to use the Spirit Link right away is definitely.
근데 저는 그 제가 파티 모을 때 딜전 많이 받아가요.
Stabilize a bit. So the Resto Shaman.
아 맞아. 근데 제가 얼마 전에 쐐기 돌면서 님들 320 페아라고 아세요? 제가 그 320 페아랑 쐐기를 한번 같이 돌았거든요. 근데 잘하시던데요?
It also brings the curse dispel in this dungeon, which is really nice, right?
전전에 한 번도 안 죽으시고.
One curse dispel in their feral druid if they want it, but it's a lot more awkward to cast out of that, and that's not usually something you'll see feral druids do willingly. Whereas Empyrean have the Feral Druid with it if they need, but they also have it on their healer, which is really big.
악사도 약간 그런 거 올라가고 있긴 한데 약간 뭐라 그래야 되지? 딜전은 그런 무구한 역사가 있다 보니까
is also really good. I mean, when you think about that first pull,
오히려 까방권이 있어요.
You got like 5 casters in there.
딜전은 까방권이 있어. 죽어도 딜전이니까 아 그래 사람들이 이해를 한다니까요. 아 저 새끼 또 죽었어 이게 아니야. 딜전이 죽으면 아 딜전이구나 그냥 이러고 넘어간다니까. 오히려 그게 까방권이야 까방권. 딜전은 죽어도 된다. 근데 악사도 지금 살짝 생길라 그러잖아요. 아 악사니까 죽어도 된다. 받아들이는 거지 사람들이. 이게 도적이나 아니에요. 근데 그거는 딜전을 해본 사람들은 알아. 내가 딜전을 하면은 저 딜전과 똑같아요. 나도 딜전 할 때 겁나 죽거든요.
Yeah, they are 57% of the boss's health bar behind. They also have 12 more deaths than Empyrean, which is
악사가 그 뭐지? 어둠 땅 나오고 나서 계속 그 활력트리? 아 뭐야? 오른쪽은 왜 또 죽었냐? 오른쪽 야 곰탱 오른쪽 곰탱.
You see among in the bottom right just laughing like they know. Look, when it rains, it pours here on
아 오른쪽.
Oh no, and that is
오늘은 한 경기가 한 번도 안 나오네.
As predicted, not just the first pull, but also Wise Mari and Empyrean here just need to avoid disconnecting. They just gotta keep their
오른쪽 힐러 멘탈 갈렸다.
and they should be able to keep this one in the bag at this point. There are 17 deaths separating the two teams. That's a minute and 25 seconds, plus a full boss's health bar, plus all of this extra trash now that Empyrean are starting to get. And this is quickly becoming quite an insurmountable lead. Ooh, look at what their healer is doing here.
연습할 땐 다 잡았겠죠. 경기는 한 팀이 끝날 때까지 진행되기 때문에.
That's a really good way to start that RP. If you can kill that scroll early, then you can get that RP going. We saw Timbermaw from Donuts even using a special trinket from Razageth to do a lot of damage to that. It does not look like that is being used, however, by Empyrean, just with a little bit more of a standard Broodkeeper's Promise, Whispering Incarnate icon set up.
It gets really low though as Empyrean drops down, but looks like they're going to be able to keep everybody healed back up. Yeah, we've seen a few groups where if you have the Resto Shaman, they're able to jump up onto that railing and put some damage down into the scroll. Earlier we saw a group with a Warlock actually use a gate from on top of like that area and go all the way down, as Empyrean almost making their way to the second boss here. Just a little bit more trash to go. Is Who Let Them Cook back here on Wise Mari at 56%. So we'll see if they're able to get that boss down. But like you mentioned, they'd have to make up a ton of time here.
막내면 오히려 쉬워요. 이게 1렘이 제가 아까도 말했지만 1렘이 전율 때 어려워요. 1렘 전율 때 어려워. 이 초보단 유저들도 그냥 내비우고 하다가 1렘에서 사고 많이 나요.
That being said, you know, the rest of the dungeon is hard. You could imagine Empyrean. If Empyrean wiped late into a boss twice, then maybe Who Let Them Cook could catch up. That's the best path here if you're a fan of Who Let Them Cook, which, you know, it's hard not to be given
약간 찐보스 얘기하자, 찐보스.
The Arms Warrior from Last Key.
옥룡사 찐보스.
The big smiles on even as things.
옥룡사 찐보스는 1렘.
Wow. Who Let Them Cook lucked out there with the direction of that wash away. If that had gone the other way there, they would have been in some trouble. Wow.
Yeah, as for Empyrean here, working on Peril and Strife, they did end up having some cooldowns to send in this. Nature's Vigil, they ended up using a PI here. See, they're like about 40 seconds to army. You probably hold that because you're going to do that.
네, 야드는 한 방에 안 죽네.
After this, but looks like Who Let Them Cook interrupt there on the Wise Mari, looking like this could be a kill here. 5% is from now on, I think if you're them, like you keep those vibes, you keep them rolling, right?
Yeah.
Like if you just have to play pretty perfect,
이거 봐요.
and then hope there's
죽게 하니까 잘하잖아.
unreal shenanigans that happen with Empyrean, but they'll actually deal with the Peril and Strife rather quickly, and Now they'll move on to what we probably expect is going to be a rather
아
long.
이거 도적 건무드. 이거 건무드 석화 아니에요? 아이콘이 검은 무쇠 드워프처럼 생겼는데.
Progression. Empyrean are going to be using a shadow meld skip here to get past this first infestor. Their tank got in combat with the infestor. Everybody else just ran on past. And actually, it looks like they have a healer in combat with it as well. That's not good. That's not supposed to happen. So they're going to actually have to recover here because that infestor was certainly there. They were trying to skip it. But now they've gotten combat with it, and so they're actually just going to slow down. This isn't going to be
여기는 갑자기 뭐 하는 건지
and
모르겠네.
it's very good that they didn't continue with their plan and they correctly called, okay, come back, let's just kill this, and then we'll go into the courtyard. You know, we are slower by one pull than we would like to be now as a result of this happening, but we can live that, right? We just don't.
그러니까 이게 옹룡사에서 복술 야드 암사가 좋은 게 복술도 그렇고 야드도 그렇고 암사도 그렇고 이게 약간 맞자마자 바로 힐업 되는.
Pulling this over because the tank brought it to the side. Everybody kind of ran around, right, and then melded. But it looked like the
데미지에 대한 반응이 빠른 힐이 이 세 가지예요. 보인, 흡선, 작용. 보인 흡선 작용이 맞자마자 피복구 바로 해주는 데는 탑이에요. 저거보다 빠른 게 없어요. 옹룡사가 이제 쫄 터지는 데미지를 반응을 해줘야 되잖아요. 거기에 술사 전고까지 있으니까. 근데 지금 전고도 없고 흡선, 마주의 흡선. 흡선이 조금 빠른 게 아닌가 싶긴 한데 피복구가 빠르잖아요. 이게 피복구가 빨라. 마주의 흡선.
Empyrean instead are doing 3-packs and then 3-packs instead of 5 and then 1. So, oh, look at that triangle right in our camera. That was really nice. The
그러니까 HPS를 놓고 보면은 술사가 당연히 밀리는데.
Meanwhile, who let them cook? Getting started on second boss.
힐 반응이 빨라요. 힐 반응이.
Too far behind.
네, 저거 시야 플레이 된다고 하더라고요.
It's really just when you have those wipes at the start, it's just really unfortunate. And I think on the Empyrean side, you may have actually ended up splitting this up because I think they actually ended up using some of their DPS cooldowns.
이번엔 터질 때 고인이 오긴 하거든요. 술사 고인.
And they pulled some of that other stuff on the ramp because they came out of that second boss with the army and now it's on 6 minutes. So I imagine
고인
they
켰죠?
actually use some of their bigger DPS cooldowns there.
고인 켰는데 미리 힐 작업을 안 해놨.
To just do a big pull here, probably figured at that point like you just play it save all throughout to get up to this next boss.
Yeah, the army timer for Unholy it's a little bit of a bait as well because it does get reduced by a lot. It gets reduced. You can see it's already down to 4 minutes here for Heart on the side of Empyrean, but it definitely was used on one of these 3 pulls. And yeah, I'm curious if this was their plan as well, or if they'd made a adjustment, like you said, because of that infestor getting pulled. Definitely seems possible as they go straight into the.
네, 블리자드가 지금 던전 그 밸런스라고 해야 되나? 밸런싱?
Particularly between 70 and 30% health. Those
난이도?
serpent strikes do a lot of damage and put a huge healing absorb on a spec that doesn't have a whole lot of answers for it.
블리자드가 지금 던전 밸런싱을 되게 막 열심히 하고 있어가지고 어떤 던전이 나와도 막 엄청 어렵고 그러진 않을 거예요. 이번 시즌도 뭐 시즌 초반에 루비, 뭐 알게타르 대학 이런데 이거를 어떻게 고단을 뚫냐 뭐 이런 얘기를 했었잖아요. 근데 뭐 지금 루비 할만하죠. 대학 뭐 할만하죠. 용맹도 마찬가지고. 밸런스 패치를 되게 많이 하고 있어가지고 뭐 어떤 던전이 나와도 재밌지 않을까 그런 생각을 하고 있어요. 근데 어둠달처럼 좀 단순한 던전들 그런 던전은 개인적으로 좀 만났으면 좋겠는데.
For Empyrean, they end up pressing the link to try and save what looked like an almost dead warrior.
보면은
But now they don't have link for the next one, so we have 2 charges of shield.
이거 있잖아요.
One of them is getting used on this one, and then just bombing heals into the warrior, and that's going to
옹룡사 같은 경우
Jade Serpent Strike. But we probably have to deal with 2 more. We have 1 more charge of shield wall. We have a last stand available. There's also spell reflect and spell block.
어둠달 1렘이 생각보다 어려워요.
Too helpful because spell block doesn't help much against the dot, and spell reflect also not very much of a DR there, although
저도 폭군 때 1렘 복술로 한번 터뜨려봤어가지고
but they have saved both shield wall and last
내가
stand.
24단 폭군을 복수를 시크를 했는데
It actually looks like one charge of shield wall is even going to get
23단에서 한번 터뜨림.
crash pulls in their future. So really good here for Empyrean.
야 이거 저주해제도 안 해주냐?
The Warriors.
저주해제 안 해주는 거 너무
It's like
심했는데.
how much damage they take. It's so difficult. They do a nice job also, like the DPS just
네, 웅력킬
stopping there for
주막돼요.
a second, exiting, allowing the tank to kind of regain aggro when this dragon comes out. A lot of times, I know the dragon.
네, 맞아요.
resets aggro,
치감은 안
sometimes,
돼요.
can end up taking out a DPS or two. But who let them cook actually making their way to the courtyard? So they're gonna get a big pull in here.
방금 용일이 교감을 털었는데 쫄이 좀 남은 것 같거든요. 그러니까 봐봐요. 이렇게 피가 빠져 있잖아. 이게 금방금방 복구가 안 된다고.
A little bit of this front section now gonna get the rest of it.
이번 쫄 두물인데 죽었다 누구. 거기에 저주해제가 죽었어. 저주해제가 죽었어. 저주해제가 죽었어. 공포됐어. 공포됐어.
공포됐어. That's going to lead to that same player dying once again. Somehow everybody else is still alive. Somehow their warrior is alive too here. Spellblock and shield wall going to combine to really handle all of those tank smashes for a little while here. But once that runs out, they're going to be in a lot of trouble here.
저주해제 해줘. 저주해제 좀 해줘. 시브렐 야드야. 저주해제를 해줘야 내가 살지.
Yeah, and I was going to say for who let them cook, they end up losing their healer there. The rogue ends up popping cheat death. They had to use so
그 와중에 걸어가다 바닥
much
맞았어.
damage. They had actually nothing left there to be able to survive through the end. So they'll have to do a little bit of a redo there in the courtyard. But Empyrean, they're just pulling this stuff to the drawer. They've played this pretty safe, I would say, right?
Okay.
Like from the Infestor on, I feel like they've played it a little bit safer than we've seen. You know, where teams have pulled like almost the whole courtyard. I feel like they
아니 저주해제 안 해주는 건 너무하잖아.
in terms of the game and know what's going on.
저주해제 안 찍었니?
And realize they don't have to, fully send it.
It's just smart, right? Like you know you're 5 minutes or more ahead. Let's just not wipe, right? Let's just pull these half and half. I have no doubt that Empyrean could do that whole room all at once if they wanted to. I bet they've planned it. I bet they've practiced it. But I doubt it's 100% success rate, right? So no need to mess around with something like that when you are this far ahead. Just close the door, finish out strong, and take the pull a little bit more safely. And there's no way you could lose by doing that.
Yeah, and you see with the Vampiric Embrace, just the extra healing, from that Shadow Priest, quite large, right? Getting up to like 47k HPS at some point. Same, Nature's Vigil from the Feral Druid, putting out a little bit of HPS as well. And then they're going to get right into the Shaw of Doubt here at the end. Use a Spirit Link, make sure everybody's going to get topped up here as close as possible. Just trying to stabilize maybe a little bit. Ascendance pumped as well.
뭔가 연습 시간이 부족하지 않았을까라고 생각을 하죠.
They have set a really good time thus far. I mean, what, 16 minutes? First fragments of doubt come out. Get some stuns down on these. Get some damage. But this is completely, in their hands at this point.
Yeah, Empyrean have such a nice comp for this fight as well, because you do have that Shadow Priest casting Mass Dispel on those two debuffs, and that makes it just a lot
12분? 11분에 3대?
vortexes, those ads come out, and they're
조금 빡빡할 수 있겠는데요?
nicely. You have Abomination Limb and single death grips as well.
그래도 10분
Once you get to
한
this
9분 전에
boss fight,
3렙이 잡혀야
I will
되는데.
say evoker healers in general as well. This tends to be one of the hardest fights to heal on an evoker healer. So being the Resto Shaman team is nice on this one as well. You can dump some heals into the person that is being targeted pretty nicely. Whereas
지금 채팅창을 보면은 한국 팀이 왜 안 나오는지 알 수 있지.
Dump into whoever is being
재미삼아 나가긴 빡세니까.
Yeah, Empyrean.
저런 거
To
감당하기에는.
get through the last 2/3 of this boss's health bar. Their lust is available. It looks like it's probably going to be after this ad phase that they are going to pop all of their cooldowns.
와우는 생각보다 피지컬 게임은 아니에요.
Yeah, there's a vortex down, so that'll start.
그러니까 피지컬이 어느 정도 필요하긴 하지만
They'll actually end up using the Nature's Vigil.
피지컬보다는 계산의 영역이 좀 더 많이 들어가요. 그러니까 약간 설계가 더 중요한 것 같아요. 제가 봤을 때.
Maybe we save that for the next set of ads potentially. So this will be the Bloodlust, and this is where they're going to try and get a bulk of the damage down onto the boss.
Yeah, this is the full lust, the full cooldown.
와우는 진짜 연습할 시간이 많으면은 어느 정도 수준의 게임을 하는 사람들이라면은 시간으로 약간 극복할 수가 있어요.
Abomination Limb and Power Rune Weapon also 2-minute cooldowns. Unholy Assault you can save. It's a 90-second cooldown, but you can save it for those 2 minutes when you are going to have the PI, and all of those combined together. And
그다음부터는 이제 크리에이티브즈. 얼마나 새로운 방법을 찾아내느냐.
So, really strong synergy between these two. Does look like we're going to get one more ad phase here for Empyrean. I believe this was the cast that Perplexed were beating, but neither Donuts nor Empyrean seem to have done that, although I will have to go back and count to make sure that I'm on the right cast here. Still very
나중에
good
배팅.
DPS coming
진짜
out
한국
from
사람들은
Empyrean.
도박.
They're going
With
to
that
finish off
bloodlust, they got
those
like
fragments so quickly.
40% of the boss's health down during that bloodlust.
이거 막판일 거려 아마.
Really sick damage. Puzzle box used there by the Feral Druid, so a little bit of mastery here to end it out. But like you mentioned, I mean, Unholy DK and the Shadow Priest combo has been so sick. And then I also think just like Shadow Priest with the Mass Dispel, the Vampiric Embrace, like
그렇죠. 피지컬이 아예 없는 건 아니지만 다른 게임에 비해서 피지컬 영향이 조금 덜하다. 피지컬이 중요하면은 저는 뭐 와우 못하고 있어. 제가 그 스타 APM이라 그러나? APM 맞나요? 액팅 퍼 미닛인가 그게? 할 때 APM이 150이 안 될 거려 제가. 피지컬 개쓰레기 진짜. 150인가 100도 안 됐던 걸로 기억하는데.
Yeah, I mean, for Who Let Them Cook, it was what I was talking about. The first pull of the dungeon, very challenging to be able to deal with. Sometimes if you lose like one or two players, then the pull can kind of get away from you because then you're letting Hydro Lances go through. You know,
힘들다.
casts aren't getting interrupted, and your healer dies, and then we're full wiping. Obviously, they had that wipe on the first boss. I don't really want to harp too much on Who Let Them Cook's failures. I think that like, you know, it's tough dungeon. You don't practice for that. More often than not, during practice, if you make a mistake of that caliber, you zone out and go again. For Empyrean, I kind of questioned some of their pulls. And so some of their stuff was really conservative. This, I don't expect to see tomorrow. Like, the first couple of pulls in this area, I don't necessarily expect to see tomorrow, especially if they believe that they can beat Donuts in any capacity. Like, they're going to need to play a little bit more aggressive in here. But I bet that they looked and they were like, oh my gosh, Who Let Them Cook wipe to the first pack? Let's play this really slow, hold W, and just make sure to not wipe in this dungeon and get out of here. Like, they had, I'll say like 1830 was their time, maybe a little bit higher than that, 1850 something. Whereas Donuts in their previous Temple of the Jade Serpent was at 1521. And we know that the winner of the series, which it does end up being Empyrean, is going to play Donuts in the first map that of their series is Temple of the Jade Serpent.
아, 맞아요.
Empyrean at 1857.
맞아요. 이 긴장이라는 거 있잖아요.
I think that the pulls that they were doing
이 대회 같은 거 나가잖아요. 그러면은 진짜 맨날 하는 게임인데도 생각보다 긴장이 많이 돼요.
We are playing against, you know, a top-rated team. We have to be able to play our best Temple of the Jade Serpent. If that was their best Temple of the Jade Serpent, I would be very.
오늘 모든 팀이 다 하긴 했어요. 그러니까 이 비조 모든 팀 8팀이네요. 4경기 했으니까.
What they did for
이게 저도 등산왕을 한 2번인가 했는데 아무것도 아닐 줄 알았는데 와 진짜 그 라이브 방송 딱 켜지고 그때부터는 진짜 조금 긴장이 돼가지고 평정심 유지하느라 조금 힘들었어요. 근데 MDI는 더 하겠지.
So you want to make sure that you know, like you said, play as conservative as you can, just get it done, make sure you secure the win, and then put everything out there tomorrow.
For me, if I'm Empyrean, though, I don't necessarily know if I want to play conservative. I feel like I would have liked to have gone full speed as, like, utilizing this as more of, like, a practice run because we do have that Jade Temple as, like, the first
there's that side
tomorrow.
of it, too.
Like, yeah, like, I think there's two sides.
오늘 쇼키 하나요?
Yeah, we could play it safe. We just win the map, right? Like, if
간만에
we
쇼키
that would be ridiculous. But at the same point, I feel like there's also
I
the
mean,
other
we've
side where it's
seen
like,
both, right?
네, 저는 안 나가요.
Yeah, I mean, because we've seen. I feel like we've seen.
쇼키 간만에 그 시청자 참여 한번 노려볼까? 저 그거 되게 잘 걸리거든요. 잘 걸려가지고 옛날에 제가 그거 한 3번 정도 뚫었는데
comes down to the team sometimes.
부를 수 없는 그분과 함께 했었고 치우빈님하고 한번 치우빈님 팀 한번 들어갔었고 세상님 팀 한번 들어갔었고 시참함 그거 걸리면은 제가 그 귀마개 머그컵 받은 적 한 번 있고.
I think I agree with Tettles on this that like slowing down because you're ahead and you want to pull
있어요.
conservatively. I mean they were far
되게
enough
오래된.
Still done their big thing, wiped, and then come back, and then pulled more slowly, and still won. And I do think that, like, it's a difference as well. What Echo does, where
집에 귀마개 머그컵 있어요. 그래가지고.
do our 14-minute route instead of our 12-minute route because we can win anyways, and we want to hide the
아,
stress. I think that's a little bit
참
different.
버리지
Like,
못하겠더라고.
hey,
그래갖고
we're just going to not do this really big pull because.
집에 달력 한번 받았고
I think, yeah, when you think
장패드
about
한번
that kind of stuff,
받았나?
like, when you see teams that never do that, those teams are usually like.
잘 보내주긴 해요. 뭐 당첨되면은.
Sometimes slow down when they're ahead and are a little bit more willing to to take their foot off the gas.
This is just
다음 경기 내일 할 듯?
go all out on.
일단 오늘은 끝났고. 자 내일은 아마 이 두 경기 정도만 볼 것 같아요. 내일은 두 경기 하고 패자조 여기까지 할 거거든요. 6경기 이렇게 할 거예요 내일은.
We will see our upper bracket matches before that.
내일은 딱 요 두 경기만 보고
You have one opportunity to test
할 것 같고 마지막 날 이렇게 여기 이렇게 4경기 하거든요.
You know, do what you plan to do, right? Like there's a difference between practicing it, right, and like being able to just.
그렇죠? 여기 퍼플렉스 도넛 가고 퍼플렉스드랑 도넛이 생각보다 비슷한 것 같거든요.
They would have had to wipe their 3 times probably to like
Yeah,
have it
something like that.
close.
Yeah.
Like.
So here's our map.
내일이 약간 해설하는 사람들 입장에선 지옥조인데 제가 지난주에 이걸 다 보니까 몸이 녹아가지고 내일은 딱 이거 5, 6매치 이것만 볼 거고.
So guaranteed to see those maps. But there is going to be a little bit more of the temple early in the day. So
비조도 세미파이널 팀이 곧 그대로 가겠죠. 그러니까 도넛이랑 퍼플렉스드 두 팀이 올라가는 거는 그냥 확정이라고 봐도 될 것 같아요. 제가 봤을 때.
The other 4, you got a ban, so you can sometimes have a map that you're not ready for. But if one of them appears in your tournament a lot in that first slot in particular,
제가 기대하는 건 이제 C조 경기인데 C조에 몬카가 나오거든요. 몬카가 진짜 기가 막혀요. 기가 막히게 잘해요. 그리고 유일하게 몬카 루트가 에코보다 좋은 루트들이 몇 개 있어요. 에코를 능가할 수 있는 루트를 보여주면서 어느 정도 실력도 비슷해. 근데 안정성에서 에코가 한 수 위에요. 몬카는 실수가 좀 있어. 그러니까 택틱이 조금 어렵다고 해야 되나? 어려운 택틱을 갖고 나와서 그 택틱을 성공하면 몬카가 우승할 수가 있어요. 그래갖고 지난 시즌도 그랬고 지지난 시즌도 그렇고 항상 몬카가 에코한테 2대1로 졌거든요. 이번 시즌은 맞아요. 몬카가 항상 재밌어. 그러니까 루트가 지난 시즌도 에코보다 좋았어요. 근데 했던 루트를 실수를 했어요. 아마 제 기억에 그 심연에서 실수한 걸로 기억하는데 심연에서 그 루트를 예선 때 똑같이 했었는데 결승에서 실수를 했어요. 그 루트에서. 그래서 졌어. 아무튼 저는 몬카를 응원하는 팬으로서 몬카가 꼭 우승을 했으면 좋겠는데. 방송은 일단 여기까지 해야 될 것 같고 방송 재밌게 보셨으면 구독, 좋아요, 팔로우 한 번씩 부탁드리고.
So in BFA, they were dominant. Like they were absolutely one of the top teams. They were putting it to Echo every single weekend, absolutely one of the top teams. In Shadowlands, they kind of fell off a bit. Now, 3 out of the top 4 teams had a mistake in their runs. Perplex is the only team that really didn't have a mistake at all. They had 1 death in 2 dungeons, and they didn't have any like boss healing. There was no like ping issue in Halls of Valor. There was nothing that happened.
그런 거 같은데요?
this is something that we have
아이디
to
두
be
개랑
better
위클리
about.
루트랑 뭔가 좀
Punched looked perfect. If
연계돼서
they're going to
기억이 나는 것
maintain
같아.
that level of consistency, I feel like it's going to be a straight sweep through this weekend.
Yeah, certainly looking like the favorites at the moment, but
다들
you never know. We have a big
주말인데
day
좋은 주말
of
되시고
matches tomorrow. I'm curious as we close out.
출근하시는 분들은
game
출근
number
잘
one,
하시고
we got to get some learnings from our casters, from our analysts, as we usually do. We'll start with you. We'll start with our desk guest for the day, Mr. X. What did you learn?
갑니다. 빠이.
I learned that the